Mic test, 1, 2. It's hot. Okay, let's find something.
A brilliant author, an Iraqi-English, half Iraqi, half English author called Kanan Makia, who had to write for a long time under a protective pseudonym of Samir al-Khalil, and wrote a tremendous book called The Republic of Fear, which is the best four-word description that one could have of the regime of Saddam Hussein.
We have a crisis in the world. We have a crisis in the world, tremendous crisis, and also crisis in our consciousness, in us. I see the urgency of change, radical revolution, mutation in the mind. I see it. It is necessary. There is complete quietness of the mind, and that which is silent has vast space. Only then that which is nameless comes into being.
This is Urgency of Change, the Krishnamurti podcast. One of the indications of sanity is that there is no contradiction within oneself, no imbalance, where thought and action correspond to each other. Hello and welcome to episode 296 of Urgency of Change. The Krishnamurti podcast features carefully selected extracts from Krishnamurti's recorded talks. Each episode highlights his different approaches to universal, timeless subjects that affect our everyday lives, the state of the world, and the future of humanity. Upcoming themes are activism and social change, children, and detachment. This is a podcast from Krishnamurti Foundation Trust based at Brockwood Park in Hampshire, UK. Brockwood is also home to Brockwood Park School, a unique international boarding school offering a personalised holistic education inspired by Krishnamurti's teachings. Please visit brockwood.org.uk for more information. You can also find our regular Krishnamurti quotes and videos on Instagram, TikTok and Facebook at Krishnamurti Foundation Trust. Finally, if you enjoy the podcast, please leave a review or rating on your podcast app. This episode on sanity has 4 sections. This first extract is from Krishnamurti's first talk in Madras 1977 and is titled Sanity in Observation and Communication.
It is one of the most difficult things to observe actually, which means what is actually taking place now, to observe that and to investigate, if it is possible, that which is being observed. To observe, one must be free. That's an obvious fact. If I want to observe the beauty of the evening, the light on the clouds, and looking through the leaves at the blue sky, you must be free to look. You mustn't be preoccupied. You mustn't be concerned with theories of how to look, how to paint. You must look. So, What we are going to do, if we may, this evening and the following evenings, to learn the art of investigation into the actual, not into what you experience, which may not be true, or your religions and all the rest. We're going to investigate all that. But what is absolutely necessary to examine, to investigate, to explore, there must be freedom. If you are tied to a particular belief or to a particular dogma, to a particular tradition, and are bound by it, intellectually as well as emotionally, or tied so deeply in our daily life, then you can't possibly investigate, obviously. It's like an animal that's being tied to a post, and it can only wander within its radius of the length of its rope. So what is important, if I may suggest, and I hope you will follow this, to examine, to explore, there must be freedom. That is, you are exploring now, not when you go home or when you feel inclined, but sitting here, talking over together, communicating with each other. We are actually investigating. This is one of the most difficult things to do, to observe, to examine, to explore.
I disagree. I think really like it's difficult based on like how much you've done it. Just like anything, like the more you do it, the easier it gets in a sense. Like a lot of people resort to cognitive dissonance because the second they hear conflicting information against their bias, their assumptions, their beliefs, they just tuck tail and run away instead of trying to learn something new. So maybe it's hard for like the average person that doesn't study or investigate. But other than that, like studying and investigating, that's very easy.
What is actually going on? Of course, you cannot possibly explore or investigate politically. That's absurd. Nobody can do that because everything is so uncertain, lopsided, crooked, dishonest, theoretical. So it becomes impossible.
That's not true. What It's called empirical science. It's called learning without bias. You can do that. Like you can do that. Like that makes no sense. I feel like this guy is like a self-help guru. He's not like really someone that's
I really went down on the set of Better Call Saul. I don't have any memories till a week later.
Bob Odenkirk has had an improbable career.
I'll do anything with you that you want that is legally allowed. Listen to what this guy has to say.
Somebody's going to prison. It's just a matter of who.
Are you talking to my client without his lawyer present?
And you are?
Saul Good.
In a way that scares the shit out of me. But onwards.
All right, I don't want you to be scared. There's nothing to be scared of. It's all in your head.
Yeah,
There's
all
nothing
right,
bad
right.
that's going to happen.
Oh, there's a
But
lot in my head, yeah. All the bad stuff.
But thank you again for being here. And just before I was told that we got the green light to start, you were telling me about a novel you just read.
Yeah.
And how it relates to, or how it affected your thinking maybe about something important that happened to you. So
Yeah, so
pick up where you left off. Yeah.
almost 4 years ago, I had this heart incident. One of the tributaries to my widowmaker artery was shut down completely by a plaque buildup.
Yep.
And I was really out, and I went to the hospital. I got 2 stents. I really went down on the set of Better Call Saul. And it was really scary, especially for everyone around me, not for me, because I don't have any memory of it. But I've talked about it many times, and people have asked me many times, how did that affect you? And I think first people want to hear that you saw a white light. Then they would love to hear that you watched your whole life pass before you on a film reel. And and I kind of wish that happened to me. That would have been cool, but that didn't happen to me. It was a blank for me for a week. I came to essentially a week later. I came to the next day, but I don't have any memories till a week later. So I've tried to answer this question to people. How did it impact you? And I've had a hard time doing it because I've always felt I don't do justice to the feeling of it, the experience of it. Okay, so then I'm reading this book, that novel that's called On the Calculation of Volume. And I'm reading this book.
Oh, let me write that down. Calculation of volume. Let me actually look at that. Look it up. The calculation of volume. Okay. Is a 7-novel series written by a name I can't pronounce. 6 volumes have been published in the original Danish. Is this a math book? Sounds like a math book volume. Palm Springs is one of those infinite time loop situations you might have heard about. Ooh, this sounds interesting. Like Groundhog Day. Oh, this sounds like a really good book. Rare keeps repeating a single day, November 18th. Bala's unique twist is that Tara's starting location for each day is not fixed. Oh, that is so cool. I love it. Rather, she begins each new day wherever she ended up the previous day. This gives far more freedom than other loop protagonists, including those at Palm Springs or Bill Murray's character in Groundhog Day. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually seen like a time loop series either in literary or media where it's not fixed. Usually in every time loop situation and story, they wake up at the same spot every single time, repeatedly, over and over again. Where she lives with her husband, only Tara retains a memory of the previous November 18th, and she has to start every day by convincing her husband what is happening to her. Meanwhile, her body and some material objects continue to move through time. An injury she received in Paris slowly heals, and while groceries vanish overnight, her handwritten notes do not. Uses her freedom to travel through Europe, visiting colder and warmer climates in an attempt to experience the seasons. That would be actually that would be so fun. Because think about it, you'd get to explore like endlessly. Like that would be so freeing, and that'd be like, it's like a paradox. Like it's a paradox of freedom. Like you can explore and every day is different, but every day is the same. That is fascinating. increasingly concerned about the consumption of resources. A parable about humanity's abusive relation. Oh, so it's a vegan book. Sweet. Oh, is this where he's going? Did he go vegan? No way. That's usually what most people do when they have a heart attack. Is like they learn the hard way. Well, shit, my diet was shit. It gave me a heart attack. I faced my mortality. I nearly died. Now I better do something. Like Kevin Smith was the same way. Kevin Smith was the same way. He had like a series of heart issues, and then he went on a plant-based diet. He didn't go vegan, but he went on a plant-based diet. So I feel like this is where he's going. He's going towards his journey and introspection into the 4% of the world.
Character in this book is having a very unique experience of time, and she's relating her experience of reliving the same day over and over. And I come to these passages and I'm like, that's how I felt. That's
I love that.
exactly how I felt for weeks after having this heart attack. And I could, there's like a couple passages in here that I marked because I'm like, I've never been able to express this to people.
Yeah, can you read one?
Yeah, I'll read you a section to show you what I mean. She says that in this unfathomable vastness, these infinitesimal elements are still able to hold themselves together. She's talking about the world around us and
Right.
ourselves.
Everything.
That
Yeah.
we manage to stay afloat, that we exist at all, that each of us has come into being as only one of untold possibilities. She goes on like that.
Yeah, that is fascinating because like that goes into the theory of evolution. Like literally every single thing had to go right for evolution to exist from the starting from the Big Bang to us getting here. Like if literally like one tiny thing changed in our course of evolution, we would not be here. Like that is always fascinating the deeper you think about it.
And I marked that whole passage. But then later, and I'll just read this one section, I had a day to go and I went with it. There was no plan. There was an outline, one which I could follow, floating gently. There was no goal, no prey to be caught. I was not a circling raptor, a vulture, a shark, a big cat poised to spring. I was not on my guard. This was something else. I was on a journey on my way home, I thought. I was traveling on an open ticket with no itinerary. I journeyed through the minutiae of the streets in a universe replete with minor incidents, a host of objects and occurrences and sensations all crowded together in my memory. Well, there's a few more passages, but gosh, to hit upon that and think that's what I should tell people if I could memorize it, which maybe I can. I just couldn't believe how much these couple passages expressed this thing that this way of living that had something to do with experiencing time, obviously this term being present, but it took no effort, and how amazing it was. It was really a beautiful way to live in the world. And I knew it would go away too. This is going to go away a little at a time as I go forward. And I have to try to remember it. I have to try to live this way. The degree
This goes
of,
into in Vedic philosophy. This goes into samskaras. So these are basically imprints on like your psyche, and like it can get metaphysical, but like you can also look at it like sociological, and that's where he's getting at is like there are all these like impressions that we face from society that forces us to essentially conform, and that's why that it's easier to live if you conform. um so like if I could look at it, it's been a while. Yeah, so sacramental rites of passage and subconscious mental impressions. So I did have it right. Okay, it's been a while since I've studied it. Um, so in Hinduism, Jainism, and Sikhism, samskaras are a purificatory rituals marking key stages in life from conception to death. One of the ways that you could imagine them are debuffs. Like if you're using terminologies, which is usually easier for people to learn using game terminologies, is they're basically like debuffs that you get that are passive debuffs. They're not active debuffs, they're passive debuffs. You don't really notice they're there unless you begin deeply inspecting your life and doing a thorough searching of your inventory, your moral and your life inventory. Because otherwise, like most people go their whole life without examining, actually looking into their life until like Bob Odenkirk had. He had a close encounter with his mortality, and that caused him to actually look like in himself, and like what is life, like like what is this crazy shit that we call society. So there's a spiritual side, but I'm not spiritual. But so yeah, and Buddhism, samskaras are subconscious imprints or karmic residues. This is where the term buff comes into play, because you think of a buff, think of it as a residue. Like it's like it's hard. Maybe I can. So conscious actions sink into the chitta, subconscious mind, creating latent tendencies or habits. So this is what I was talking about, like how society kind of conforms us without us really realizing it, unless we were like deeply introspective. Um, just like if you look at any society, like every society is a little different, and that's because like all the traditions are different. That everyone's like kind of exposed to different normalcies. Like one society's normalcy is different from another society's normalcy. um because like what is normal, right? um but yeah, creating latent tendencies or habits. These impressions shape your personality, behavior, and future karma. Positive samskaras lead to virtuous actions, while negative ones create suffering and conditioned responses. So again, so like think of the positive samskaras as positive buffs, and the negative samskaras as negative buffs. Yoga meditation aims to dissolve negative samskaras and fry latent impressions through samadhi to achieve liberation, aka moksha. Typically combines well put together such perfect and kara actions, signifying either the perfecting of the self through ritual or the accumulated impact of past actions. This is just like how like PTSD, for instance. So like it leaves an imprint, like trauma leaves an imprint on your brain that can almost permanently shape the rest of your life, essentially, in a lot of cases. um so yeah, they're imprints on your psyche.
Of freshness to the world around me, and the amazement of that and the beauty of it was something I got to be in. And so I thought that might come up, that question. And since I just happened upon these passages, I wanted to share them. So
Yeah, it was going to come up. But something else
yeah,
I was interested in about that experience is related to what you just described, the awareness that that sort of feeling of being present was going to fade.
yeah.
How effectively can you get that back?
I was going to finish your sentence without ketamine. uh,
This might be like almost sort of like a quasi sort of enlightenment that he received. This is why a lot of monks, that they don't go back into society, because these like samskaras, these imprints from society, that interactions around us that affect us whether we like it or not, conscious or subconscious, can change our neurochemistry, can like change our personality without us even being conscious of it. And so that's why monks, in order to stay in an enlightened state, they separate from society completely, because like these samskaras, these environmental imprints can like take that away. And that's kind of like, I feel like what he's talking about, like that's what he's referring. That's why monks isolate themselves.
Or some mind altering drug. Um, I think he can.
DMT.
I really do. Honestly, just reading those passages made me go, oh, right. That's what's going on here. That's how how I can be in the moment and live in the world. It's still close enough to my sense of I can get there. I think I should challenge myself to do it more. But even the burden of saying I should challenge myself immediately starts to ruin it with guilt and responsibility. And, as she says in the book, no, I'm not a raptor. I'm not ready to
Yeah, this goes into like the whole vegan philosophy, vegan analogy or allegory, I should say. She's not a carnivore. What she's saying, the underlying, what she's describing consistently are carnivorous predators in the wild. She's consistently describing carnivorous predators. So I feel like that's like she's trying to plant a seed of her philosophy, and it looks like it's sprouted in Bob.
spring. I'm not a jungle cat ready to spring. I'm not.
Yeah, those are all predators.
We live in a world that is about achievement. You don't want to live without purpose, but all we're about is getting and
Yep.
you know
The chase and then getting the thing. Chasing the thing and getting the thing is what I think what he's talking about. Like, and I guess using the predators is like an allegorical metaphor of explaining that. Like, that is very interesting when you think about it. He's like in common society, especially in America, mostly it's just like chasing the thing and then getting the thing. And then if you get the thing enough and you get rich, maybe that's why a lot of people that are rich, like quote unquote, aren't happy, because they have nothing, because they realize that basing your life off of just chasing something and then getting it isn't really that fulfilling.
it seems to be the only way to feel of value is becoming a millionaire.
Right? Wow. That's crazy. I literally like read that. Like read into that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is so crazy. I feel like a mind reader. What the fuck was that?
So you want to be a millionaire? What's that? Yeah.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Who wants to be a millionaire? Well, I guess everybody, but who wants to be happy? How about that for a TV show?
Well, yeah, but see, this is like something I feel like doesn't get talked about in like any country really, is that like the idea that money can't bring you happiness. Like I feel like people that think that money can't bring you any sort of happiness, to me my idea of happiness is a reduction of suffering. And being poor causes a lot of suffering. So maybe you could look at it as sort of um trading struggles. But like when you're poor and you have no money, if you're disabled and you can't work or make money, then you're perpetually like struggling, you're suffering your entire life. So that if you were rich, your life would objectively be much better. If you were rich, you wouldn't have to worry about how are you going to pay rent? Are you going to go homeless? You got no health insurance. You got someone to take care of. You got all these things that's just a constant day in day out, and like that consumes you. But if you're rich, you don't have any of those problems. So I feel like the problem with a lot of rich people is that they never like came from a place of pure poverty or disability, because like it's really hard to get out of poverty, like essentially if you're disabled, basically, especially if you're disabled. um but yeah, I feel like that's like a lot of people are also born into wealth, right? So they don't know suffering. Like someone that's born into wealth is never going to know suffering. and that's how like a lot of rich people become narcissists essentially. They don't have anything to like ground them or like give them humility.
Well, in a weird
Uh,
way, it's possible that the path to being a millionaire is clearer than the path to being
oh, it
happy.
surely is. It surely is. Yeah. And of course, most people think being a millionaire is what makes you happy. But
It can see like he's probably a millionaire, right? I would assume he's a millionaire after his Better Call Saul, his show, his sketch comedy show in the 90s with David Cross. Uh Mr. Show. That's what it was called, Mr. Show. That is one of my favorite comedy sketches. Still to this day, the best comedy you can ever find is Mr. Show because it was like so smart. It is so his comedy was so much smarter than what you'll find today. Like so much more down to earth and just like relatable to like pretty much almost anyone. Like he had a sketch that could resonate with almost everyone. It was amazing. Like I still to this day don't understand why Mr. Show got canceled from HBO or whatever it was. Um, but yeah, like it's easy for someone that has a lot of money to say like, "Oh, it doesn't bring you happiness." Tell that to someone that's homeless. If you give a homeless person like enough money to get themselves a house and cleaned up and stuff, they will be happy. Like, are you kidding me?
just go talk to a millionaire.
Well, you're a millionaire, I would
Sure.
guess.
Sure. I've
Did
done
that
all
make you
right.
happier?
There's no question that the security that you feel from
Exactly. Yeah, the security you get from the money. Exactly. Like it does help. Like again, like a lot of people are like I feel like a lot of people don't even ask themselves or anyone else like what is happiness, right? Everyone wants to chase happiness, but I feel like the first step to understanding something is defining it. And someone that's been in pain their whole life, my idea of happiness is not being in pain and like not struggling, not suffering. So like my idea of happiness is like less suffering. But like the less you suffer, the more you're allowed to be happy. And yeah, I don't know.
not being afraid of a health issue or um,
Exactly.
what housing, whatever, is a great comfort and helps you
Exactly.
to
Exactly.
be more at peace with life. There's no question it should help you. It's just not as much help as you think it should be. I mean,
You'd
yes,
be
you can eat
surprised.
steak every night, I guess, but then you get
That's
sick
how
of
you got your
steak.
heart problems is you
You know,
ate steak
there
every night.
there was a clip of you from an interview that I saw earlier this year that's been kicking around my head since I saw it. And it's you were being interviewed by Mike Birbiglia,
Mm-hmm.
and he asks you if there's anyone you're jealous of or something like that.
Yeah.
And the way you answer the question was by saying you're jealous of anyone who has young kids at home. Because
Yeah.
when you had young kids at home, you
Yeah.
had no questions about what your purpose was. You know, it's like
Yeah,
your
but
job was to
yeah, yeah,
take care of the kids and do
and it was
dad stuff. Um,
That's an
yeah.
easy way to get a purpose.
is it the case that you understood that in the moment,
I did.
or you only understood that in retrospect?
No, I understood it in the moment. I absolutely knew this was the best time I'll ever have in my life. No question.
Why not
I
adopt someone?
also I've got to add, and it's not just a sense of
Adopt me. I'll be your
feeling
son.
valued and feeling
Adopt
purposeful.
me.
It's entertainment. I mean, there's nothing more entertaining than a little kid. So I knew like that this could be the best thing you could do. And I still think that way. I wish, it's funny. I left that interview with Mike Birbiglia, and I remember thinking, I didn't think about that specific quote, but I did think about that section of the interview. And I thought, I think they'll cut that out because isn't that kind of depressing that this guy who has had so much achievement in his career that really should be the most rewarding thing and is missing a chapter of his life that is gone now. they cannot come back. I mean, you can be a grandparent, and sure, that's great, but
You could
he's
always
obviously saying
adopt.
the best chapter of my life is behind me, and I know that. That's kind of sad to say, and I always feel bad when I see people who are doing.
Well, I think that really depends on the situation, because like there's a lot of people, that die young that never get to live to be his age to begin with, right? And so that I feel like that in itself is a privilege to be able to live as old as he is a privilege, because a lot of people don't live to be that age, and a lot of those people that do to live to be that age, um aren't millionaires, right? So I feel like that's definitely a privilege, maybe a privilege blindness.
well, well enough to be interviewed and talked to, and they seem kind of depressed. I'm always like, oh, come on, can't you be happy? But what can I say? I was just being honest. That's how I feel. I feel like that's that's definitely the best. There's nothing I can do. I can't sit down to try to write a great movie or learn a wonderful script or direct something, or I don't, there's nothing. Climb a mountain. There's not a freaking thing I can do that is gonna match the value that I felt for life. Uh, of
Yeah, there could be. It's called charity. It's called saving other people's lives. Like he's a multimillionaire, probably like close to a billionaire. Like maybe that's a little too much of an exaggeration, but he could literally save people's lives. Like that's very fulfilling. Like not very many people have the money to save other people's lives. Like he could directly donate to GoFundMe's and save people's lives. How would that not be fulfilling? That's something he hasn't done yet. Like I feel like that's I don't know.
being a parent of kids between 0 and, you know, uh, usually around 14, 15, they're like, they're done with you.
I think it would have been more depressing if you said the thing that brought you the most value and purpose in your life was being in Better Call Saul. Like, imagine your kids hearing that answer.
Wow, that
It's
is
funny.
wow.
I have so many people. Obviously, this is the biggest thing I did was Better Call Saul so far, and I can't imagine doing anything bigger than that either. But I just forget that I was in this show completely. I mean, I lived so much of my life before that, and I lived it, and I achieved things that I cared about a great deal, almost to a strange extent. When I was writing my memoir, I wrote so much about sketch comedy, and I called it comedy, comedy, comedy drama because I was worried that people would go, oh, this is the Better Call Saul guy. I'm going to read about his journey to being on that show. And it's like, no, I'm going to talk about, 45, 50 years of caring about and writing sketch comedy. I'm barely going to talk about the thing that you know me from because that was such a small part of my life. And still, when I was writing the book, I was thinking, there's something wrong with this guy. It's an interesting thing anybody should write their memoir when they get around 50. And you may see what
I
I
already have my
saw,
memoir
like,
written. I
this
just need to
guy's
get it
like and
published.
we all are, but this guy's like a broken toy. He's got something wrong with him, and he keeps going in this one direction. Like, I'm writing about me, and I'm like, will you give it up already? You've already been on Saturday Night Live as a writer. Give it up. Stop. Even after Mr. Show, I'm still doing,
Mr.
trying to help Tim and
Show.
Eric or uh, being a part of all this sketch type comedy. And I just think, well, there's nothing to say, but there's something wrong with me and I don't know what it is. And it makes me go in this one direction.
You know, the idea that you were sort of like a broken toy that kept pursuing sketch comedy.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did because I've really
Oh,
gotten a lot out of your comedy over the years. And sort of to such an extent that still when I watch a movie like Normal or
mm,
the Nobody films, uh, I'll have moments where I think, Wow, it's weird that Bob Odenkirk is like blowing people away in these movies.
Very
Right.
weird.
What sort of cultural itch do you think these kinds of action movies that are about sort of like an unassuming middle-aged man
Yeah.
whose sort of inner hero comes out, what itch are they scratching? Why are they proving to be so successful right now?
Well, I've thought about this a lot. I'm not sure I'll do my best. It's wish fulfillment. It's wish for, let's say, first of all, an evil that is so clear and obvious that it's worthy of our anger, which these movies do, especially the Nobody movies. There's a point in both movies where you trip over into James Bond land, and a real guy who's been established and who has tensions and sensitivities and struggles that feel very real. And that's partly because of it's me playing them, and I'm not magically delicious. I'm not super handsome, young, muscled up, any of that. You can relate to all these things. They're very grounded at moments. And then there comes this point in the movie where that guy, you, are living in a movie. And you can do things that you can only do in a movie. The same thing happens in normal, true, but it's normal is a little elevated from the get-go, I would say. It's a little like inside of a snow globe world right from the start. Whereas the Nobody films make a real attempt to be living in the world, you know? And so I think we have these, we go through life, there are frustrations everywhere. There are big ones and small ones. There are ones that have to do with our inner lives that we simply can't sort out easily. And you can't act on those frustrations in a physical way. You can't do that. We can't live in that world. We have to be decent to each other. In a movie, you can do it.
So you did Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and there was sort of an indisputable popular success to that stretch of work. And
Yeah.
prior to that, when people would talk about Bob Odenkirk, it was often attached to a term like, cult success or cult
Yeah.
favorite, which of course is a backhanded compliment for like not really successful at all. But prior to sort of this big career, like double bump you had sort of relatively late, did you have moments where you thought, like, I don't know if I'm going to get the success I want, or I don't know if the career is really working?
I did have doubts and concerns, but they weren't about that. I didn't, my bigger problem was once I was finished with Mr. Show, which was so much of what I wanted to try to achieve in sketch comedy. Like, what now? I got a chance to do it. I got a chance to do it really well. I got total freedom to do it and incredible support. David Cross and I couldn't be better partners for what we did. Now what? Now what do you want to do that's going to drive you through the next 20 years of a career? And I was lost because I had already achieved in sketch comedy and with the cult success that I had achieved everything that I was aiming at. That's what I was aiming for.
Wait, but what gives your life purpose now?
Trying to find the next thing to do that will give it purpose. Trying to find the next thing that will feel rewarding and impactful and of value.
But you have had the opportunity to work with like people that I would consider comedic geniuses, like people like Janine Garofalo or
Yeah.
Chris Elliott,
Uh-huh.
who had success but kind of never went gangbusters.
Yeah.
And then you've also worked with people like Ben Stiller, Adam Sandler, Jack Black, who got as big as someone in comedy could reasonably expect to get. Do you have any understanding of like why that person and not that person? Like what is there something sort of innate that leads to massive success?
I think that some of the people I've known who have great talent and haven't achieved what you might call a massive success that might be on the level of their talent, my experience of those people is that they don't really want it.
Yeah.
There comes a point in their journey where they see this thing and they go, oh yeah, I don't want that much pressure. I don't want that many people looking at me. I want this many people. I want, 15 million people, not 800 million people. Like, I do think there's like everybody has a sense of this threshold. Look, when my kids were about 8 and 10 years old, we were on a vacation, and I remember we were in a supermarket and we were getting lunch, and somebody came over to talk to me because they knew me from Mr. Show, and this was before Breaking Bad, and I thought, this is the perfect level of success because I can go out in the world and be myself. And if there's a person in the room who knows who I am, I can tell you who they are. They will have a tattoo from one of my shows. They will love me a lot. And then everyone else in the room will not know me at all. And I can just be myself. And then with Breaking Bad, then you get into a level of, now I'm in an elevator at the mall and everyone in this elevator knows who I am. But the difference in how they know me is wildly varied. One of those people knows how I look at the world. The person who's watched Mr. Show, they know how I see the world. The person who knows Better Call Saul, that's just not even close. They don't know me. They know this character I played that is not me at all. And yet I appreciate that they like that work and that they know me, and I'm thankful. And yeah, so I think when you ask about that, part of the question is there a choice? Do you get to see this thing coming your way? And do you get to choose, I'm going to go ahead and be more famous, and then I'm going to live in a world where there's a little bit of discordancy between who I am and how I'm known. I get why people go, no, thank you. I'm going to stay in my littler world where when you know me, I know how you know me. And that means something to me that I'm okay with. I don't know if this whole chapter of our interview is weird.
I think weird is good.
Okay.
But something I've seen you mention a few times is this idea that sketch comedy, tends to be like a younger person's game a little bit. Do you find that you're 63 now?
Yeah.
Is your relation to sketch comedy different than it used to be?
Well, it is simply because I've spent the last 15 years doing drama and action, and I've had to think a lot about those things. So, for instance, my friend David Cross and I are working on a project right now, and it's a play. I did Glengarry Glen Ross, and while I was doing that play, I was thinking a lot about the mechanics of a play, because that play is perfect. That play is a machine. It's a machine of drama. It's a machine of laughter.
Will it be televised?
It's unbelievable. It's tight as can be. And so just being a part of it, thinking about it, I started to see, some of you could say the mechanics of it, and think about how great they were and how maybe I could try to steal some of those, and make something too in that world that might have some value and might work. It's similar to when I was at Saturday Night Live for 4 years, And I didn't help all that much. I pitched some jokes that Robert Smigel would use. Occasionally, I had a sketch that would get on. But basically, I sat around listening to Al Franken and Jim Downey and Robert Smigel and Conan O'Brien and Jack Handy and Bonnie and Terry Turner. And I watched these people write great sketches. And my brain went, oh, I see what they did. Oh, I see what you did. And it kind of deconstructed it. And then I used it to make Mr. Show. So
Yeah,
David and I are
see,
writing a
like that's
play,
exactly
and we'll
what AI does. Like that's what people don't understand. Like that's essentially what AI does. Like nothing is created in a vacuum. Everything borrows from something else essentially. Like that's why there are very few things that are actually unique today. Like most everything is just a play on something else with just like a slight twist. That's like most things. Like something I feel like people haven't considered is that like if humans lived long enough, we would essentially we would have every like possible book, game and movie and show, like every possible angle like done. And then like what would humans do? Like what would the world look like for humans if like we basically made every sort of film etc that to the point where like there is no there's no originality left. Like I feel like we might even be hitting that point soon actually. I think everything is like pretty much just a copy paste of something else. Like I don't know.
see if we get there. But you know, our great desire to make it is make it's kind of got sketch comedy in it, but it's not a sketch. It's something more, hopefully. And but we wanna make it a sketch because it's too fun. And sketches are over in 5 minutes and they're done, and you get to move on to the next idea. Um, so I still have an instinct for it, but I now I do feel what I've said is true, that doing sketch comedy when you get older is a little strange. It's a
Why?
little like it's like a young person's energy is right for it. It fits. And when you get older, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing being so silly? And what are you doing
I would
being
love to see
so
him do a new sketch.
it becomes I don't it loses something.
So what's comedy that speaks to you now, where you are in your life?
Oh boy. Honestly, the comedy that speaks to me most right now is a thing called On Cinema. It's a pretend movie review show that is on the internet um, by my friend Tim Heidecker. And it's, again, you know, for me, sketch comedy, and this is kind of a sketch comic thing, but it's drawn out and slowed down. And I think sketch comedy, I'm sorry to say it, is the most profound expression of human existence there is.
Really?
No, that's
I don't think
philosophy.
any Kubrick movie or
What?
Freudian analysis
Oh
or
my god, no,
Shakespeare
you're wrong. You're wrong.
or
What?
Shakespeare says as much about how humans operate and what is the ultimate problem with us as a
That's
species
not true at
than
all.
sketch comedy. And I
There's so
wish it
many
was not
things
true.
wrong with
I
that
wish the
take.
drama, grand drama, I wish that we were worthy of being taken apart and are and observed in subtle and complex ways. But I
It's
don't
like
think so.
hyper-sanity.
I think that ultimately there is nothing more profound about people than you can say in a sketch.
There
They're fucking
is.
idiots.
It's called philosophy.
People are sadly limited, so limited
Well,
that
I agree there. I agree there. Most people are
you
limited
can
in like
define them and you
imagination and
can
shit.
share the everything that's important about them in 4 minutes.
Not
Wait, maybe
me.
this is
Not
related.
me.
Maybe this is related. Right near the end of your memoir, you write that show business is not curing cancer, and that it's a distraction.
Yeah.
And the way you put it is, which is inarguably key to life on Earth,
Yeah.
because life on Earth is so bleak and painful.
Yeah.
And the only and best response to that is to look away.
Yeah.
It's not the only and best response. That's just what's
You want me to
normalized.
repudiate that statement?
I wondered if you were being sarcastic when you wrote that, because it struck me as
bleak,
pretty bleak.
Too sad.
That's just like society, but that doesn't mean it's the best of anything. Conformity and social opinions and such are no measure for anything.
Obviously, I think there's joy and reward in being alive, and in
conformity
in
is the death of the individual.
In whatever way in which
the
you
death
find
of imagination
to transform that horror, the horror. In whatever way you find to transform that into something good, entertaining, beautiful, comforting to another person, helpful. That's beautiful, and that's the joy of life, is turning shit into gold.
That's philosophy.
Comedy gold. Well, whatever gold you can make it into, whatever kind of alchemy you can do, is, I guess, to me, that's the good part. Now, little kids, and if we want to go back to where you started.
Yes, that's what I was going to do. Yeah.
They do that.
That's not a little weird.
Kids do that by being alive, by watching them be alive.
Well, they have an imagination, like a part. I feel like a part of that is because, like, when you're a child, you're not fully socially conditioned by like samskaras. You don't have like all these societal like imprints in your brain, your psyche. You haven't been conditioned and beaten down by everyone else, right? You have like everything is new. Like there's infinite wonder when you're a kid. And like I think one of the saddest things about getting older is like the death of the child. Like the death of who you were before like society like conformed you and like turned you into something that's just, I don't know, like the wonder is gone. Like and most people, like, curiosity isn't there. Like most people don't want to learn anything. Like they don't want to explore anything. They don't want to ask questions about their own life. Like they just want meaningless entertainment for the sake of entertainment, which ultimately serves no purpose. Like, sure, a distraction here and there is good, but we have more than enough entertainment to last for thousands of years already. I feel like that's a problem with society, is that there's just too much entertainment. Everyone's focused on entertainment, and so like that that serves more hindrance than anything. Like everything in moderation, including moderation itself. And like that goes with production of entertainment. Like there's just too much entertainment right now.
Magic that when you come to fully grasp life, and it can be taken away from you bit by bit until it's all gone. But
exactly.
You can reconnect with it. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, one of the challenges of this interview was I have no unified field theory of myself. I'm a bit of, as you can see from my career, I kind of go in a lot of directions. And I don't have a very solid justification for the the whole thing. I can't characterize the whole thing. And the only thing I could say is that there's a risk. There's a great risk that I am willing to take. I think because I don't think much of myself.
Well, also you have the
In other
money and
words,
privilege to do
let's say I
whatever
made
you
a
want. Not
huge
everyone
ass of
can
myself in trying
do
to do
that.
action films. Well, so what? So what? I mean, I can still do comedy and claw my way back, I guess.
We should end on that note.
Yeah, but I hope I didn't make an ass of myself. I think that the bigger question for me is, what do I do now? Because, well, I guess I just do what I've always done. Look for the next thing that seems curious, worthwhile, surprising. I'll find a hard time beating action movies. I can tell you that. I will have a hard time finding anything I can pursue that is as far away from where I started
Philosophy and
as
ethics.
that genre of film.
Philosophy.
Erotic art house.
I guess. Does that still exist?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I wish someone would bite. No viewers. Let's find something on ethics. Threshold deontology. Oh, that's crazy. 2 days ago. They did this after. Huh. Interesting. Oh, these guys are talking about ethics? Are you fucking kidding me? This red pill shill? This guy that got owned by a woman because he couldn't open a pickle jar? This guy is talking about ethics? The guy that's anti-human rights is talking about ethics.
Answer the fucking question. Are you?
I would say largely I ascribe to threshold deontology. So not just utilitarianism.
No, threshold deontology.
I think it's
Where's the
both.
threshold before we switch to utilitarianism?
I don't think that there are black and white answers to a lot of these
hang on.
questions. And that's because I don't want to ascribe a worldview, Andrew.
Okay, I just want to make sure I got this right. You're a threshold deontologist. So I just make sure I got this right. Threshold deontology is you believe in a universal form of ethics up to some threshold, and then you switch over to utilitarianism.
I think there's a balancing act between the two. I don't
Yeah,
think that there
exactly.
is,
So
like,
what's the
for example,
threshold?
I don't think there's
So
one
this is like someone that doesn't understand ethics, of course. So like there's a fundamental problem with like all ethics, and is that you should not practice just one ethical framework. You should analyze a situation under multiple different ethical frameworks. Because like utilitarianism is fundamentally flawed because it's about the good for the majority, which means that minorities get excluded. So like that's how you get like the ends justify the means. So like something with threshold deontology, it's very simple, like disability rights, right? So like in veganism, there is threshold deontology in veganism, and that's like people that are tribes or in food deserts. Like that's a threshold. The threshold depends on the specific situation and under like what framework you're comparing it to.
It's wrong to kill an innocent person, but is it always wrong? Are there some moral rules that should never be broken? Or is morality...
It depends. Morality is not objective. It depends on a per case by per case basis. Otherwise, you would literally argue for never defending yourself if someone were trying to kill you. So if you say that murder is always bad, then you would let someone kill you for no reason. Like, it makes no sense.
There are certain moral rules that should never be broken. How do we decide which theory is better? One thing we can do is think about specific cases and see which view they seem to support.
Exactly.
Thanks to philosophers Philip
per case by per case basis.
Jarvis Thompson, we have some interesting cases to think about. First, let's consider the trolley problem. Imagine a runaway trolley was hurtling down a track. On the track ahead, there are 5 people who are about to be struck and killed by the trolley. Fortunately, there's a fork in the track ahead. And
So it depends, like what if all those people were serial killers? So like if all those people were serial killers, then you'd be better off like running them over in that situation, because then you would save more people, because then those serial killers would kill other people. So by consequentialism, it really depends on like the individual as well, right? Like what if those were sexual abusers that would cause more harm? Like it really depends.
Better that 5 live and 1 dies rather than 1 lives and 5 dies. So this case seems to support consequentialism. It seems okay to kill an innocent person if doing so would have a good enough outcome. But now consider a different case. Imagine you're the world's greatest surgeon, and you have 5 patients with organ failure. If they do not get transplants today, they'll die. You also have another patient. He came in for his yearly checkup, and as luck would have it, it turns out he's a perfect match for your 5 dying patients. You realize that you could kill this patient and use his organs to save your 5 other patients. Should you do it? Of course not. This appears
only if
to be
they
a
agree
case
to it.
where you should not kill one in
That's kind of a stupid answer. Of course not. Like it depends. Like there are people who would genuinely sacrifice themselves to save other people. Like you should ask, and then the choice should be theirs. So like obviously you shouldn't do it against their will, but you should if you're going to even propose it, then you propose the idea to the person doing the sacrificing, whether they want to sacrifice themselves or not. Most people don't sacrifice anything in their, like, Most people go their entire lives without ever sacrificing something. They had to put like an attractive looking woman on the fucking thumbnail to get clicks. That's so fucking pathetic.
Crash Course Philosophy is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace, share your passion with the world.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but all of our discussions about ethics so far have had one thing in common: God. Divine command theory, for example, argues that what's good and what's not are determined by a deity, whether that's the God of Abraham or a panoply of gods who come up with...
Which obviously has no place in rational ethics.
us, but only because we were made by God, who preloaded us with moral sensibilities. But many other thinkers have argued that humanity's moral code doesn't come from some supernatural force. 18th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant, for one, thought that religion and morality were a terrible pairing, and if anything, the two should be kept...
Exactly. That is entirely correct, because, like, in religion, like, God kills a bunch of children using a bear. Like, there was like 37 kids they killed. Like, the Bible condones slavery, incest, a whole bunch of horrible shit. So obviously, religion is no measure of morality. You don't need religion at all. Like religion serves no purpose other than basically control people in conformity. That's it.
Constant in an almost mathematical sense. 2 + 2 = 4, whether you're a Christian, Buddhist, or atheist. And for Kant, the same went for moral truths. But
yeah, that's called consequentialism. Consequentialism is an empirical objective fact. That's why a lot of other ethical frameworks use consequentialism. Like veganism uses consequentialism by reducing suffering. How do you determine whether you're reducing harm or causing more harm? You use consequentialism, the outcome of an action.
he made a distinction between the things we ought to do morally and the things we ought to do for other non-moral reasons. He pointed out that most of the time, whether or not we ought to do something isn't really a moral choice. Instead, it's just contingent on our desires. Like, if your desire is to get money, then you ought to get a job. If your desire is to get an A in class, then you ought to study. Kant called these if-then statements hypothetical imperatives. They're commands that you should follow if you want something. But hypothetical imperatives are about prudence rather than morality. So if you don't want money, you can always choose not to work. And if you don't care about getting a good grade, studying becomes totally optional. It'd be a terrible option, in my opinion, as an educator, but still, optional. But Kant viewed morality not in terms of hypothetical imperatives, but through what he must follow regardless of your desires. Categorical imperatives are our moral obligations, and Kant believed that they're derived from pure reason. He said it doesn't matter whether you want to be moral or not. The moral law is binding on all of us. And he said you don't need religion to determine what that law is, because what's right and wrong is totally knowable just by using your intellect. Okay, so how do you figure out what's moral? Kant said the categorical imperative can be understood in terms of various formulations, basically different ways of phrasing or looking at the same essential idea. And he came up with 4 formulations of the categorical imperative. Let me tell you about the 2 most popular ones. The first formulation of the categorical imperative is often known as the universalizability principle. And Kant phrased it this way: act only according to that maxim, which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law without contradiction. Okay, Kant.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this in Obsidian. Let's see here. Wait, why? Okay, I see. Take some notes. Put it under regular ethics.
A good grade, studying becomes totally optional. It'd be a terrible option, in my opinion, as an educator, but still, optional. But Kant viewed morality not in terms of hypothetical imperatives, but through what he called categorical imperatives. These are commands you must follow, regardless of your desire. Desires. Categorical imperatives are our moral obligations, and Kant believed that they're derived from pure reason. He said it doesn't matter whether you want to be moral or not. The moral law is binding on all of us. And he said you don't need religion to determine what that law is, because what's right and wrong is totally knowable just by using your intellect. Okay, so how do you figure out what's moral? Kant said the categorical imperative can be understood in terms of various formulations, basically different ways of phrasing or looking at the same essential idea. And he came up with 4 formulations of the categorical imperative. Let me tell you about the 2 most popular ones. The first formulation of the categorical imperative is often known as the universalizability principle. And Kant phrased it this way: act
So this goes into threshold deontology. Excuse me. Because threshold deontology is how you determine outliers. So one way when you're thinking about ethics and outliers is that contradictions or outliers. That's where you make exceptions and deontological threshold is you make exceptions for cases like you'd make different exceptions for a tribe outside of civilization than you would people in civilization itself. Like you wouldn't uphold like you don't. That's why we don't go to tribes and then like force our way on them. Like there's different standards depending on the situation. Spill tonight.
Only according to that maxim, which you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law without contradiction. Okay, Kant. Pretty wordy guy, so let's unpack what he was saying. A maxim is just a rule or principle of action, and a universal law is something that must always be done in similar situations. So, as a Kantian, before I act, I would ask myself, what's the maxim of my action? In other words, what's the general rule that stands behind the particular action I'm considering? Let's say you forgot your wallet in your dorm this morning. You don't have time to get it between classes, and you're really hungry. You notice that the student working at the snack kiosk in the union is engrossed in a conversation, and you could easily snag a banana and be on your way. Sorry, chom-chom. I mean chom-chom. You could easily swipe that chom-chom and be on your way. Is it okay, morally, for you to do this? Well, the particular action you are considering, taking a chom-chom from a merchant without paying for it, is stealing. And
Well, it depends. Like, there is something to be said between stealing from a family business and stealing from a corporation that is insured. Like, I would argue that, like, if you're starving, that it's morally okay to steal to save your life if it's a corporation, because it's a corporation, they're insured, so they're not really losing anything. Like,
if you approve of the maxim of stealing, which you're doing whether you admit it or not, then what you're actually doing is universalizing that action. You're saying that everyone should always steal. If you should be able to do it, then everyone should be able to do it. The thing is, this leads to a contradiction, and remember, Kant's wording specifically says that moral actions cannot bring about contradictions. The contradiction here is no
but
one
like, that's like, contradictions are basically a part of, like, just human reality.
would say that everyone should steal all the time. Because if everyone should always steal, then you should steal the chom-chom, and then I should steal it back from you, and then you should steal it back from me, and it would never end, and no one would ever get to eat any chom-chom. Therefore, stealing isn't universalizable. So what Kant's really saying is that it's not fair to make exceptions for yourself. You don't really...
Yeah, it is. Like, it depends. Like, it really depends on the situation and the person and their standard, their circumstances, right? Like, you wouldn't uphold a disabled person to the same standards as you would like a celebrity or something like that, right?
think stealing is okay, and by imagining what it would be like to universalize it, that becomes clear. Now, Kant's view that moral rules apply to everyone equally sounds nice and fair, but it can sometimes lead to some pretty counterintuitive results. To
Exactly.
see how this formulation can go awry, let's visit the thought bubble for some flash philosophy. Let's say one morning Elvira and Tony are having breakfast. Then a stranger comes to the door and asks where Tony is so he can kill him. Obviously, Elvira's impulse is to lie and say that Tony isn't around right now in order to protect him from this would-be murderer. But Kant says she can't lie, not ever, not even to save Tony's life. Here's his reasoning. Suppose she's at the front door talking to the stranger. At the time, she thinks Tony's in the kitchen where she left him, but it turns out that he was curious about the caller, so he followed her into the living room and heard the stranger make his threats. Fearing for his life, Tony slipped out the back door. Meanwhile, Elvira, in her desire to save him, tells the stranger that Tony isn't there even though she thinks he is. Based on her lie, the stranger leaves and runs into Tony as he rounds the corner heading away from the house and kills him. Had she told the truth, the stranger might have headed into the kitchen looking for Tony, which would have given Tony time to escape. But she didn't. Now, by Kant's reasoning, Elvira is responsible for Tony's death because her lie caused it. Had she told the truth, only the murderer...
It really depends, because there is something to be said between intent and unintent, right? Like, that even the law recognizes the differentiation between intent. That's where the differentiation between homicide and murder occurs, right? Like, one is an intent to kill and one is like accidental or circumstantial, like a car wreck, for instance. Like, if you get in a car, unless you're intentionally trying to get into a car wreck, you're not trying to kill people in an accident, right? Like, the outcome is still like considered, but so is intent.
would have been responsible for any deaths that might have occurred. Now, she could have refused to answer the stranger altogether or tried to talk him out of it. But the one thing that she's never permitted to do is violate the moral law, even if others are doing so, even for a really good cause. Poor Tony. Very sad. But thanks, Thought Bubble. So the first formulation of the categorical imperative is about the universality of our actions. But the second formulation focuses on how we should treat other people. And it goes this way.
Formula of humanity. So the opposite of this would be Machiavellianism, where it says that, like, do whatever you want basically for your own means. So the antithesis of that would be Machiavellianism.
Act so that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in that of another, always as an end and never as a mere means. Again, we have to define some terms here to figure out what this is all about. To use something as a mere means is to use it only for your own benefit with no thought to the interests or benefit of the thing you're using. Now, we use things as mere means all the time. I use this mug to hold my coffee, and if it were to stop benefiting...
Yeah, but you can use a person as a mere means. And like in that context, it would be like manipulating someone to steal money from them, like a con, basically. Yeah, basically just using someone for your own personal means, and then justifying the means with the end instead of justifying the end as mere means.
me, like if it got a crack in it and it started leaking, I wouldn't use it anymore. It's perfectly fine to use things as mere means, but not humans. This is because we are what Kant called ends in ourselves. We are not mere objects that exist to be used.
Okay, so an outlier for that would be disability.
Used by others. We're our own ends. We're rational and autonomous, and we have the ability to set our own goals and work toward them. Coffee mugs exist for coffee drinkers. Humans exist for themselves. So to treat someone as an end in herself means to recognize the humanity of the person you're encountering, to realize that she has goals, values, and interests of her own, and you must morally keep that in mind in your encounters with her. Now, Kant pointed out that we do use people all the time, and that's okay. Because most of the time...
Well, it depends on the
use other people as a
situation.
means for something, but not as a mere means. We still recognize their humanity when we use them, and they agree to being used. So, for example,
Well, if they agreed to being used, then they're not being used, right? Usually when you use someone, you're like manipulating them, or you're using them for like just your own means. I don't know.
you are using me right now to get information about Kantian ethics. I am using Nick and Nicole to help me get that information to you. Kant said that you and I and Nick and Nicole, we all deserve to not be used as mere means because of our autonomy. Unlike
And see, that's a problem. Like most ethics, disability, they're like most ethical frameworks are anti-disability, because like especially like Kantian ethics, because like this was way before like people really studied disability, or and like back in this time disabled people weren't even viewed as people. So like disabled people weren't even viewed as people in these ethical equations. So that's why one of the reasons why there's no exceptions in a lot of these frameworks is because disabled people aren't even viewed as people.
other things in the world, we're self-governed.
And again, that goes that so like what about disabled people in care homes? They're not entirely self-governed. Again, so like people have personality disorders, so like free will isn't a binary yes or no thing. There are like there are so many neurological conditions. Like kleptomania is a neurological condition. Like it's the compulsive inability to essentially to, depending on the degree of the compulsion, to do something, just like tics, right? Like you don't decide that you're going to give in to a tick necessarily, and it can be painful if you refuse the tick. Free decisions based on our own rational wills. Um, so uh, neurological illnesses.
We're able to set our own ends to make our own free decisions based on our rational wills. We can set goals for ourselves and take steps to realize those goals. This imbues us with an absolute moral worth.
So one way to phrase this is sentience. For real equality, you the sentience is the entryway, is the consideration, moral worth, sentience. Because obviously, like someone that's like a vegetable, like that's completely different. If they're like brain dead, right? They're still a human, but they're not a person. They're not alive. Essentially, like they're biologically alive, but there's no light inside.
Said, which means that we shouldn't be manipulated or
Well, again, it depends. Like, you can manipulate someone just for the greater good, right? So, like, if you were to manipulate a killer so that you could save people, then that would obviously be moral under consequentialism.
manipulate other autonomous agents for our own benefit.
Yeah, autonomous agents. So we'll replace autonomous with sentience. Sentient agents for our own
benefit. And this means that things like lying and deception are never okay. Because if I'm being deceived, I can't make an autonomous decision about how to act because my decision is based on false information. For instance, I might agree to loan you money so you can buy books for school, but I wouldn't agree to loan you money so that you can get a new Xbox. I'm sorry, but no. So when you lie to me about what you're going to be doing with the money you're asking for, you rob me of my ability to autonomously decide to help you. You've treated me as a mere means to accomplish your goals with no thought to my own goals and interests, and that's a violation of Kant's second categorical imperative. So, Kant argued that proper rational application of the categorical imperative will lead us to moral truth that is fixed and applicable to all moral agents.
But again, that's wrong. That is empirically, objectively wrong. Because as I've stated, there are disabled people that don't have full autonomy, like disabled people in care homes or someone with dementia. So under Kant's, just using Kant's ethical framework, you wouldn't even consider the well-being of a disabled person or like someone with dementia or Alzheimer's because they're not completely autonomous. So that again, this is the problem with most ethical frameworks.
No God required. Of course, not everyone agreed with him, so next time we're going to check out a theory that is in many ways the antithesis of Kantianism.
Yeah, utilitarianism, yeah. And see, utilitarianism has the same problems. It does not consider the disabled in any way, method, shape, or form. It basically it's also what leads to the ends justify the means of like in the a typical example of this is the trolley equation. Would you kill one person on the train track or kill five people? So like under just utilitarianism, like it would also you would argue for saving the five people, but under consequentialism, if those five people are serial killers, then you should kill those five people because then the end result of the consequences is that more than five people are going to be killed beyond that trolley equation.
Utilitarianism. Today, we learned about Kant's ethics. We talked about hypothetical and categorical imperatives, the universalizability principle.
Do I have utilitarianism here? I don't have utilitarianism. All right. Back to. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Determinism versus free will. Determinism versus free will. Sounds interesting.
Was discovered and raised by another family. As an adult, Oedipus learned of the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother. So, not knowing he was adopted, he left his adoptive parents in order to avoid fulfilling that prophecy, figuring that if he wasn't near them, it couldn't come true.
Oh, this is like a self-fulfilling prophecy sort of thing?
And behold, as he was trying to flee his fate, Oedipus killed a stranger in a fit of rage who turned out to be the father he had never met. He then proceeded to marry the dead man's widow, who was actually his mother.
Yep, that's what you call a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that is that like in order to try to escape the prophecy, you actually end up succumbing to the prophecy because you tried to escape it.
We didn't know it. Needless to say, this is a fate that any of us would like to avoid. But for philosophers, the whole point of the story of Oedipus is there is no escaping fate. on the one hand, most of us have the clear sense that we are. We feel free. We feel like we make all sorts of decisions that lead to both beliefs and actions that are wholly of our own choosing, like
Yeah, and there's a lot of like science and philosophy that can show that like we're not entirely free agents. Like we are affected by neurological conditions that can have us act impulsively or compulsively, and like Tourette's or like there's a lot of neurological conditions that inhibit free will in its totality. So like and like you essentially are like your things that have happened to you help shape you, like neurological imprints in your psychology, brain trauma, brain injuries, um like there's like a whole spectrum of things that affect the brain, because if it affects the brain then it affects you. Like you can be one person, have a head injury and then become a completely different person. There are many instances of that happening. Like some people have gotten into head injuries and then they were no longer attracted to someone they were married to. So like you are your brain essentially.
I could do that. I had oatmeal this morning because I felt like it. This view that humans are capable.
And again, that's like also goes into like neurological wiring. Like you, like if you have a spontaneous, like you can't decide to like choose to like one music over another. You either like this one genre of music or you don't like it, right? Like you don't necessarily choose everything. So free will is basically not a totality. Free will is a spectrum and not a binary yes or no.
Capable of entirely free actions is known as libertarian free will. And to be clear, libertarian free will is nothing like political libertarianism. Both views get their name from the word liberty, but political libertarians are all about freedom from government intervention, while people who accept libertarian free will could be anything from political libertarians to socialists. They just think that metaphysically we can act freely. So a lot of us figure that our thoughts and actions are free, but most of us also believe that every effect has a cause, and that everything that happens now in the present is the necessary result of events that occurred in the past. This view is known as hard determinism, and many of the people watching this probably think that they believe in both things, that many of your actions are free and that the world is governed by cause and effect. But it turns out you can't rationally hold both views, because
Can you though? Can't you?
traditionally, libertarians have defined free actions according to what's known as the principle of alternate possibilities. That might sound like a plot device for a sci-fi show, but this principle says that an action is free only if the agent, that is the person doing the thing, could have done otherwise.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good rule. That rules out like neurological conditions like tics and stuff like that. Like if you don't have the choice to do something, it's not of your own free will.
So truly free actions require options.
Yeah, truly
Determinism,
free.
by contrast, doesn't allow options. It
Oh,
holds
okay.
that every event is caused by a previous event, which means that an agent can never have done anything other than what they did, and therefore they are never free. But let's look
Okay, yeah, I completely disagree with that. Like again, it's like like free will is basically like a spectrum.
at these two options more closely. And also, let's look at my breakfast. Libertarianism says that my decision to eat oatmeal this morning wasn't necessarily caused by anything that happened before it. Instead, it could have been the result of non-physical events, specifically my own thoughts that originated right at that point. I ate.
And there's also something to be said for intrusive thoughts. So like there are thoughts of your own free will, that's like goes into like metacognition, but there are thoughts that you have no control over. Like this is like I think everyone knows about this, like intrusive thoughts. There are thoughts that pop in your head that like you don't want them. That's why they're called intrusive thoughts. Or the spontaneous, like out of the blue, like all of a sudden, like you just have this random thought that pops in your head. You did nothing to cause that thought to pop in your head. It just pops up in your head.
ate oatmeal because I decided to eat oatmeal. End of story. But libertarianism runs counter to what we know about the workings of the physical world, with one thing causing another. So libertarians need a way to account for their view. One way they do that is by making a distinction between what's known as event causation and agent causation.
Event causation and agent causation. Event causation and agent causation.
Event causation means that no physical event can occur without having been caused by a previous physical
Event can occur without having been can occur without having been caused by a previous
event. So many libertarians concede that the physical world itself is deterministic, like a baseball is flying through the air because someone hit that ball with a bat. But many libertarians also argue that there's such a thing as agent causation, which says that an agent, a being propelled
by a mind, can start a whole chain of causality that wasn't caused by anything else. Isn't this like an intrusive thoughts? A being propelled by a mind can start a whole chain of causality that wasn't caused by anything else. Yeah, I feel like that could be schizophrenia, like schizotypical like thought patterns maybe.
held by a mind can start a whole chain of causality that wasn't caused by anything else. So the person who hit the ball most likely did so because they just decided to do it. By this logic, agents have the ability to affect the causal chain of the universe. They can make stuff happen on their own. But many philosophers find this idea untenable. Where would these free decisions, the ones that launch entirely new causal chains, come from, they ask? Are they simply random? What would compel an agent to make one decision and not another? And if you can answer those questions, if you can explain what would cause an agent to act, then, well, you've just reinforced the position that actions are caused rather than free. The fact is, it's pretty difficult to find arguments that support libertarian free will. The best argument in favor of it seems to be that it just feels an awful lot like we're free. And libertarians argue that we shouldn't discount the legitimacy of our own personal subjective experiences. So if we feel so free, we should seriously consider the possibility that we are. That point has a certain intuitive appeal, but if you can't come up with an argument to defend
a lot of
feeling,
people want like the idea that we are completely free agents, but that's just not necessarily the empirical truth. Like, again, it's a spectrum. There are neurological conditions that inhibit free will and free choice.
Good philosophical reasoning recommends that you reject it, or at least withhold judgment until you can get some evidence together. So now, let's see if the hard determinists can do any better. 18th century French philosopher Baron d'Holbach said that none of our actions are actually free. D'Holbach believed that everything that's happening right now is the result of an unbroken chain of events. Everything, he said, is the inevitable result of what came before, including everything that we do. Our actions are caused in the same way that, say, home runs are caused by bats hitting balls, or tornadoes are caused by warm air systems hitting cool
consequentials and cause and effect.
This means that humans and
like
our
the Big
actions
Bang
are just part of the physical world, bound by its physical laws. This belief is often explained through a view known as reductionism. Reductionism is the view that all parts of the world
can be traced back or reduced down to one single thing. Reductionism.
world and of our own experience can be traced back or reduced down to one singular
So
thing.
the root cause, the origin.
So, for example, you see your mind as being capable of making free decisions. You think that what goes on in your head when you make a choice is not at all like bats and balls. But, well, mental states are brain states, or at least they're
Exactly.
directly tied to your brain, and brain states are biological. And biological states are physical states. And the physical world, as we already said, is deterministic. There's just no room for free will in this picture. We think we're free, but we're not. And really, as scientific thinkers, why would we assume that we are? Why would we think that we're any different than everything else in the universe? What would make us so special? Libertarians are right that it's really hard to disregard the feeling of freedom. If I didn't choose to eat oatmeal this morning, why do I feel like I did? And what made me do it? But hard determinists say that the difference between the causes of human actions and the causes of physical events, like a bat hitting a ball, is that our actions have all sorts of invisible causes that happen in our brains. Specifically, when beliefs team up with our desires and our temperament, they say, you get a deliberate human action. Combine my belief that oatmeal is nutritious with my desire for healthy nourishment and the temperament that predisposes me to enjoy warm, carby comfort foods, and ta-da! You get oatmeal-y breakfast. Now, you might argue that those particular beliefs, desires, and temperaments might lead to any number of breakfast choices, cream of wheat maybe, or some granola. But if you dig deep enough, you'd find that there are factors that rule out those options, as well as every other option. Maybe I'm a little worried one of my fillings is coming loose, so I'm shying away from granola because it's too crunchy. Or I just don't think about cream of wheat very often. I mean, they don't have very good brand awareness anymore. What even is cream of wheat exactly? And the oatmeal is sitting right there in front of me. Or maybe I briefly think of making one of those quinoa breakfast bowls that are so hip right now, but my lazy temperament or my belief that I'm running late pushes me to choose the 90 seconds in the microwave option. See how it works? All you have to do is change one factor, a belief, a desire, or temperament, and you get a different outcome. Hard determinists argue that just because we can't pinpoint the exact factors that led us to an action, we could, in theory, isolate them if we knew enough about all of the beliefs, desires, and temperaments swirling around in our brains. So in this view, what we call decisions are really just the inevitable results of a bunch of mental stuff combining in just the right way. And maybe it feels free, but it's not. But hold up,
Like
isn't
biological
there some way out of this? Like, what if I have
consequentialism.
someone choose my breakfast for me? Or what if I fall back on randomness by like flipping a coin? After all, if I just flipped a coin, then it wouldn't look like that decision was made by beliefs, desires, and temperaments. But, well, no such luck, because even if I thought
This goes into like the philosophy of Two-Face and Batman, right? That was literally his whole philosophy. Um was flipping a coin for everything. Like that's literally his philosophy.
I chose randomly, my decision to flip the coin or who I asked to pick for me was just as determined as everything else.
Yeah, but that's a fallacy or a false equivalence or dichotomy because like yeah, you choose to flip the coin, but ultimately physics and causality determines the outcome because like that determines what side the coin falls on, right? When you flip a coin, you don't determine like how it's going to land.
And guess what? If you're getting angry right now about me telling you that none of your choices are free, well, that anger was determined. If you're finding this whole topic confusing or boring, yup, still determined. You think you can freely choose to stop playing this video, but if you're still watching me, good news, that's determined too. Determinists believe that you can't help but feel and react the way you're reacting right now. You can think you're choosing to act in ways that conform to the character that you've selected and shaped for yourself, but even that choice is the result of all sorts of already determined factors about you and your place in the world.
Yeah, this is where samskaras basically come into play. Psychological imprints, imprints in your psyche that are left there from like society, things you've been through, things you've done, stuff like that. That leaves like a neurological imprint.
World. Hard determinism is tough to refute, and it has some really uncomfortable implications. It means the deeply held feeling most of us have that we actually make free decisions is just wrong. And the whole concept of personal responsibility is thrown out the window too. As Dolbach put it, we're all just cogs in a machine doing what we were always meant to do with no actual volition. Oedipus had to kill his dad and marry his mom. I had to eat oatmeal. And you just had to keep watching. You couldn't turn away. Today, we learned about libertarian free will and its...
Yeah, so yeah, all like everything, like most everything, it's a spectrum. It's not just a binary yes or no. Like there's always different factors in especially ethics. And there's also like metacognition can also give you more free will to some degree. Like metacognition is a really good practice for that. Legendary debate. What is this?
He first gained a reputation for himself by publishing a book entitled God and Man and Yale. Since then, he has devoted himself to the secular, and this has included Norman Mailer, Kenneth Tynan, Mary McCarthy, and Fidel Castro, none of whom have come out of their confrontations unscathed. At present, his principal occupation is editing a right-wing newspaper in the United States entitled The National Review. Mr. James Baldwin is hardly in need of introduction. His reputation, both as a novelist and as an advocate of civil rights, is international. His third novel, Another Country, has been published as a paperback in England today. Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Buckley are both very welcome to the House this evening.
If anyone has any questions, feel free to shoot.
Imagine, Mr. President, a society which above all values freedom and equality. A society in which artificial barriers to fulfillment and achievement are unheard of. A society in which a man may begin his life as a rail splitter and end it as president. A society in which all men are free in every sense of the word. Free to live where they choose, free to work where they choose. Equal in the eyes of the law and every public authority, and equal in the eyes of their fellows. A society, in fact, in which intolerance and prejudice are meaningless terms. Imagine, however, Mr. President, that a condition of this utopia has been the persistent and quite deliberate exploitation of 1/9 of its inhabitants. That 1 man in 9 has been denied those rights which the rest of that society takes for granted. That 1 man in 9
Like
does not
disabled
have a chance
people.
for fulfillment or realization of his innate potentialities. That 1 man in 9 cannot promise his children a secure future and unlimited opportunities. Imagine this, Mr. President, and you have what is, in my opinion, the bitter reality of the American dream.
Right.
A few weeks ago, Martin Luther King had to hold a nonviolent demonstration in Selma, Alabama, in his drive to register Negro voters. By the end of the week of his demonstrations, he was able to write quite accurately, in a national fundraising letter from Selma, Alabama jail, "There are more Negroes in prison with me than there are on the voting rolls." When King wrote that letter, 335 out of 32,000...
Yeah, I guess that like goes into like environmental like sociology or whatever, because like once you go to prison you can no longer vote. So if like the system's rigged against minorities, then minorities like have less ability to vote.
700 Negroes in Dallas had the vote, 1% of the Dallas population. After a mass march to the courthouse, 237 Negroes, King among them, were arrested. The following day, 470 children who had deserted their classrooms to protest against King's arrest were charged with juvenile delinquency. 36 adults on the same day were charged with contempt of court for picketing the courthouse while State Circuit Court was in session. On the following day, 111 people were arrested on the same charge, despite their claim that they merely wanted to see the voting registrar. 400 students were arrested and taken to the armory, where many of...
Yeah, and that's how like laws are based. Like there are some laws that are a necessity, but there are a lot of laws that are just that simply are there to make the common man a criminal, essentially. Like jaywalking, right? Like I can't believe we still have jaywalking as a law. Like that is absurd. And like we all know that jaywalking is usually assigned like is discriminate against racial minorities. Like usually it's only enforced as like a way to discriminate
spent the night
or uphold
on
a
floor.
quota.
The following day, the demonstration spread to Marion, Alabama. In Marion, Negroes outnumber whites by 11,500 to 6,000 people, and yet only 300 are registered to vote. Negroes in Marion were anxious to test the public accommodations section of the civil rights law. They entered a drugstore, and there they were served with Coca-Cola laced with salt, and were told that hamburgers had risen to $5 each. After the arrest of 15 Negroes for protesting against this treatment,
that is
700
crazy.
Negroes boycotted their classes next day and marched in orderly fashion to the jail. There they sang civil rights songs until they were warned by a state trooper that they would be arrested if they sung one more song. Of course, they sang another song, and of course all 700 were arrested. American society has felt fit to use Negro labor. It has felt fit to use the blood of the Negro in 2 world wars. It has felt fit to listen to his music. It has felt fit to laugh at his jokes. And yet, as far as I'm concerned, it has never felt fit to give the American Negro a fair deal. And for this reason, Mr. President, I would beg leave to propose the motion that the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro.
Damn, that was powerful. That was succinctly put.
I now call Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College to oppose the motion.
Like, why? I can't understand. Like, why would you even oppose that? Like, it makes no sense to me. Like, I cannot understand like bigotry like that. Like, bigotry is just like, it's not logical. Like, it makes no sense. It's not logical.
Now have Mr. Jeremy Burford of Emmanuel College, who is the first undergraduate opposing the motion.
James Baldwin is well known as one of the most vivid and articulate writers about the Negro problem in America. Mr. Baldwin had a difficult childhood, and he has personally himself suffered discrimination and ill treatment in the South of America. And I would like to say at this time that it is not the purpose of this side of the House to condone that in any way at all. It is not our purpose.
If you're not condoning it, then why are you opposing it? Like, opposing equal rights is condoning the oppression of equal rights. Like, are you, like, that's just like semantic wordplay. That's like saying, like, a car isn't a car, it's a vehicle.
To oppose civil rights. It is our purpose to oppose this motion. And thank you, sir. Come and collect your fee afterwards. This side of the House denies that the American dream has in any way been helped by this undoubted inequality and suffering of the Negro. We maintain that, in fact, it has hindered the American dream. And if there had been equality, if there had been true freedom of opportunity, the American dream would be very much more advanced than it is now. If the American dream has made any progress, and I think it has been made in spite of the suffering and inequality of the American Negro, and not because of it. Now, it is also implied from this motion that the American dream is encouraging and worsening the suffering of the American Negro. This is emphatically not the case. The American dream, the American economic prosperity and respect for civil liberties has been the main factor in bringing about the undoubted improvement in race relations in America in the
Then why were black people used as slave labor? Even after slavery was abolished, they were still used as slave labor. Laws were made to put them in prison so that they could work as slave labor, and then their rights to vote were stripped from them.
Last 20 years. And Professor Arnold Rose, who is the author of The Negro in America, which is perhaps the definitive work on the subject, who is also a contributor to what was called a freedom pamphlet, so I should imagine that if he has any bias at all, it is in favor of the Negro. He said that this improvement in race relations will be seen in years to come as remarkably quick, and he has put it down to three main causes: increased industrialization and technical advance, the increased social mobility of the American people, and the economic prosperity. And I would put it to this House that industrialization and economic prosperity are two of the main ingredients of the American dream. And at the same time, again, I do not want to say that the Negro in America is treated fairly, but at the same time, the average per capita income of Negroes in America is exactly the same as the average per capita income of people in Great Britain. Now, I found that absolutely...
That's a false equivalence. Like, we're not in... Like, the debate wasn't in Britain. Like, it has nothing to do with Britain. As if Britain didn't have racism. Like, that's so fucking stupid. That's why everyone's like, what the fuck?
I understand that some of you do as well, so I have got the reference here from the United States News and World Report of July the 22nd, 1963, in which it points out, this will have to be the last interruption I take, as time is running short.
Mr. President, on a point of information, is the Speaker talking of real income or money income?
I'm talking of money. Talking of money income, and I would not wish to disguise that. I would also say that in terms of this, there are only 5 countries in the world where the income is higher than that of the American Negro, and they do not include countries like West Germany and France and Japan. Now, there are
again, like, that is like, that makes no sense. Like you're comparing like other like racism in other places as if like that is an odd for like this country. That makes no sense. Like it should like, that's not logical like at all. Like, just because something is done or isn't done somewhere else doesn't mean you should do or don't here. Like, that makes no sense.
35 Negro millionaires. There are Negro 6,000 doctors and so on. Now, I do
What?
not, by saying this, wish to emphasize that the Negro is fairly treated. I merely wish to try and convey a more realistic and objective account of the situation of the Negro. I agree that there are Negroes who are very poor indeed, such as the old
contradicts
gentleman
himself.
Who was talking about some of his wealthier brethren, and he was saying, yes, some of these rich Negroes, they put on airs, they're like the bottom figure of a fraction. The bigger they try to be, the smaller they really are. I would repeat, Mr. President, sir, in the last minute I have, that this debate is not whether civil rights should be extended to American Negroes or not. If it were, it would be a very easy motion to argue for and a very easy motion to vote for. The debate tonight concerns whether the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. That is, whether the American Negro has paid for the American dream with his suffering, or whether the American dream
Of course it
furthered
has.
Negro inequality. And I would deny both those two precepts. I would say that Negro inequality has hindered the American dream, and I would say that the American dream has been very important indeed in furthering civil rights and in furthering freedom for the American Negro. Mr. President, sir, I beg to oppose the motion.
Right.
It is now
Like, this
very
person
great-
is right. Like, listening to Buckley taught me so much about the current political jargon of saying nothing and adding nothing to an argument, right? It's basically like semantic. It's like a political like semantic this debate took place 3 days before Malcolm X was assassinated. Holy shit. It's great to see Buckley getting heckled and laughed at during his speech. When you could hear a pin drop during Baldwin's, his ability to capture an audience is powerful.
Great pleasure and a very great sense of honor that I called Mr. James Baldwin to speak third to this motion.
Now we have Mr. James Baldwin, the star of the evening, who has been sitting, listening attentively, getting a wonderful reception here in the Cambridge Union. Tremendous enthusiasm from all sides of the
Man,
House
that's a big
for Mr.
difference.
Baldwin. who has been listening to the arguments, now will bring the voice of actual experience to the debate.
Good evening.
Right, actual experience.
I find myself, not for the first time, in the position of a kind of Jeremiah. For example, I don't disagree with Mr. Burford that the inequality suffered by the American Negro population of the United States has hindered the American dream. Indeed, it has. I quarrel with some other things he has to say. The other, deeper element of a certain awkwardness I feel has to do with one's point of view. I have to put it that way. One's sense, one's system of reality. It would seem to me that the proposition before the House, if I put it that way, is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro, or the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro.
Right, exactly, because, like, so much was built on the backs of African Americans. Like, buildings were literally built off of slave labor. Like, it's just, like, a fundamental fact. Like, it's not right, but, like, it just shows, like, how deeply fucking, like, systemic it is. Like, there are laws specifically affecting just black people. Just black people. So that they can basically be slaves. So it's like slavery wasn't abolished. It was basically just, like, reformed or tweaked or something like that. Like, I mean, I consider, like, the entire, like, injustice system, like, or justice system, whatever, prisons as it is still, like, a form of slavery, essentially. Like, they make license plates. Like, a lot of people don't realize it, but, like, license plates and, like, clothes for fast food restaurants like Burger King and McDonald's are made from slave labor in prisons.
Is a question hideously loaded, and that one's response to that question, or one's reaction to that question, has to depend on an effect on where you find yourself in the world, what your sense of reality is, what your system of reality is. That is, it depends on assumptions which we hold so deeply as to be scarcely aware of them. A white South African, or a Mississippi sharecropper, or a Mississippi sheriff, or a Frenchman driven out of Algeria, all have, at bottom, a system of reality which compels them to, for example, in the case of the French exile from Algeria, to defend French reasons for having ruled Algeria. The Mississippi or the Alabama sheriff, who really does believe when he's facing a Negro boy or girl that this woman, this man, this child must be insane to attack the system to which he owes his entire identity. Of course, for such a person, the proposition of which we're trying to discuss here tonight does not exist. And on the other...
Right, exactly. It's like the system is created for oppression, and then people wonder why, why people resist oppression. Like, how dare you resist oppression? Like, I'm going to punish you for having a logical reaction to oppression. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, it makes no sense. It's like, I don't understand how anyone, like, I don't understand, like, how people still to this day argue against, like, everything this man is saying. Like, it makes no sense. Like, essentially, like, a lot of things essentially have not changed. It changed aesthetically. Like, it changed in appearance wise, but a lot of the stuff is still there. Like, the systemic injustice is still there. And it's mostly Republicans.
Have to speak as one of the people who've been most attacked by what we must now here call the Western or the European system of reality. What white people in the world, the doctrine of white supremacy, I hate to say it here, comes from Europe. That's how it got to America.
Right.
Beneath then whatever one's reaction to this proposition is, has to be the question of whether or not civilizations can be considered as such equal, or whether one civilization has the right to overtake and subjugate and in fact to destroy another. Now what happens when that happens? Leaving aside all the physical facts which one can quote, leaving aside rape or murder, leaving aside the bloody catalog of oppression, which we are in one way too familiar with already, what this does to the subjugated, the most private, the most serious thing this does to the subjugated, is to destroy his sense of reality.
Right.
It destroys, for example, his father's authority over him. His father can no longer tell him anything because the past has disappeared, and his father has no power in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic, and in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white, and since you have not yet seen a mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you.
Right.
It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality.
See, I don't think you should, like, just because you're born in a country, like, you're not indebted to that country, in my opinion. Like you're not owed, you don't owe that country anything. Like, if they try to draft you, like, you should have the option of not being drafted. Like, otherwise, like, it's not really freedom, right? If you're indebted to a country simply because you're born there, then you're not, you're by logic, you're not free.
Evolved any place for you. The disaffection, the demoralization, and the gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime. So that presently you realize you're 30 and are having a terrible time managing to trust your countrymen. By the time you are 30, you have been through a certain kind of mill. And the most serious effect of the mill you've been through is, again, not the catalog of disaster. The policemen, the taxi drivers, the waiters, the landlady, the landlord, the banks, the insurance companies, the millions of details, 24 hours of every day, which spell out to you that you are a worthless human being. It is not that. It's by that time you've begun to see it happening in your daughter or your son or your niece or your nephew. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end.
The only thing the only other group that I think can relate to that, besides like a racial minority, would be the disabled.
Now, we're speaking about expense. I suppose there are several ways to address oneself to some attempt to define what that word means here. Let me put it this way, that from a very literal point of view, the harbors and the ports and the railroads of the country, the economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor.
Right.
I am stating very seriously, and this is not an overstatement, that I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. The Southern oligarchy, which has until today so much power in Washington, and therefore some power in the world, was created by my labor and my sweat, and the violation of my women and the murder of my children. This, in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And no one can challenge that statement. It is a matter of historical record. In another way, this dream, and we'll get to the dream in a moment, is at the expense of the American Negro. You watch this in the Deep South in great relief, but not only in the Deep South. In the Deep South, you are dealing with a sheriff or a landlord or a landlady or the girl at the Western Union desk. And she doesn't know quite who she's dealing with, by which I mean that if you're not part of the town, and if you are a northern nigger, it shows in millions of ways. So she simply knows that it's an unknown quantity, and she wants to have nothing to do with it. So she won't talk to you. You have to wait for a while to get your telegram. Okay, we all know this. We've been through it. And by the time you get to be a man, it's very easy to deal with. But what is happening in the poor woman, the poor man's mind, is this. They've been raised to believe, and by now they helplessly believe, that no matter how terrible their lives may be, and their lives have been quite terrible, and no matter how far they fall, no matter what disaster overtakes them, they have one enormous knowledge and consolation, which is like a heavenly revelation. At least they are not black. Now I suggest
That's so fucked.
that of all the terrible things that can happen to a human being, that is one of the worst. I suggest that what has happened to white Southerners.
Well, not just that, but disability. Like a lot of people don't realize that like disabled people are still oppressed to this day. Like in group homes, like kids are horribly abused, and like Willowbrooks, for instance. Like if you've done research on Willowbrooks, like the disabled, like even if you were like had any sort of disability, you were thrown in an asylum, and you had to live in feces. Didn't matter what color you were, like you had to live in feces. And like there were constantly kids screaming like at the top of their lungs. It was a literal like it was horrible. Like and a lot of asylums still to this day are like that. And like the disabled are different in the sense that like you can go your whole life not being oppressed, and then you could encounter an accident, and then suddenly you're oppressed in the sense that you can't work. Because disability is another form of oppression. It's like a biological oppression.
Is in some ways, after all, much worse than what has happened to Negroes there. Because Sheriff Clark in Selma, Alabama, cannot be considered, no one can be dismissed as a total monster. I'm sure he loves his wife, his children. I'm sure that, he likes to get drunk. He's, after all, one's got to assume, and he is visibly a man like me. But he doesn't know what drives him. To use the club, to menace with the gun, and to use a cattle prod. Something awful must have happened to a human being to be able to put a cattle prod against a woman's breast, for example. What happens to the woman is ghastly. What happens to the man who does it is in some ways much, much worse. This is being done, after all, not 100 years ago, but in 1965, in a country which is blessed with what we call prosperity, a word we won't examine too closely, with a certain kind of social coherence, which calls itself a civilized nation and which espouses the notion of the freedom of the world. And it is perfectly true from the point of view now simply of an American Negro. Any American Negro watching this, no matter where he is, from the vantage point of Harlem, which is another terrible place, has to say to himself, in spite of what the government says we can't do anything about it. But those are white people being murdered in Mississippi work farms, being carried off to jail. Those are white children running up and down the streets. The government would find some way of doing something about it. We have a civil rights bill now. We had an amendment, the 15th Amendment, nearly 100 years ago. I hate to sound again like an Old Testament prophet, but if the amendment was not honored then, I don't have any reason for believing the civil rights bill will be honored now. And after all, one's been there since before, a lot of other people got there. If one has got to prove one's title to the land, isn't 400 years enough? 400 years, at least 3 wars. The American soil is full of the corpses of my ancestors. Why is my freedom or my citizenship or my right to live there, how is it conceivably a question now? And I suggest further that in the same way, the moral life of Alabama sheriffs and poor Alabama ladies, white ladies, their moral lives have been destroyed by the plague called color, that the American sense of reality has been corrupted by it. At the risk of sounding excessive, what I always felt when I finally left the country, found myself abroad in other places, and watched Americans abroad. And these are my countrymen, and I do care about them. And even if I didn't, there is something between us. We have the same shorthand. I know, when I look at a girl or a boy from Tennessee, where they came from in Tennessee, and what that means. No Englishman knows that, no Frenchman, no one in the world knows that except another black man who comes from the same place. One watches these lonely people denying the only kin they have. We talk about integration in America as though it was some great new conundrum The problem in America is that we've been integrated for a very long time. Put me next to any African, and you will see what I mean. And my grandmother was not a rapist. What we are not facing is the results of what we've done. What one begs the American people to do for all our sakes is simply to accept our history. I was there not only as a slave, but also as a concubine. One knows the power, after all, which can be used against another person if you've got absolute power over that person. It seemed to me when I watched Americans in Europe that what they didn't know about Europeans was what they didn't know about me. They weren't trying, for example, to be nasty to the French girl or rude to the French waiter. They didn't know they hurt their feelings. They didn't have any sense that this particular woman, this particular man, though they spoke another language and had different manners and ways, was a human being. And they walked over them with the same kind of bland ignorance, condescension, charming and cheerful, with which they'd always patted me on the head and called me shine, and were upset when I was upset. What is relevant about this is that whereas 40 years ago when I was born, the question of having to deal with what is unspoken by the subjugated, what is never said to the master, of having to deal with this reality was a very remote possibility. It was in no one's mind. When I was growing up, I was taught in American history books that Africa had no history, and neither did I. That I was a savage, about whom the less said the better, who had been saved by Europe and brought to America. And of course, I believed it. I didn't have much choice. Those are the only books there were. Everyone else seemed to agree. If you walk out of Harlem, ride out of Harlem, downtown, the world agrees. What you see is much bigger, cleaner, whiter, richer, safer than where you are. They collect the garbage. People obviously can pay their life insurance. The children look happy, safe. You're not. And you go back home. And it would seem then, of course, that it's an act of God, that this is true, that you belong where white people have put you. It is only since the Second World War that there's been a counter-image in the world. And that image not come about through any legislation on the part of any American government, but through the fact that Africa was suddenly on the stage of the world, and Africans had to be dealt with in a way that had never been dealt with before. This gave an American Negro, for the first time, a sense of himself beyond a savage or a clown. It has created, and will create, a great many conundrums. One of the great things that the white world does not know, but I think I do know, is that black people are just like everybody else. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. Alas, it is not true. We are also mercenaries, dictators, murderers, liars. We are human too. What is crucial here is that unless we can manage to establish some kind of dialogue between those people whom I pretend have paid for the American dream and those other people who have not achieved it, we will be in terrible trouble. I want to say at the end, at the last, is that is what concerns me most. We are sitting in this room, and we are all, at least we like to think we are, relatively civilized, and we can talk to each other at least on certain levels, so that we could walk out of here assuming that the measure of our enlightenment, or at least our politeness, has some effect on the world. It may not. I remember, for example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when this statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn with which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of the man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday. And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. What is dangerous here is the turning away from anything any white American says. The reason for the political hesitation, and in spite of the Johnson landslide, is the one who's been betrayed by American politicians for so long. And I'm a grown man, and perhaps I can be reasoned with. I certainly hope I can be. But I don't know, and neither does Martin Luther King, none of us know how to deal with those other people whom the white world has so long ignored, who don't believe anything the white world says, and don't entirely believe anything I or Martin say. And one can't blame them. You watch what has happened to them in less than 20 years. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, which has had Negroes in it for a very long time. If the city of New York were able, as it has indeed been able, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. And of course the Negroes hate it. Presently the property does indeed deteriorate because the children cannot bear it. They want to get out of the ghetto. If the American pretensions were based on more solid, a more honest assessment of life and of themselves, it would not mean for Negroes, when someone says urban renewal, that Negroes simply are going to be thrown out into the streets, which is what it does mean now. This is not...
Right? And it's like the same thing today, the, what do you call it, gentrification or whatever, right? It's like, it's just like different words for like the same thing, essentially.
Not an act of God. We're dealing with a society made and ruled by men. If the American Negro had not been present in America, I am convinced that the history of the American labor movement would be much more edifying than it is. It is a terrible thing for an entire people to surrender to the notion that 1/9 of its population is beneath them. And until that moment, until the moment comes when we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other, and that I am not a ward of America. I am not an object of missionary charity. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
tremendously moving moment now. The whole of the Union standing and applauding this magnificent speech of James Baldwin. Never seen this happen before in the Union in all the years that I have known it. Baldwin smiling, obviously delighted by his reception, tremendously moved by it.
I am now very grateful and very pleased to be able to call on Mr. William F. Buckley, Jr. to speak forth to this motion.
Now we have Mr. William Buckley, who will need all his skill to establish ascendancy over his audience, which has clearly been so deeply moved.
Thank you, Mr.
by the
President.
eloquence and
Baldwin.
personal experience of the preceding speaker.
Take our Burford, gentlemen. It seems to me that of all the indictments Mr. Baldwin has made of America, here tonight and in his copious literature of protest, the one that is most striking involves, in effect, the refusal of the American community to treat him other than as a Negro. The American community has refused to do this. The American community, almost everywhere he goes, treats him with the kind of unction, the kind of satisfaction at posturing carefully for his flagellations of our civilization, that indeed, quite properly, commands the contempt which he so eloquently showers upon us. It is impossible, in my judgment, to deal with the indictment of Mr. Baldwin unless one is prepared to deal with him as a white man. Unless one is prepared to say to him, the fact that your skin is black is utterly irrelevant to the arguments that you raise. The fact that you sit here, as is your rhetorical device, and lay the entire weight of the Negro ordeal on your own shoulders is irrelevant to the argument that we are here to discuss. The gravamen of Mr. Baldwin's charges against America are not so much that our civilization has failed him and his people, that our ideals are insufficient, but that we have no ideals. That our ideals rather are some sort of a superficial coating which we come up with at any given moment in order to justify whatever commercial and noxious experiment we are engaged in. Thus, Mr. Baldwin can write his book,
Like the Tuskegee experiments?
In which he threatens America. He didn't, in writing that book, speak with the British accents that he used exclusively tonight, in which he threatened America with the necessity for us to jettison our entire civilization. The only thing that the white man has that the Negro should want, he said, is power. And he is treated from coast to coast in the United States with a kind of unctuous
doesn't choose to give way. The interrupter must, and he has done. The interrupter now sat down.
Goes beyond anything that was ever expected from the most servile Negro creature by a Southern family.
Why can't he talk like a normal person? What the fuck?
Saying to him, Mr. Baldwin, I am going to speak to you without any reference whatever to those surrounding protections which you are used to in virtue of the fact that you are a Negro. And here we need to ask the question, what in fact shall we do about it, Mr. President? What shall we in America try to do, for instance, to eliminate those psychic humiliations which I join Mr. Baldwin in believing are the very worst aspects of this discrimination. You found it a source of considerable mirth to laugh away the statistics of my colleague, Mr. Burford. I don't think they are insignificant. They are certainly not insignificant in a world which attaches a considerable importance to material progress. It is, in fact, the case that 7/10 of the white income of the United States is equal to the income that is made by the average Negro. I don't think this is an irrelevant statistic, ladies and gentlemen. It takes a capitalization of $15,000, $16,000, $17,000 per job in the United States. This is a capitalization that was not created exclusively as a result of Negro travail. My great-grandparents worked too. Presumably yours worked also. I don't know of anything that has ever been created without the expense of something. All of you who hope for a
is he literally justifying slavery?
A considerable amount of effort. And I would thank you, please not to belie the fact that a considerable amount of effort went into the production of a system which grants a greater degree of material well-being to the American Negro than that is enjoyed by 95% of the other peoples of the human race. But even so, to the extent that your withering laughter suggested here that you found this a contemptible observation, I agree. I don't think it matters that there are 35 millionaires among the Negro community. If there were 20 million millionaires among the Negro community of the United States, I would still agree with you that we have a dastardly situation. But I'm asking you not to make politics as the crow flies, to use the fleeted phrase of Professor Oakeshott, but rather to consider what, in fact, is it that we Americans ought to do? What are your instructions that I'm to take back to the United States, my friend? I want to know what it is that we should do, and especially I want to know whether it is time, in fact, to abandon the American dream as it has been defined by Mr. Haycock and Mr. Burford. What, in fact, is it that we ought to do, for instance, to avoid two humiliations mentioned by Mr. Baldwin as being a part of his own experience during his lifetime. At the age of 12, you will find on reading his book, he trespassed outside the ghetto of Harlem and was taken by the scruff of the neck by a policeman on 42nd Street and Madison Avenue and said, "Here, you nigger, go back to where you belong." 15, 20 years later, he goes in and asks for a Scotch whiskey at the airport at Chicago and is told by the white barman that he is obviously underage and under the circumstances cannot be served. I know from your faces that you share with me the feeling of compassion and the feeling of outrage that this kind of thing should have happened. What, in fact, are we going to do to this policeman? And what, in fact, are we going to do to this barman? How are we going to avoid the kind of humiliations that are perpetually visited on members of a minority race? Obviously, the first element is concern. We've got to care that it happens. We have got to do what we can to change the warp and woof of moral thought in society in such fashion as to try to make it happen less and less. Let me urge this point to you, which I can do with authority, my friends, the only thing that I can tonight. And that is to tell you that in the United States, there is a concern for the Negro problem. Now, if you get up to me and say... if you get up to me and say, well, now, is there the kind of concern that we, students of Cambridge, would show if the problem were our own? All I can say is I don't know. It may very well be that there has been some sort of a sunburst of moral enlightenment that has hit this community, so as to make it predictable that if you were the governors of the United States, the situation would change overnight. I'm prepared to grant this as a form of courtesy, Mr. President. But meanwhile, I am saying to you that the engines of concern in the United States are working. The presence of Mr. Baldwin here tonight is in part a reflection of that concern. You cannot go to a university in the United States, a university in the United States presumably also governed by the Lord Spiritual, as you are, in which Mr. Baldwin is not the toast of the town. You cannot go to a university of the United States in which practically all other problems of public policy are preempted by the primary policy of concern for the Negro. I challenge you to name me another civilization, anytime, anywhere in the history of the world, in which the problems of a minority, which have been showing considerable material and political advancement, is as much a subject of dramatic concern as it is in the United States. Let me just say finally, ladies and gentlemen, this. There is no instant cure for the race problem in America. And anybody who tells you that there is a charlatan and ultimately a boring man. Boring precisely because he is then speaking in the kind of abstractions that do not relate to the human experience. The trouble in America where the Negro community is concerned is a very complicated one. I urge those of you who have
it's systemic.
An actual rather than a purely ideologized interest in the problem to read the book Beyond the Melting Pot by Professor Glaser, also co-author of The Lonely Crowd, a prominent Jewish intellectual, who points to the fact that the situation in America where the Negroes are concerned is extremely complex as a result of an unfortunate conjunction of two factors. One is the dreadful efforts to perpetuate discrimination by many individual American citizens as a result of their lack of that final and ultimate concern which some people are truly trying to agitate the other. Is as a result of the failure of the Negro community itself to make certain exertions which were made by other minority groups during the American experience. If you can stand a statistic not of my own making, let me give you one which Professor Glaser considers as relevant. He says, for instance, in 1900, there were 3,500 Negro doctors in America. In 1960, there were 3,900, an increase in 400. Is this because there were no opportunities, as has been suggested by Mr. Haycock and also by Mr. Baldwin implicitly? No, says Professor Glaser. There are a great many medical schools who are by no means practice discrimination, who are anxious to receive and to train Negro doctors. There are scholarships available to put them through, but in fact that particular energy, which he remarks was so noticeable in the Jewish community and to a certain and lesser extent in the Italian-Irish community, for some reason is not there. We should focus on the necessity to animate this particular energy, but he comes to the conclusion, which strikes me as plausible, that the people who can best do it, who can do it most effectively, are Negroes themselves. Let me conclude by reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, that where the Negro is concerned, the danger, as far as I can see at this moment, is that they will seek to reach out for some sort of radical solutions on the basis of which the true problem is obscured. They have done a great deal to focus on the fact of white discrimination against the Negroes. They have done a great deal to agitate a moral concern, but where, in fact, do they go now? They seem to be slipping, if you will read carefully, for instance, the words of Mr. Bayard Rustin, towards some sort of a Procrustean formulation which ends up less urging the advancement of the Negro than the regression of the white people. 14 times as many people in New York City born of Negroes are illegitimate as of whites. This is a problem. How shall we address it? By seeking out laws that encourage illegitimacy in white people? This, unfortunately, tends to be the
That's a false equivalence or whatever.
One thing you might do,
like, that's something that I think I still hear, like, just worded differently today, is that, oh, in order to give equality, we have to take rights from one group to give it to another. And it's like, that's not equality. Like it's like this, and we just want it like this. Not like that. Not like this, like that, equal. Like, how hard is it for people to understand equality? It's like it's putting everyone on the same level, no one above another group. Like, it's not that fucking hard.
Let them vote in Mississippi.
I agree. I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, and for except lest I appear too ingratiating, which is hardly my objective here tonight.
God, this guy is so fucking wordy. That just goes to show, like, intelligence alone isn't enough to fight, like, racism. Like, a lot of people are racist because they're not educated, but even then alone, like, that's not enough. Shamefully. Bill Cosby. I haven't heard of Bill Cosby in a long time. Inside Pinhurst.
That be institutionalized for the rest of my life.
My mother, she said that you will have to be put away somewhere, that I can't handle you no more. That's all she said. There was some people that came and took me up at Penhurst. That was very scary. Very, very frightening.
Well, most of them were just put there because parents didn't want them and didn't know how to deal with them. So they just, a lot of that happened. They just brought people there and dropped them off and pulled away.
We had no choice because her hyperactivity was taking effect on Christopher, who was 3 years younger. And so we had to make a decision. And the only thing available was Penhurst.
You didn't have to. You chose to. What the fuck? It's crazy how people, like, outsource
Tried
their
not
own
to cry
choices.
and waved and said goodbye. I don't think that he had any sense of what was to come. I don't think any of us did.
To not educational classes, but things to activities. So they did have activity.
We had music therapy, by the way.
Hello guys, and welcome back to another episode of Trey the Explainer. And today, ears and feet. But us humans have a knack for messing things up, and somewhere along the line, humanity started to care for and aid these individuals. We developed something called compassion. For example, anyone around today can be born paralyzed from the waist down, or completely blind, or mentally disabled, and survive to adulthood and live a long and happy life. No problem, due to the compassion and care society and their family members give them.
That's
When in
not
the wild and
true.
before
What?
the
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, you know how hard it is to get on disability? Like, you're judged by people that aren't disabled. Like people that know nothing about disability. Like, and they're usually like white crusty old guys as well. Like, I can't stand, like, they're like washing the history. Like, are you kidding me? Like, people are constantly still abused and discriminated on disability. Like, it's just crazy that that you would say that, like, we have equality now, as if like people aren't going homeless because they're disabled. The disability industrial complex. Oh my god, this sounds
America is more disabled than it has ever been before. Despite advances in medical technology, better treatments, and a better understanding of nutrition and
well, yeah, that's because most people can't afford care. So that because they can't get the small issues taken care of, the small issues become bigger issues. I mean, America is like the richest country, but that's only because like the 1% have all the fucking money.
In early America,
A lot of these videos are only 6 minutes long.
This landmark Supreme Court case led to one of This landmark Supreme Court case led to one of the most important civil rights decisions for disabled people in the United States. It was 1995, and artist Lois Curtis had spent most of her life in and out of Georgia institutions because of her cognitive and developmental disabilities. Lois's condition required her to have assistance from others, but without funding for proper community support, she was confined to hospitals and state institutions, a placement that even her doctor said wasn't necessary. Well, when the state of Georgia denied Lois the funding to pursue care outside of institutions, she remained determined to live life on her own terms. I'm Felicia for the win, and this is Roots of Resistance.
Roots of Resistance.
Lois Curtis's case would become known as the Olmstead decision. The outcome of this
I
case
remember hearing
opened the
about
door for people with disabilities to receive care within their communities and break free from the confines of institutionalized settings.
It's important to differentiate between institutionalized care and community care, and to recognize that there are multiple forms of each. Having access to community care means having the right supports, access to resources, including
Which a
financial
lot of people
resources,
still don't have in
to ensure
America.
that people with disabilities can be cared for among their families, among their friends, not isolated, not segregated away. Everybody should have that right.
In the 1800s, many institutions in the U.S. opened specifically for the disabled, but their goal was more to segregate and restrain than it was to help provide a better quality of life for its patients. People with physical or mental disabilities were often seen as outcasts and were impacted by the same level of stigma experienced by people who were convicted of crimes or those
Exactly. Like people say that like black people are the only ones that are oppressed or that white people can't be oppressed, but it's like a lot of those ironically a lot of those people don't even recognize disabled people as a minority, even though disabled people are a registered minority and it's the only minority of any place that you can go your whole life without being a minority, and then like a car wreck or you something could fall on your head, someone could attack you, and then suddenly you're a part of that minority. And for most Americans, no one cares about the disabled unless they become disabled themselves. Like that's just how it is. Like there's still not equality for disabled people. Nobody is ever more than temporarily abled. Huh. Ableism is spoon fed to all of us growing up. It manifests in the most insidious ways. All you need is just level 1 empathy to start. Yep.
who lived in poverty. The day-to-day at these institutions was more akin to a prison, with overcrowding, limited freedoms, and inhumane treatment. They were physically restrained, abused, and even fed rotten food. Many of these institutions were unregulated, not up to code, and considered unsafe. This was a reality that rang especially true for Rosemary Kennedy, the sister of John F. Kennedy, the president.
Oh, I
Growing
remember
up
hearing
in the
about this.
1920s and 30s, Rosemary had difficulty keeping up with her siblings, and as she got older, her temperament and developmental disabilities became even more precarious. Her father, Joseph Kennedy,
And yeah, that's another thing about disability is that like a lot of women were disproportionately affected like the term that they would use is calling a woman hysterical, and they would falsely, basically kidnap and imprison women for being like overly emotional, um, simply because they a lot of men wanted to control women. So like if they couldn't control a woman, they would just put her in an institution. Like it's fucked. It is so fucked.
The decision for her to receive a lobotomy in 1941.
Yeah, oh, and that's another thing. Yeah, lobotomy. Like holy shit. That's like that is horrible.
An operation that involves severing connections in the brain's prefrontal cortex. Now widely discredited, lobotomies were used to treat psychiatric and neurological issues at the time. And it was this procedure that left Rosemary completely incapacitated at just 23. Joe then sent her to an institution and hid her not only from the public, but from the family as well. Decades passed before she saw her brothers and sisters again. And when they uncovered
her
the truth of
tattoos.
what really happened to their lost sister, the siblings made efforts to transform the lives of people with disabilities in the United States.
Yeah, see, like typically the only people that care about the disabled are people that are disabled themselves or have a disabled family member. But a lot, because like one of the things that's fucked up is that like we have like Black History Month, which we should, but there is no Disabled History Month. Like there's still nothing like that in the education system. Disabilities are not talked about in the education system still to this day. So like even today, like the disabled are underrepresented like completely in like the education system.
Eunice Kennedy founded the Special Olympics, and JFK signed the Community Mental Health Act into law in 1963. The act was designed to offer more research on disabilities, eradicate asylums, and fund community care centers through local organizations. But the states operated with poor oversight, and the CMHA ultimately fell short of its promises. Long before JFK's initiatives, the League of the Physically Handicapped was founded in 1935, becoming the first direct action civil disobedience disability organization in the US.
And see, that's another thing people don't consider is that like if you're disabled, you typically can't protest. So like it's kind of hard to fight for your rights when you literally physically can't fight for your rights. And non-disabled people typically aren't going to fight for the disabled's rights like that. Like people will march for like pride and stuff like that, but like no one really represents the disabled even still to this day.
Momentum continued to grow in the 1940s and 50s, first with the National Federation of the Blind, and then the barrier-free movement, started by disabled veterans who championed accessible public spaces and more education and employment opportunities. The early 70s were transformative for disability rights as well. The Center for Independent Living, founded in Berkeley in 1972, was the first of its kind to provide crucial support and advocacy for people with disabilities to live autonomously. In 1973, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act was passed. This mandated that entities receiving federal funds could not discriminate against individuals with
But it still
disabilities.
happens.
But it took the pressure of the 504 sit-in in 1977 for the law to be fully implemented with proper regulations and
Right.
enforcement timelines.
Direct action has pretty much always been necessary when it comes to moving the needle for disability rights.
Right, that's
This
what's
has been
fucked.
shown time and again, fight after fight. And for the 504 sit-ins, disabled people had been asking for the regulations to be signed. We constantly have to put our lives and our bodies on the line to get the basic message of our humanity.
Yeah, see, that's what's fucked. It's like no one like protests like today or anything for like better disability rights. Like people literally think that just because you're disabled and you're unable to work that you get a monthly check. And that's not true. Like most people that are unable to work don't get disability. The entire system for disability, it looks for reasons to exclude you than it does to help you, which is why like most people that are homeless are like disabled in some way or another. That's what's so fucked about disability. Like, I don't know, it's just fucked.
When it came to the Capitol crawl, disabled people gathered to show what it means to be shut out of
Yeah, see, like
protesting.
no able people were protesting. It was just disabled people for fighting for the rights of the disabled. But like when it comes to like trans or anything else, you have, people that aren't trans protesting for trans rights, but literally no one protests for disability.
That affect their lives. And this was the central theme around so much of the activism that happened to make the Americans with Disabilities Act come to fruition.
1990 was a game changer for disability legislation when President George H.W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities
Well, I'm
Act.
surprised he was a part of
expands
that.
on the rights of Section 504 by explicitly prohibiting discrimination against people with disabilities in several areas, including employment, transportation.
But again, like none of those matter. Like hey, you're 40% less likely to get hired if you're disabled. So tell me how there's no discrimination on employment. You're 40% less likely to get a job with the same skill as someone else for being disabled. That's fucking crazy. Like that is you don't even get discriminated in jobs that much if you're black or trans or something. 40% less likely to get a job with the same qualifications because you're disabled. And so many people have to lie on their applications about not being disabled to get an interview, just to get an interview. Because if you're disabled, the first thing that they think about is the fiduciary responsibility. Will they be able to make as much money as someone that doesn't have a handicap? And that's literally all it comes down to in capitalism. Like disabled people aren't seen as actually humans. They're seen as a burden.
In public accommodations, communications, and access to state and local government programs and services.
And again, a lot of those programs and services deny like 60% of people, which is why most of the people that go homeless are disabled in some form or another. And it's also the only minority that you're discriminated on and gaslit by, right? So no one tells a black person that they aren't black. No one gaslights black people or brown people that they aren't that skin color, even though they are, even though they know they are, and they're telling you they are. No one gaslights well, I don't know. No one gaslights a gay person and says you're not gay because of the way you look. Like, or maybe there is, but it's like not to the extent. But like disabled people, if you're not in a wheelchair, like 90% of people won't consider you disabled unless you're like in a wheelchair or on crutches. It doesn't matter if you tell them you're disabled. They'll say that you aren't because you don't look like it. And that is most people.
All of these watershed moments served a crucial role in the foundation of the 1999 Olmstead decision, a case where discrimination, the right to choose one's accommodations, and inclusivity all come into play. Much like the Kennedys, Lois's family struggled to provide accommodations for her cognitive and developmental disabilities. However, Lois's family did not have the means to give her the complete support that she needed. Lois would often run away, and her mom would call 911, desperate to get her daughter back. But the police repeatedly took Lois to jail or mental institutions instead of just returning her home. Lois was only 11 years old.
It's crazy, kidnapped.
To Georgia Regional Hospital for her disabilities due to a lack of feasible solutions by the state. The staff treated Lois with psychiatric drugs that would keep her sedated for long periods of time, and the more time that she spent at institutions, the more miserable she became. Over the years, Lois's family made attempts to relocate her, but they were ultimately unsuccessful simply because better options didn't really exist. Diane Cobb was a nurse who treated Lois at Georgia Regional Hospital in the 1980s. She described Lois as sullen and depressed. She was withdrawn into herself and rarely smiled. That's how she survived that environment. She didn't look forward to something that she couldn't keep, like a friendship with someone or a rapport with a staff person.
I can relate to that.
There wasn't any nurturing within the psychiatric unit, only more meds and endless monotony. Employees at Georgia Regional Hospital were fully aware that Lois would thrive in a community care setting, but ultimately, they didn't have the power to make this transition for her themselves. Lois continued to express her desire to leave. A social worker connected her with Sue Jamison, a lawyer from Atlanta's Legal Aid Society. And upon hearing Lois's story and pleading for her freedom, Jamison immediately decided to help. And together, they were going to sue the state of Georgia.
Some social worker brought her to my attention because I don't think Lois would have thought to ask for legal assistance. But as soon as I met her and we talked, she definitely had no hesitation in saying that, as we always say, what is it that you think we could do for you? I work at Legal Aid and I'm a lawyer, and she'd say, get me out of here. Would you please get me out of here? When am I getting out of here?
In the early stages of
that's
developing
basically
their lawsuit,
kidnapping.
Sue came across the 1995 Supreme
Legal
Court case by the
kidnapping.
name of Helen L. versus Daddario. A disabled mother in Pennsylvania had sued the state to pay for her at-home care and remain with her children, instead of in an institution. The court agreed that instead of using the funds given to pay for a facility, Helen could use those same funds to find the situation that best suited her. And just like that, Lois and Jamison had the framework for their own case. After the case was filed, another Georgia Regional Hospital resident, Elaine Wilson, joined as a second plaintiff. Elaine experienced similar cognitive disabilities as Lois, and also shared grievances with the state. Elaine was repeatedly discharged from facilities and hospitals and threatened with placement in a homeless shelter. In addition to the precedent set in Helen L. versus Daddario in 1995, Sue argued that Lois and Elaine were being discriminated against according to the Americans with Disabilities Act. On May 11, 1995, their plans were set into motion when Jamison filed suit against Tommy Olmstead, the commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human
Of course,
Resources.
it had to be Georgia,
After
right?
4 years of litigation, Lois and Elaine won their case.
4
The Supreme Court
years.
ruled that it was truly discriminatory for a state to withhold financial support for non-institutional care. In their verdict, the court stated, confinement in an institution severely diminishes everyday life activities of individuals,
It's
including
basically
family
prison.
relations, social contacts, work options, economic independence, educational advancement, and cultural enrichment. The Olmstead verdict provided a pathway for disabled people to experience long-term freedom and autonomy in community care settings. Community care gives patients more freedom to make decisions for their own medical treatments and be better engaged with society at large. This kind of care can look like 24/7 live-in support, daily help with household work,
And you're
access to
lucky if
adult
you
day
get
programs,
those.
and even respite support for caretakers. Lois
That's
and
not true. Like I'm a caretaker and I don't get any support at all. Like you have to like have a certain level of education to get paid to caretake for someone. Like do you understand how crazy that is? Like like being a caretaker like doesn't mean that you get support for being a caretaker. Like you just don't.
and Elaine left a significant legacy. But even so, 25 years later, advocates are still working towards more independent and proper care.
So often, people who are seeking long-term services and supports end up being relegated to institutionalized care settings, despite the fact that Olmstead is very much legal precedent. A signature on a law does not necessarily mean that it's being enacted to its fullest potential. So much of the stigma is based on the fact that disabled people are not able to thrive in community settings. As we hold on to these very outdated, very incorrect ideas about disability, it interferes with disabled people having access to very basic civil rights. We are ignoring the fact that disability is very much part of the fabric of our humanity.
It's been reported that 16,000 disabled people are still housed in institutions across the US today, adding fuel to the fire that disabilities are still very much stigmatized in our society. Conversations around the needs for people with disabilities without their input have been a norm throughout history, even
Right.
with legislation like the Olmstead.
That's where the term no choice about us without us, like even still to this day, like people are like people without disabilities argue that people with disabilities shouldn't have their own say in like what they need. Like, you know how crazy that is? Like, that's just wild. Like, disabled people still to this day have to fight for accessibility tools. Like, we're literally told that, like, "Oh, you don't need this because I don't like it," or something, or that's cheating. Needing a calculator for dyscalculia. You're told that you're cheating using a calculator, even if your brain can't calculate numbers like everyone else. Like, it's crazy.
Decision in existence. And it's this reality that sustains activists like Emily Ladau in ensuring that the Olmsted decision can be a reality for all. Where do you see the future for disability rights? Let us know in the comments. I'm Felicia for the win, and I'll see you for the next episode.
What type will be this? Do I give you a short discourse or it's quick exchange? How it is?
Oh,
planned?
it's fairly free flowing. So I'll ask a question and you can just go on. I'm not going to do.
That's not good to
Oh no,
say
it's not
to
good.
me.
No, it's not.
Because then, let's say you ask me a question and you stop me at 10 to 2.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. That's it.
Don't
look. If I want to come in, I'll go like that.
No, you should be more like this innocent devil. You should be a little bit more explicit, you know.
Slavoj Žižek, welcome to How the Light Gets In.
It's an honor for me to be here.
In an age where many say ChatGPT can now outsmart humans, where science is often worshipped as the basis of knowledge and an advancement in behavior is studied under psychology, what's the point of philosophy and how should we think about the role of philosophy today?
As I always repeat, I don't think philosophy can provide big answers. What philosophers can do, and I agree here even with real scientists like yesterday, Carlo Rovelli, who was here. You know,
Without philosophy, there is no like sense of ethics or equality. So philosophy is definitely important. It's a way of understanding complex realities.
scientists often operate with a set of inherited traditional concepts. For example, precisely with quantum physics. What does it mean for our notion of time, of movement, and so on? Here, philosophy enters. Or in ecology. Yeah, abstractly, we all admit we are in deep shit, blah, blah, with nature. But the task of philosophy is to raise the question, to what extent is the way we formulate a problem part
I
of the
disagree with
problem?
that.
What, for me, truly dialectical leftist, whatever, philosopher would say to ecology is, let's see, because you never perceive a crisis in a general way. Let's see concretely, and you immediately see, with a conservative ecologist who think, let's return to old local communities and so on. We have state ecologists. They were very popular in East Germany, Soviet Union. We need a well-organized, almost totalitarian planned state. It didn't work. We have capitalist ecologists, even some leftists, who claim you can simply regulate it by taxing more products and so on, all that. So
Which doesn't work.
as a philosopher, my point is not some divine Platonic ideas, but very practical orientation. Okay, you are saying this. What does it mean in practice? Here, things may get me into trouble, but especially, for example, with regard to feminism. I think I can say this honestly.
Wait, is he
with all my bad jokes? Totally pro-feminist, but I always suspected that what we vaguely identify as woke or cancel culture and so on, that there is something even upper middle class in it, and that the secret target are ordinary people. I know in United States, in a typical discourse at a university, of course, their secret target is, but you know, Hispanics, how they treat women. No, for me, struggle for, I always like to use this example. What I didn't like at Me Too is, do you remember when it began to explode in public? It was focused usually on one scene. At a party or in a pub, you men try to pick up a woman, and when do you exert pressure on her? When do you go too far? And my argument, and so many women accepted joyfully this, is, listen, okay, but for me, the tragedy is not if you are a rising movie star and the producer tells you, go to bed with me, otherwise you don't get the role. Okay, it can hurt your career, but isn't it the true horror? You know who said this once publicly? Your leftist actress, Kirsten Stewart. She said, but why just the two of them, producer and dancer? Look around. Imagine their ordinary cleaning ladies, secretaries, and so on. Imagine a woman. That's my, you are in early 30s. From a male chauvinist standpoint, you are, I'm sorry to say this, it's not I prefer older women, but in the dirty sense. But you are losing your attraction. You have a
Oh yeah, that's like red pill. That's basic like red pill ideology that like age has, for some reason, age has something to do with like a person's worth or something.
husband who doesn't hate you, but more and more ignores you. And then, of course, it's this silent agreement. You have to do a lot of job at home, and you don't love him. He doesn't love you. But since he earns at least more money, if you have 2 children, what hope is there for you?
Right. It's like a capitalistic relationship instead of like it's like a social construct than it is a relationship. That's definitely like a problem I feel like in today's society.
You cannot leave children. This is the true horror for me. You know, this everyday constellation. That's why, although they were fascists, I don't like Peronists in Argentina. But Evita Peron did one wonderful thing. Did you know this? In 1950, close to her death, it was the first country in the world. She introduced a law when women have period, if they are employed 2 days free. You know, for me, ideology is not something abstract, are you she, they, or what. It's this daily material practices where the true subordination and so on. And here we philosophers should enter, I think.
So at the beginning, you said that the role of philosophy, or part of the role, is to deconstruct the way we
I don't like this term, but I get what you point.
Yes, deconstruct the way
I'm not a deconstructionist.
No, you're not a deconstruct. I won't accuse you of that. But it's to find the problems with what we think. But you can keep finding problems that exist all the way down to the point at which you're not really saying anything, or you can't say anything concrete. So how does your understanding of philosophy evolve?
I would be more precise. What we have to do is, like, we all agree, not all. There are people like Trump and so on who deny ecological crisis. But most of us hypocritically even agree there is an ecological crisis. The role of a philosopher is not this reduction, because then you have to do the other way also. These daily practices, how women are treated, do they do the homework, and so on. It's again, and I will now hypocritically rely on a high authority, which will not be the guy who was here, Corbett, but my good friend Alvaro Garcia Linera, the ex-Morales vice president. The whole success of the rule of Morales was that they discovered that this standard Marxist focus on working class exploited no longer works in our countries. If you have a good position, they're disappearing, permanent job at the factory, okay, formally you are exploited, blah, blah. But nonetheless, you have a certain level of life. You know you will be retired, you will get something, elementary healthcare, and so on. It's almost privileged to have this today.
Yeah, it is. Dude, that is so spot on. He is so correct there. Like, being able to work is essentially a privilege because there are so many people that cannot work a job or can't get a job, right? There's a lot of people that are looking for a job and can't get a job. So that's definitely one privilege I feel like people kind of overlook is that people complain about having a job, but like try complaining about having a job, like actually like not having a job, but complaining about actually having a job and being successful in any extent to a person that can't work. Like most disabled people would, metaphorically kill to be able to work a job.
The big problem of working class today for me is not just Frederick Jameson, my just deceased good friend, had this, that we should also talk about ecological exploitation, like what is happening with new forms of mining, where you don't exploit any person, you just ruin their environment. No, it happens with Inuits in Canada, in Peru, and so on. So this form of exploitation, then the unpaid implicit, it's not women in the strict Marxist sense who stays at home, does the work. They are not exploited in the formal sense. Exploitation means the capitalist own the means of production, but their unpaid work is crucial for the system. Without their unpaid work, the system wouldn't function. And
Oh, that is such a good point. I never thought about that. I guess because like I'm a guy, but that is such a crucial distinction. Yeah, I feel like if you do like if you do be like a stay at home mom, I think you should get paid for doing housework. I think that would be like a really good a good equality measure is that like if someone has to be a stay at home mom or dad or something that they get paid for doing that because it does serve society, right? Like it benefits society, not just the family, but it benefits society. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
my mega example is, this is where I, up to a point, agree with the guy who is, I think, already crawling around here. This means if I talk like this of him, that he is my friend, Yanis Varoufakis, no? That precarious work. And then these agencies, the new feudal agencies like Uber and so on, they claim we don't exploit anyone. If you are Uber driver, you own your means of production. We just bring together the two sides, people who want what you are offering and you know what's so ingenious here? That the ideology is, even an Uber driver, he is a small capitalist. We are all small capitalists, and here they misuse terribly the term of freedom. You are free. You can stay off just when you want. So you are given false freedom. At the same time, I like this. You don't perceive the company as your competitor, but other drivers. So it's as if there is a struggle among workers themselves. This is the most ingenious invention of today's capitalism. It's more brutal uncertainty exploitation, but in a form of freedom. Like, as a guy who believes in this, explain to me. Let's say you have $5,000 and you can freely decide. Will you go to a holiday? Will you put it into education of your son? Will you whatever? This ideology of we are all small capitalists. So it's
Unless you're
that's
disabled.
my lesson. It's very important in a complex social situation, which form do you put forward as the, sorry for this old-fashioned, almost Stalinist term, as the typical one. You know where it was wonderful ideological operation here? You are too young to remember when Thatcher was followed by John Major. You remember all of a sudden, when financial crisis, so-called, began, one specific figure was elevated into what I call in Hegelian terms, concrete universality, a particular case which embodied what conservatives embodied. Young, unmarried mother, woman. There is violence among the young people, yeah, because she is not married, cannot control the child. People are on drugs, yes, because she didn't control them, and so on. All of a sudden, this figure of a young, unmarried mother became...
Actually, don't studies prove that it's like it's more like the father? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, it's not really the mother that is like the cause of um like people growing up wrong. It's usually the father, from my understanding.
The symbol of all that is wrong. This is, I think, most that philosophy can and should do.
We've talked about the role of philosophy in politics, but I want to talk a little bit about the role of philosophy in science. So you've recently taken part in panels with people like Roger Penrose, Sean Carroll, Lee Smolin.
Roger Penrose was a total failure, unfortunately, because we simply, and it's my guilt, by they have been Sabine Hosenfelder and Roger Penrose, they were narrowly in their space. And I like brutally attacked them with my generalities.
So the problem is, without God, can we think, is it possible to think reality as in itself ontologically simply incomplete, not fully structured?
But I agree. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. But more recently, Carlo
I love
Rovelli.
ontology.
I'm just wondering why...
as you could see yesterday, there is a difference. There is instant love. You know that.
What have you learnt from those debates, or what are you seeking to?
A lot.
And what are you seeking maybe to teach people, if you are?
And like, look at Oppenheimer or whatever. Like he wasn't just like into math. He was mostly like into philosophy. Like, philosophy is great when it's paired with other fields. Like, I feel like philosophy is best when it's paired with like science or math or something like that, like physics, because it adds an extra depth to it. It adds like extra meaning to something that already means something, if that makes sense.
No. I'm not that arrogant philosopher who knows better than themselves what and so on. Up to a point, I can do what Rovelli himself admits. Rovelli knows, with all his good colleagues, Lee Smolin, which is the political correct terms, partner, lover, significant other, Francesca Vidotto, and so on. They are aware that the time of Copenhagen orthodoxy is over. Copenhagen orthodoxy meant don't even think about ontological question, shut up and calculate, you know. But today it became necessary to raise the question, what is the status of wave function? And at this point,
wave function, I just learned about that recently.
Kind of philosophy enters. Many scientists, I don't criticize them for what they are doing, but for how often they adopt the worst vulgar philosophy. Like, you have many quantum physicists who claim that was what Carlo was attacking yesterday. Observation only constitutes reality, so we are back in subject. That's one point. Second, much more important point is the basic philosophy.
Yeah, just like philosophy is like historically, always been abused, right? I think it's on like any tool. Philosophy it's on how it's used and like what it's paired with. Because like a bad philosophy could lead you down like a nihilistic path, or like good philosophy could give you a sense of purpose, meaning and joy, where otherwise you might not have had that. Like your life was empty without philosophy before that point. And just like science can be used to create weapons or cures, right? Philosophy can be used to create or destroy, to increase or reduce.
One. I try to remain a materialist, but I think that
Right,
to
materialism.
really account for human subjectivity, you cannot do it within the frame of this old notion of materialism, which is very primitive one. Empty
Right.
space and look, small balls of matter fly there. Here, I think, quantum physics does it, and most important, I think that if you apply the model, basic model, I simplify to the utmost, of quantum mechanics, which is this idea of superpositions of states, and then collapse, which is a contingent collapse, and attached with this the notion of hologram, which means at every moment, after we have a collapse, other alternatives don't simply disappear, but they are retroactively constructed as part of a new narrative, this idea of changing the past.
Oh, this goes into like recursive ethics and stuff, and that's like, yeah, that's kind of like recursive ethics. That's fascinating. I love this. I gotta bookmark this. This is great. But yeah, like recursive is instead of going in a circle, you go in a semicircle and like you ask a question and then you refine it into a circle, and then instead of going right back to where it was, you can go to the left and then it with a more complete problem. And that's kind of what he's talking about, like a collapse and then getting a new, like a new.
Not magically. What happened, happened. But part of this is what we should apply today to history. With all my respect for Marx, where I'm critical of Marx is that there still is very strongly present a kind of progressive evolution or teleology, like he is open, we may screw it up, but basically history is moving towards socialism, communism, whatever you say,
Right.
no? And it's not even enough what Rosa Luxemburg said. Everybody likes to, the future will be socialism or barbarism. No, Stalin proves that it can be both at the same time. No, sorry,
Right.
to go back. We are today in a situation where precisely in a situation of superpositions. It's an open situation. Maybe a new barbarism will prevail, where there will be islands of relative safety, and in other parts of the world, what happens now, I know very well the situation, it may surprise you, in Democratic Republic of Congo, and not so much Rwanda, but Sudan, not just South. Companies are, sorry, society is in decay there. So I think that we cannot rely on any higher historical necessity. We live in an open situation. It's up to us. History is not predetermined.
Yeah, basically he's talking about history not repeating itself, and that like we shouldn't be doomed to repeat history. Like you can just because like some forms of political ideologies were used, I guess, evil in the past doesn't necessarily mean that it could be evil today. I think like anything, it just really depends on the leader.
You're talking about the predetermination of history. In 1989, you said the ideology of progress is the greatest obstacle to truly progressing. And more recently, you wrote a series of essays called Against Progress. What's the problem that you have with progress?
At a couple of levels. First, I think progress is not a global notion. You absolutely should avoid this idea, stones, minerals, crystals, plants, animals, then humans. No, I'm not saying these narratives are wrong. I'm saying that they are constructed always retroactively. When one orientation wins, it rewrites history. Marx is here ambiguous, but at some point in Grundrisse, he is on the right track. You know, when he said that, this sounds very teleological, you know, that the anatomy of a man is key to the anatomy of the ape. No, this doesn't mean man was the natural goal of development. He meant quite by chance, out of apes or whoever, humans developed. And once we are humans, the past appears to us as progressive. Marx says the same about capitalism. It offers us a clue of all past history, but he is very clear. He says, but the fact that capitalism happened in Europe, etc., it could not have happened, and you would have a totally different story, and so on. I like this idea of how, and since I'm still a shitty male chauvinist romantic, my favorite example here is love. How it's a little bit like love, you know, you walk on the street, you sleep on a banana, a lady helps you. Oh, maybe it's the love of your life. And then, of course, you retroactively reconstructed everything was predestined. All the life I was waiting to meet you. Yes, you should say this once it happens. And that's for me also the deepest aspect of Hegelian dialectics. It's not that everything is necessary, it's that in a complex situation, when one tendency wins, it establishes itself as necessary. Necessity is always a contingent category. What in a certain situation prevails as a necessity is contingent. You know whom I like here? He is very close to quantum physics. You know the guy who unfortunately died? David Graeber. His famous analysis, for example, of Inca society. How they said it's not just this sacrificing children, brutality. No, there was also a totally opposite, much more in our terms, democratic tendency. And this is my idea about, going back nonetheless to your question, about progress. Always, we should be obsessed by this. Always raise the question, who paid the price of the progress? This brings me back even with your, I think you mentioned this before, artificial intelligence and so on. It's a mega great thing. But look what is already happening. And I'm not saying it's necessarily a catastrophe. Do you know that all around the world they're measuring IQ? And I don't want to enter into this problem. I know it's real. Are there implicitly racist criteria?
Yeah.
The point is just that they are measuring it all the time in the same way. Do you know that according to all data from India, South Africa, United States, till 2010, the average IQ was slightly getting up. After 2010, we are getting more and more stupid.
Right.
Why? And here is my the danger.
I think a part of it is social media, to be honest, because most people just spend their time on mindless entertainment. They're not interested in learning, like short form content, for instance. Like I think there is a direct correlation between short form content and a decrease in intelligence, especially in America. Like YouTube and TikTok, I think ruined like complete generations and newer generations, absolutely, that are raised on the algorithm of just constantly swiping one to the next, never actually gaining anything, just losing, because your brain is a muscle, and if you don't exercise your brain, you are going to get less intelligent.
I see. It's at the same time an incredible plasticity and so on. But you know the joke, everybody knows it, that I used what would be ideal sex today. it should be a lady, sorry, none of you, I don't want to insult you. We have a date, we say, yes, we will do it, but what happens? I come, you come with your plastic electric dildo, I come with the plastic vagina, both, and what we do is, that's for me ideal sex today. We sit down, you put your dildo into my vagina, we reconnect them, and they are buzzing. And we can say, wonderful, the machine is doing sex, we can now have a nice chat, drink tea. Isn't something same doing today? It's horrible what is happening in academia. You have all these free access journals, but you know how...
Yeah, exactly. Like, never at a time in history has information been accessible to almost everyone. Anyone that has access to a phone and internet has access to almost any sort of information. And yet at the same time, paradoxically, like, people aren't using it to learn. People aren't using it to think or to ask questions or to engage in any form of dialogue. Like, most communication these days is like comments and replies to comments.
They function. Already some people suspect the majority of texts are written by chat GPT. Then many of these journals use chat, they fake reviewers, use chat GPT to review the text, and then the so-called readers, quite a lot of them, use chat GPT to read the review and give you a one-page summary or whatever. So all the machine is working, we are
circular.
Out. Now, does this simply mean maybe it's not bad? We can reflect, do nice things, listen to music. No, because the other side of this machines are doing is that machines are also including us. Like my real fear, I wrote a book on it, is what Elon Musk calls Neuralink, but Zuckerberg is also doing it. This frightens me. Maybe it will not be so bad. Just know, this idea of a direct link between not just my brain, the flow of my thoughts, and the digital machine. This means that the one who controls the machine can, up to a point, literally control my thinking, implement...
Oh, I never thought about it like that. Holy shit. That is crazy. I never... It's like so obvious. But I haven't really heard anyone put it like that. Because, yeah, whoever controls information controls the masses. If that's anything that we've learned from history, is that information has always been able to be used as a method of control. Which is why, like, for a long time, you had to be rich to be literate. Like, especially if you go far back enough, like, only the rich were, like, knowledgeable, like, literate. Because if you don't want someone to rebel or to resist oppression, then you want to keep them as stupid as possible so that they don't have the means to resist.
It and so on. And our basic notion of freedom is, and it's good, I am here in my thoughts, I am free. Reality is out there. This will no longer hold. And sorry for being a dirty old man, but this will be horrible for sex, you know. Let's say I exchange glances with some potential partner. No flirting, no. We just, our brains are connected. Yes, yes, okay.
Oh, this was in a movie. There was a movie with Sylvester Stallone. Was it Demolition Man? It might have been Demolition Man.
We both want and so on. It will do something. I'm too stupid to predict what. But I really think that those who claim we are entering into a post-human era are right here. I'm not just a pessimist that we will be robots and so on. I don't know what. I only think that some of the basic presuppositions, automatic, of being a human being will have to be rethought.
So you think Steven Pinker's notion that you can use rationality to achieve progress is just completely off the cards?
You know, I am all for rationality. I'm very even Eurocentric and so on. But, you know, it's so typical that precisely people who refer to rationality are usually then in
Irrational.
their private life so full of superstitions.
Exactly. Like that's the problem. Like most people would probably claim to be logical or rational, but like they don't practice any form of like ethics or philosophy to spot out contradictions in their own life, right? Like which is irrational. Like to me, it's irrational to not practice ethics or philosophy because then you're just living off of like your beliefs.
Madness and so on and so on. For example, in Slovenia, there was a group of people who tried to this Celtic mysticism, build some sacred sword which will. They were all quantum scientists, biologists, and so on. You know, no, I think that precisely to maintain its rationality, science needs philosophy,
Exactly.
otherwise it gets lost. The point
Exactly.
is here, more generally, definition of rationality. What do you mean by rationality? It's just this instrumental rationality. I want this. For example, I want pleasure, eat, sex, and so on. Here, the philosophical aspect of psychoanalysis becomes very important. I think,
Exactly.
as a Freudian, that the most stupid element in American Constitution is that famous, you know, pursuit of happiness. No, if there is a definition of human being, is we are beings who systematically self-sabotage their pursuit of happiness. So
Exactly.
we have to ask, what do you, if you are just a rationalist, you usually just presuppose that if you proceed in a rational way, problems will be so blah, blah, blah. But what does it mean to be rational? How?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, for one, you can't be rational if you believe in superstitions like religions. A rational person would study and practice ethics. So, because most people say they're good automatically, like no one's the villain in their own story. And a part of that reason is because of ego and pride, and because ego and pride, people aren't able to actually learn or progress. Like so, like a rational person that wants to be moral will study and practice ethics, because otherwise you're just believing that you're rational or a good person. Like there has to be some form of measurement to determine whether you are good or like moral or immoral, and the only rational logical measurement of that is ethics and philosophy. So for one, you can't be rational unless you study ethics or philosophy, because then you're just saying you're a good person. Everyone just says they're a good person, but if you analyze their actions and the outcomes of their actions under an ethical framework, most people aren't actually good people. So yeah, like like it's irrational to say that you're a good person and then not have a way of measuring and proving that. Like yeah, I mean, like serial killers say they're not bad people. Obviously, we have a measurement system for that, which is consequentialism, right? The outcome is hurting other people, and that's immoral unless it's in self-defense. But again, how do you determine that without ethics? Like that is ethics. Consequential cause and effect is ethics.
How do you, as a rationalist, answer the debate that I had yesterday with Lawson, no, like plurality of truth and so on and so on. What would you say as a rationalist? If you are an honest rationalist, you should accept the result that every rational logic has some implicit presuppositions. Like
Exactly.
if you say only in a rational way we can reach peace and happiness. Oh, what do you mean by happiness? What do you mean by peace? Do we want peace at all? And so on. So in this sense, I am even for more rationality. Just rationality
Exactly.
is authentically a dialectical notion. It has to, not just in this common sense, question itself, question its presuppositions. As a philosopher,
That's what my framework does. Holy shit. He's literally describing my framework. That's crazy. My framework is able to question itself. You can question the framework itself using the framework. He's literally describing the hyper-sanity framework. That's crazy. He's describing my paradox that I created. No fucking way. I'm actually ahead of him? No fucking way. I gotta turn this into a video. That's crazy. He's literally describing my own work.
I always ask, but what is already secretly implied in what you are saying? And an elementary philosophical approach tells you immediately that rationalists.
Here, let me look at my framework. Let's see. Let me look for presuppositions because I think I have that. I know I did a presupposition somewhere. Yes, okay, I found it. Sweet. I can actually prove what I'm saying so people don't think I'm crazy. Okay, yeah, hyper-sanity. Here we go. So he's literally describing my framework. People keep asking, what is your framework assume? What are its presuppositions, its dogmas? But hyper-sanity doesn't deal in belief. It diagnoses belief. So today I'm going to show you the skeleton, what hyper-sanity assumes, where it comes from, and why I trust it more than any ideology. And I'll prove it using Gnosticism, Hermetic ethics, Neoplatonic metaphysics, and the logic of stories. The truth doesn't comfort, it ruptures. Gnostics knew this. Sophia's realization wasn't peaceful, it was horrifying. In Hermetic alchemy, awakening begins by burning down the false. In Neoplatonism, suffering begins the moment you exit the cave. You don't suffer while enslaved to illusion, it's comforting. You suffer when the illusion cracks and you see reality for what it is. That's why so many people cling to hypo-sanity. Ignorance doesn't hurt until you lose it. Gnosis is direct perception. Belief is outsourced thinking. Gnostics taught that salvation came from knowing, not from ritual. Hermeticism says, as within, so without. You have to see the pattern. In narrative logic, the hero only escapes the loop when they stop believing what the system tells them and start seeing it for themselves. Belief is what keeps prisoners in the cave. Gnosis is what burns their eyes on the way out. What does this mean? This is literally what Matrix is about. Matrix uses Neoplatonism as an allegory. That's why he says, "Why'd my eyes hurt so much?" Because that's directly from Plato's cave, Plato's allegory of the cave. If your theory ignores suffering, it's not a theory, it's violence. Gnostics called the demiurge evil because he demanded obedience while allowing suffering. Hermetics warn that power without balance leads to corruption, and Neoplatonism says the one radiates the good. Truth and goodness are one beam. So when people say, I'm just being rational, I ask, rational for whom? If your logic helps the strong and silences the broken, it's not logic, It's camouflage. Assumption 4. All systems must be falsifiable, including this one. This is what he was talking about. My framework can question itself. Gnosticism never claimed final answers. It demanded rebellion. Hermetics reshaped symbols and never froze them. Platonius said even the one is beyond understanding. So if you can't question your framework, you don't have one. You have a cult. Assumption 5. Language can lie, experience cannot. The logos reflects, but distorts. Your body doesn't. Pain is clean. That's why lived suffering is more trustworthy than intellectual posturing, right? Someone saying that they know oppression that's never actually been oppressed. That's why ignoring someone's embodiment is always a step towards error. Assumption 6. Ignoration is measurable harm. The greatest sin of hyposanity isn't ignorance, it's dismissal. Every time someone tells a disabled person, a poor person, or a witness to injustice that their suffering is just their perspective, then they're not being neutral. They're enacting epistemic violence. The demiurge didn't need to kill Sophia, he just needed to silence her. That's ignoration. That's what hypersanity hunts. So hypo versus hypersanity. Hypo is comfort first thinking. Hypersanity is truth first, even painful. Most people, especially in America, are hypo-sane. Hypo means less sane from a logical, rational perspective, because like most people just choose entertainment instead of education. Why? Because if there's something that proves them wrong, it makes them uncomfortable, and people will go through great lengths to keep themselves ignorant and stupid. So hyposanity protects ideology. Hypersanity dismantles all structures. Hyposanity uses logic to erase. Hypersanity uses contradictions to reveal. Hyposanity denies the invisible. Hypersanity centers the marginalized. Hyposanity is what the cave calls normal. Hypersanity is what makes you turn around. This isn't a belief system, it's a test. You hold it up to any framework, religious, political, academic, and if the system can't survive the test, it was never built to hold truth. So no, hypersanity has no dogmas. It's just a recursive blade, and it cuts everything, including me. Next time, I'll show you how utilitarianism collapses when you test it with the same sugar. Yeah, it's from a video I did. So basically, you could use my framework to prove me wrong if there is something irrational or illogical about the framework. You could use the framework to prove me wrong. So this is what keeps it from being a cult. In cults, you can't prove the cult wrong using its own methodology, right? That's why cults are so effective, is there's no method for disproving the cult in its own system. Yeah, that's crazy. Let's see here.
For example, I will give an example because of which Steven Pinker himself, I know, he doesn't like me. In one of my books, I attacked him when he tries to explain why we don't understand how our consciousness emerged. And he gives a simple evolutionary answer, which is maybe up to a point correct, that consciousness, the problems our mind is equipped to deal with, are problems of survival, like we have a good mind to flirt, to cheat, to lie in sexual seduction, or to collaborate with others. So that's what our mind can do. But sorry, to know how our mind works is not part of our evolutionary program. We don't need it. And then he uses a totally wrong metaphor. He says, in the same way that a rabbit cannot understand differential mathematics because it's not in the scope of its survival. You know, for the same reason we cannot understand our mind and so on. My problem, yeah, but a rabbit also doesn't care about differential mathematics. Why in all the history of humanity, We are obsessed with so-called impossible metaphysical questions, and it turned out this to be very productive for science itself.
Exactly.
What
Like Oppenheimer
began as
and Schopenhauer.
metaphysical speculation, you go down. That's why I celebrate quantum mechanics and relativity
Like a
theory.
wave
They even
function,
speak
whatever.
in a very nice way of experimental metaphysics. Look,
Yeah,
till
yeah, exactly. Like that's where the whole saying of highly advanced science is indistinguishable from magic. That's partly due to philosophy combined with advanced science and math. That's essentially what it
100
is.
years ago, the question like, do we have a
Like so like what he's saying, like if we went back 1,000 years ago with a smartphone, do you think people would be able to do you think people would be able to understand what you were trying to show them, or would they just attack you first? Like they would think you were a god, right? This magic brick that lights up and makes sounds, and they've never heard or seen anything like that. They would think you were like either like a demon, like a devil, or they would think that you were a god.
free will? Is the universe infinite or not? These were metaphysical questions. Now they are experimental questions of quantum ontology and so on. So again, I treat myself as a Eurocentrist, proudly. But Eurocentrist in this reflective sense of doubting all the time, questioning your
Exactly.
presuppositions.
Yes, exactly. That's all I do. All I do is analyze and like ask questions that people normally don't. Like a lot of people aren't interested in asking questions that cause discomfort, but that's where I live. I live in hard questions that most people don't ask. Like I love the hard questions most people don't ask because that's where you get like the best insight. It's fun. Like it can be uncomfortable, but like it's just like the same way. Like a lot of people will avoid rationality, will avoid asking questions about that are hard, right? Because it brings them discomfort. Well, it's the same way your brain, your mind is the same way, in that your brain like matures the more you exercise it, the more hard questions you ask, and you develop a tolerance for cognitive dissonance and asking those hard questions. It's like the same way with exercising physically. Physically it's discomforting, which is why most people avoid it. But if you embrace it instead of avoiding it, then you actually get a positive outcome. One second. That's why when I have actual conversations and people ask me questions, it's my favorite thing, but a lot of people don't ask me questions. It's like even simple questions like I love just because it engages, it's like exercising the brain. And like by engaging and people asking questions, it can evolve like my understanding of even basic things.
And to move on to something slightly different, you're well known for using humor, as you have done in this interview, to express your point.
Darker and darker.
Getting darker and darker. But what is the role of humor in philosophy?
First, I will tell you that all philosophers are usually quite good of humor. I know, but I still think he's a serious guy in philosophy. I know some specialists who read all of Heidegger, Martin Heidegger letter. He is the only guy in whose letters, not just big written books, you do not find not even one humorous remark. The only one that I found is after Heidegger met Jacques Lacan, and you know how he characterized Lacan. It's not a big joke, but an element. This is a psychiatrist who himself obviously needs a psychiatrist. So I think that, especially Hegelian dialectics has the structure.
That's genius because like that's genius on so many levels because it's true. Like psychiatrists need other psychiatrists or psychologists because because people are so easily programmed to lie to themselves so convincingly that they'll lie to other people without even realizing it. And like yeah, it's really hard to diagnose the self. Like that's where metacognition comes in, which is like analyzing why you believe what you believe, how do you know what you believe, the difference between what you know and what is belief, fact, or belief. That's a good joke. I like that. That's really good. A psychiatrist that needs a psychiatrist. But yeah, that is an actual thing. Like a lot of psychiatrists will hire other like psychiatrists to deal with their problems. And what's also ironic that adds another layer to it is that a lot of psychiatrists become psychiatrists um because they have problems themselves.
Of a joke. This is the joke I used yesterday. It's very Hegelian about, you know, Trump as God, God turns around. And there is a moment of reflexive reversal, with comical reversal, which is for me immanent to philosophy. And
He's talking about like hyper comedy, like my hyper-sane comedy. It's basically intelligent, thought-provoking comedy that uses like comedy that uses philosophy. One example of hyper comedy would be Monty Python. Like that's one of the reasons why Monty Python is so just amazing, and even still to this day, Monty Python is thought-provoking, and that's because it uses intelligent philosophy with humor. So the more you know about something, the funnier and the more you enjoy it. It's not just like a surface level comedy thing. It's like really intelligent comedy.
Today I use it because what is happening today when terms are so misused? Did you know, when was it, a week or two ago, when Trump, United States accepted 59 Boer refugees from South Africa, and they claim it's Holocaust there. Sorry, 59 people took their luggage.
Yeah, see, this is what you call a lexicological conundrum quandary, and that's when people use the wrong word for the wrong thing. Like lexi is like language, like words, like a lexicon, which is like a dictionary. So it's a lexicological conundrum quandary. You're using the wrong word for the wrong thing. And that's like, I feel like most people do that to this day. Like, most people use the wrong, like, use definitions, like the actual definitions, wrong. Like, most people will say that anything generated by AI is automatically slop, but the actual definition of slop um is quality. So like there's human slop and there's AI slop. Like there's no distinction between like the actual definitions of words anymore. It's crazy.
That's Holocaust, and what? Gaza is not Holocaust, or what? We live in such a crazy world where it's not simply the situation is serious, crazy, so that we don't get crazy, let's use dark humor. There is literally a humor, dark humor, in the sense of crazy reversals, which is
Yes.
part of our reality today.
Exactly. That's what he's talking about, hyper
With the
comedy.
rise of the self-optimization and self-improvement industry, it's a very fast-growing market. You yourself have written dozens of books, hundreds of articles, and attend hundreds of events.
I actually have a book that I'm almost done with. It's going to be an audio book on Spotify. And then I have another book that I need to self-publish or possibly. So yeah, I got two books essentially upcoming that I've been working on for a while. I can't wait. It's going to be fascinating. It'll bring, hopefully it'll bring a lot more people to into my form of philosophy, which is like logical, ethical, sane philosophy. And basically, hyper-sanity is about how social conformity is a form of insanity. Like traditions and beliefs aren't really sane in the actual definition of sanity, because there's nothing really sane about doing something just because other people do it, or and there's nothing really sane and entirely about just conforming for whatever reason. Like that's, I don't know, yeah, social conformity isn't really sane or logical or completely rational.
Do you have a daily routine for productivity?
No, first I must tell you I have one rule. It's very traditional. That's why of the people here, apart from Jeremy Corbyn, you know who is my best friend? You will never guess. Rowan Williams. You are saying this as a Christian.
We'll get there, sorry. This is the pitch, this is just the pitch.
Because we deeply agree on this, and I'm a materialist. He pretends to be not, but I think he is. You know, this idea that, this will sound so horrible, I believe in a spiritual sense of life, but I don't think you should posit happiness as your direct goal. You should have a vocation. My God, I'm ready to die. I have to do this. And then, you should invite him. He hates me, but he's intelligent. A Norwegian theorist of action, John, just J-O-N, Elster. He developed a wonderful theory of states which are necessarily a byproduct. Like, for example, if I want to act with dignity, it should be shown in how I act. If I say,
He's literally describing my framework. It's about like aligning with what you claim to be or do with like what you actually do. Like it's about aligning with how you display, how you present yourself with actually aligned, like actual sanity, not social conformity, like honest, like true logical rational honesty.
don't you see, I have dignity. It's ridiculous. And so I think happiness is something like that. If you strive directly for happiness,
Yeah.
you ruin it. And I try to follow it. I'm a
Yeah, that's probably why a lot of rich people are unhappy, even though like rich people have no reason to be unhappy.
total workaholic. So if you ask me, Are there, this is almost tragic, but it's literally true. Are there moments when I feel somewhere close to happiness? Yes. When I finish a book, which I think, I may be wrong, it's good, the manuscript, not then. Then I have to make a plan, some basic notes, what the next book will be. And at that point, I can say for a week or two, let's go off and do something totally crazy. This is my crazy. With my son, we go to, it's better not to say. I was in, you know, that sail like Burj Al Arab, hotel in Dubai. I was there. I was in Singapore in the most expensive hotel. I just do it for a couple of days.
Damn, he's
this
rich.
Is as much as I tolerate, but already there in the last days, I tell my son, go and play video games. So my idea is that, unfortunately, that's my big problem. I'm getting old and tired, and since I'm absolutely a Protestant, also at the level of sexuality, you know, we have a joke. I don't know where you, British,
he does talk about
are,
sex a lot.
British third feet. My idea is that both in Catholicism and Protestantism, everything is permitted. Just in Catholicism, you should confess it at the end of the week. In Protestantism...
Yeah, see, that's why, like, a religion has never really been sane to me. It's like it gives you, like, you can do anything as long as you repent for it. Like, there's no actual punishment.
You should feel guilty a little bit. What I want to say is that I'm absolutely a Protestant in the sense that I literally cannot fall asleep if the day was lost and I didn't do some work. By work, for me, of course, I mean reading, writing. I need
intellectual
minimum
work.
1 hour and a half. If not, then in an atheist way. I think if God comes, what will I tell him? My existence is not justified.
Slavoj Žižek, thank you very much.
Very interesting. I love this guy. Like, I heard some about him, but he's really explained my framework. That's crazy. Carl Jung. Ooh, Jung. And Bertrand Russell, my favorites. I don't know if this is copyrighted.
Certainly, on my way to school, I stepped out of a mist. It was just as if I had been in a mist, walking in a mist, and I stepped out of it, and I knew I am what I am. And then I thought, but what have I been before? And then I found that I had been in a mist, not knowing to differentiate myself from things. I was just one thing among many things.
Now, was that associated with any particular episode in your life, or was it just a normal function of adolescence?
Well, that's difficult to say. As far as I can remember, nothing had happened before that would explain this sudden coming to consciousness.
You hadn't, for instance, been quarreling with your parents or anything?
No.
What memories have you of your parents? Were they strict and old-fashioned in the way they brought you up?
Oh, well, you know, they belonged to the later parts of the Middle Ages. And my father was a parson in the country, and you can imagine what people were then, you know, in the 70s of the past century. They had the convictions in which people have lived since 1,800 years.
How did he try to impress these convictions on you? Did he punish you, for instance?
Oh, no, not at all. No, he was very liberal, and he was most tolerant, most understanding.
Man is the great danger.
Which did you get on with more intimately, your father or your mother?
That's difficult to say. No brother and no sister. My sister was born very much
Oh, this is
later,
more like a
9 years old.
personal,
And so I
less of a, like, an intellectual Discovery more of a biography. Some men are stuck and never enter life. The Jungian Aeon.
If a man has a positive relationship to his anima, he's sensitive, he's aware of inner things,
HyperSane.
he's receptive to the spiritual processes in the depth of the psyche. That is his anima.
The anima in her developed form connects a man to the source of his being. That is, his feelings are individual. They're connected to who he really is. They're not just reactions to outer life.
The unconscious psyche shows its positive face only to us if we go with life, if we don't refuse to live.
It is possible to be so conflict averse that you don't put anything out there of your true self that might lead somebody to.
If you're compulsively avoiding responsibility and action, then this video is meant for you. Who is this man that I'm talking about? He is intelligent, articulate, and sharp, and yet he cannot relate to others. He appears free and detached, but beneath this appearance lies an imprisonment, an anima possession.
Oh, is this a spiritual?
By anima possession, I mean, the unconscious feminine in a man is not related to his conscious self, so it runs his life indirectly through moods, idealization, and paralysis.
This is hypo-sanity. He's describing hypo-sanity.
Our time produces this kind of man in abundance. Many of these men are not only anima possessed, but are also caught in the poor eternus pattern, the eternal youth.
Right.
This pattern is not without gifts. These men often carry a natural closeness to the unconscious. They are sensitive to meaning, attuned to symbols, drawn to philosophy, spirituality, and depth. They ask meaningful questions and carry a deep longing for answers. But a gift that is not incarnated turns against the one who carries it. What is meant to enrich life becomes what paralyzes it. He is possessed by an inferior, undeveloped feminine presence, a personification of the unconscious, his anima. At the center is a split between higher and lower nature. He binds himself to the higher, spiritual pole, purity, ideals, light, logos. He wants altitude and fears contact. As dreams often show, he prefers to climb mountains and fly, rather than walk in the mud. The lower side is rejected. Earth, shadow, body, eros. The animal layer of his being is denied. The inner reality of instinct, of moods, needs, tenderness, and touch. Because he cannot bear the impurity of earthly life, he is dangerously divided. The relating function in him is refused. He replaces relation with reasoning. He becomes the man who explains, analyzes, and argues. He lives in his head.
That's me.
And
He's
mistakes
like describing me, I feel like.
When a woman comes near him, she isn't interested in his clarity. She wants contact. She desires to feel his presence, to experience a warm connection between their souls. When his eros is absent, she experiences him as cold and unreachable. She experiences his indifference as abandonment, and her despair becomes increasingly apparent. He calls it reason. She calls it feeling. Two psyches are trying to restore contact with opposite strategies. They both are stuck in this archetypal scene, and they unconsciously assume their archetypal opposite roles: the over-rational philosopher and the over-emotional partner. They represent each other's shadow and cannot acknowledge it nor come toward the other. When a man is possessed by an undeveloped anima, she often appears in a white, otherworldly form, lofty, pure, ideal, untouched by dirt. She becomes a goddess, and he becomes her powerless servant. She refuses connection with his instinctual side. She will have nothing to do with his body, his rawness, his shame, or his tenderness. Very often behind this stands a mother complex. The feminine principle is experienced as too holy to be human. In this pattern, a man searches every woman for the perfect mother image, then drops her once she becomes ordinary. He always finds something imperfect in her, and then loses his interest. Psychologically, this is a spiritual bypass, a refuge from earth. And the more he clings to the ideal, the more estranged he becomes from women, nature, and his own body. His development demands what feels, to a son, like betrayal, separation from the sacred image. He needs to cut the umbilical cord that still ties him to the Holy Mother. If he cannot break away and reach the world, he remains an unborn man. We are not blaming the personal mother.
It's not some gesture out there which we have to ape, or some kind of conventional behavior which is being taught to us by parsons and priests. It is something which touches our and concerns our innermost psychic being. He will know what it means to be crucified between the opposite, and he will know what it means to carry his own cross and to carry his own destiny to it, to the ultimate. Christ, in a way, is the model of a man who went alone along with his own fate and carried his own cross and fulfilled his own task without wavering or giving in to any collective pressure. The Christ child represents the saving factor which is born within oneself. We are not divine, but we are the stable in which something divine is born.
You see, Jung has demonstrated that the religious function resides in the psyche and is an integral part of human psychology. And that just means that the ego, in order to be healthy, needs to have a living connection to a transpersonal center. There are two etymologies for the word religion. One etymology emphasizes that it means linking back. The idea then would be that the religious function links the ego back to its origin, to its background, to the larger entity that it came from. The other etymology of religion that Jung really preferred, actually, was that the word religio means the opposite of the root of the word neglect. So that religio means the careful consideration of the background of one's life, the opposite of neglecting the background of one's life.
On this episode, we are going to dive into one of the strangest and most enigmatic books of all time, The Red Book by Carl Jung. This is a book that captures the imagination of all who read it. Jung was a world-renowned psychologist and is considered one of the founders of analytical psychology. But even if you have never heard of Jung, if you open the Red Book to a random page and point your finger, you are guaranteed to discover a passage at your fingertip that will mystify, amuse, or inspire you. This is the strange aura of this book, and it is made all the more mysterious the more you learn about it. For instance, the Red Book was kept as a closely guarded secret for over 100 years. Jung published countless books and essays on the subject of analytical psychology in his lifetime, but never published the Red Book. And when Jung died in 1961, it was locked up in his family vault. leading many in the field to theorize that the contents of the book must be so wild that they would prove Carl Jung, the world-renowned founder of analytical psychology, was actually insane. So the Red Book was only allowed to be viewed by the most esteemed psychologists, under rare permission from his estate to open its infamous pages, and it stayed this way for decades. Jung would occasionally mention the book during his life and lectures, saying, to the superficial observer, it will appear like madness.
Like Hyper-Sanity.
It remained in the darkness of that family vault until only very recently, when in 2009, the C.G. Jung Institute of New York offers a postgraduate clinical training program that prepares its students for a professional practice as a Jungian psychoanalyst and membership within a worldwide community. This is an ancient religious manuscript, maybe a work of medieval
Sounds like
literature
Gnosticism.
from 1,000 years ago. This is no ordinary book. Side note, do yourself a favor and visit archive.org. That's ARCHIVE.org. And search Carl Jung, the Red Book. That's Jung spelled J-U-N-G. They have a wonderful, high-resolution scanned copy of it, but you must flip through these pages and see it for yourself. Go full screen, really zoom in at stuff. That's archive.org. Now, back to the show. So, what is the Red Book trying to transmit? With its handwritten calligraphy and carefully crafted...
Is that like a dragon? That looks Whoa, it's got a lion? And like what? That would be like Sophia?
paintings.
This is basically like Gnosticism.
A religious epic. The Red
Yeah,
Book
it's like a dragon.
was a personal project that Jung was working on, in which he attempted to record in vivid detail the visionary experience.
Look, a dragon. What the fuck?
Experiences he was having during the period between December 1913 and January 1914.
Yeah, it's an actual dragon.
These experiences weren't some pleasant daydreams. They were symptoms of a mental breakdown that Jung was suffering at this point in his life. And the irony, it wasn't lost on him. To be a psychiatrist with his own regular patients and to be suffering from a near psychotic episode himself. In the book, Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung shares this with us. In order to grasp the fantasies which were stirring in me underground, I knew that I had to let myself plummet down into them, as it were. I felt not only violent resistance to this, but a distinct fear, for I was afraid of losing command of myself and becoming a prey to the fantasies. And as a psychiatrist, I realized only too well what that meant. After prolonged hesitation, however, I saw that there was no other way out. I had to take the chance, had to try to gain power over them, for I realized that if I did not do so, I ran the risk of their gaining power over me. A cogent motive for my making the attempt was the conviction that I could not expect of my patients something I did not dare to do myself. The excuse that a helper stood at their side would not pass muster, for I was well aware that the so-called helper, that is, myself, could not help them unless he knew their fantasy material from his own direct experience, and that at present all he possessed were a few theoretical prejudices of dubious value. This mental break that Jung has in December 1913 seems to have its origins in the year leading up to it. It is around this time that Jung has a dramatic falling out with his mentor, Sigmund Freud. In the field of psychology at the time, Freud was considered untouchable and his theories beyond critique. And it is true that Freud can largely be credited for shining a light into the unconscious of the human brain and revealing new worlds of study. For a time, in that field of psychology, Jung was being considered the heir apparent to Freud, the successor who would carry on Freud's theories. But after years of friendship and respect, Jung could not stay silent any longer. He disagreed with Freud on pivotal positions. He thought Freud was too fixated on sexuality as the cause of all
Right.
neurosis. He thought Freud too frequently assumed all answers to
Yeah, because
personal
what about
issues
asexual?
stemmed from childhood. Jung also suspected that Freud's concept of the unconscious did not go deep enough and
Right.
did not reach the depths of the unconscious, only scratched the surface of what Jung called the personal unconscious. And one final element that Jung could not
Our world convention, conscious person.
tolerate about Freud, he was utterly cynical about human nature. Freud had no patience for exploring spiritual matters, or matters of the meaning of life and the human inclination towards symbolism and myth that we see in all world cultures. Jung writes, "When I was working on my book about the libido and approaching the end of the chapter, The Sacrifice, I knew in advance that its publication would cost me my friendship with Freud, for I planned to set down in it my own conception of incest, the decisive transformation of the concept of libido, and various other ideas in which I differed from Freud. To me, incest signified a personal complication only in the rarest cases. Usually incest has a highly religious aspect, for which reason the incest theme plays a decisive part in almost all cosmogonies and in numerous myths. But Freud clung to the literal interpretation of it and could not grasp the spiritual significance of incest as a symbol. I knew that he would never be able to accept any of my ideas on this subject. I spoke with my wife about this and told her of my fears. She attempted to reassure me, for she thought that Freud would magnanimously raise no objections, although he might not accept my views. I myself was convinced that he could not do so. For 2 months, I was unable to touch my pen, so tormented was I by the conflict. Should I keep my thoughts to myself, or should I risk the loss of so important a friendship? At last, I resolved to go ahead with the writing, and it did indeed cost me Freud's friendship. After the very public break with Freud, Jung says all his friends and acquaintances dropped away. His book was declared to be rubbish, and he was labeled a mystic, not a psychologist. Suddenly, the support structure of an entire community seemed to ostracize him. No longer a golden child, he was now forced to venture out into his own conception of psychology, while continuing his own psychiatric practice. Jung goes on, "But I had foreseen my isolation and harbored no illusion about the reactions of my so-called friends. That was a point I had thoroughly considered beforehand. I had known that everything was at stake, and that I had to take a stand for my convictions." Unquote. And so it begins to make sense. Through this experience, Jung entered into a liminal state, a place between worlds. He wasn't the person he had studied and trained to be anymore. He lost his colleagues and the social support he had relied on for years. But he wasn't yet the world-renowned psychologist that he would become years later. He was in a state of transition, a point of tremendous potential, but also tremendous upheaval. And as we learn through studying the lives of many of history's great achievers, this kind of dark night of the soul brings with it the potential for a phoenix to rise from the ashes. And this is when the visions started. In Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung says, "Toward the autumn of 1913, the pressure I had felt in me seemed to be moving outward, as though there were something in the air. The atmosphere actually seemed to me darker than it had been. It was as though the sense of oppression no longer sprang exclusively from a psychic situation, but from concrete reality. This feeling grew more and more intense. In October, while I was alone on a journey, I was suddenly seized by an overpowering vision. I saw a monstrous flood covering all the northern and low-lying lands between the North Sea and the Alps. When it came up to Switzerland, I saw that the mountains grew higher and higher to protect our country. I realized that a frightful catastrophe was in progress. I saw the mighty yellow waves, the floating rubble of civilization, and the drowned bodies of uncounted thousands. Then the whole sea turned to blood. This vision lasted about 1 hour. I was perplexed and nauseated and ashamed of my weakness. 2 weeks passed. Then the vision recurred, under the same conditions, even more vividly than before, and the blood was more emphasized. An inner voice spoke, "Look at it well. It is wholly real, and it will be so. You cannot doubt it." That winter, someone asked me what I thought were the political prospects of the world in the future. I replied that I had no thoughts on the matter, but that I saw rivers of blood. I asked myself whether these visions pointed to a revolution, but could not really imagine anything of the sort. And so I drew the conclusion that they had to do with me, and decided that I was menaced by a psychosis. The idea of war did not occur to me at all. Soon afterward, in the spring and early summer of 1914, I had a thrice-repeated dream that in the middle of summer, an Arctic cold wave descended and froze the land to ice. I saw, for example, the whole of Lorraine and its canals frozen, and the entire region totally deserted by human beings. All living green things were killed by frost. This dream came in April and May, and for the last time in June 1914. In the third dream, frightful cold had again descended from out of the cosmos. This dream, however, had an unexpected end. There stood a leaf-bearing tree, but without fruit. My tree of life, I thought, whose leaves had been transformed by the effects of the frost into sweet grapes full of healing juices. I plucked the grapes and gave them to a large, waiting crowd. On August 1st, the World War broke out. Now, my task was clear. I had to try to understand what had happened and to what extent my own experience coincided with that of mankind in general. Therefore, my first obligation was to probe the depths of my own psyche. Jung had begun a long process of writing down all of these visions, daydreams, and vivid dreams. He felt like his unconscious was trying to communicate with him, trying to tell him something. His river of blood vision was in October of 1913 and reoccurred in the weeks following. His killing frost dreams were in April, May, and June of 1914. World War I began in July of 1914. Did his unconscious foresee the imminent destruction and loss of countless lives that was coming? Or were the visions a symbolic representation of the inner turmoil that Jung was feeling at this time? He mentions an inner voice telling him, "Look at it well. It is wholly real, and it will be so. You cannot doubt it." What does one make of that? It is with this frame of mind that Jung decides he needs to find out for himself. He needs to find out what is happening in his own mind at this pivotal stage in his life. And this is where the Red Book begins. Part 2. The Descent. Jung devises an ingenious and simple method for communicating with his unconscious. It first involves entering a meditative state. It is known that Jung practiced yoga and was aware of how to alter his body through breathing techniques. He had a scholar's appetite for cultures and myths of the world. On this point, in Memories, Dreams, Reflections, Jung says, "I was frequently so wrought up that I had to do certain yoga exercises in order to hold my emotions in check. But since it was my purpose to know what was going on within myself, I would do these exercises only until I had calmed myself enough to resume my work with the unconscious. As soon as I had the feeling that I was myself again, I abandoned this restraint upon the emotions and allowed the images and inner voices to speak afresh." Unquote. Once Jung had placed himself in a meditative state, perhaps a place bordering the hypnagogic state, he would engage a fantasy of digging a hole, which would go deeper and deeper and even deeper. In the book, Introduction to Jungian Psychology, he says, "For the sake of then trying to achieve the maximum of honesty with myself, I wrote everything down very carefully, following the old Greek mandate, 'Give away all thou possesses, then thou shalt receive.' The writing of this material took me into November 1913, and then I came to an end of it, not knowing what would come next. I thought perhaps more introspection was needed. When we introspect, we look within and see if there is anything to be observed. And if there's nothing, we may either give up the introspective process or find a way of boring through to the material that escapes the first survey. I devised such a boring method by fantasizing that I was digging a hole, and by accepting this fantasy as perfectly real. This is naturally somewhat difficult to do, to believe so thoroughly in a fantasy that it leads you into further fantasy, just as if you were digging a real hole and passing."
This is kind of like Neoplatonism and Matrix. Like you take the blue pill and stay in one level of the simulation, or you take the red pill and then you go into another level of the simulation where the red pill is still in a simulation.
Passing from one discovery to another.
Like levels of consciousness, I guess.
But when I began on that hole, I worked and worked so hard that I knew something had to come of it. That fantasy had to produce and lure out other fantasies. Of course, in using a hole, I was using an archetype of considerable power in stimulating the unconscious. For the mystery attached to caves comes down from immemorial...
Yes, caves, exactly, Neoplatonism. One thinks at once of the Mithraic cult, one of the catacombs, Well, that gives me something to research. Maybe I should have searched for catacomb. Take the primordial cave where the god Mithras slew the bull. Cosmic symbolism. Cave was viewed as a microcosm of the universe, representing the journey of the soul. Huh. Like, it's fascinating. Throughout history, as far as history is like recorded and still preserved, and in different parts around all around the world, there's this idea of a cave and like different levels of consciousness and reality itself, and they all are focused on caves. It's something I've been fascinated by. Celestial cave, the new Platonic Academy. What is this? There's the bull, there's the sun and the moon, just like Gnosticism. Often built to resemble caves. Mithras slaying the bull.
Times, one thinks at once of the Mithraic cult, of the catacombs, etc. So the more I worked on this fantasy hole, the more I seemed to descend. Finally, I felt I had come to a place where I could go no further. I said to myself, that being the case, I would then go horizontally. And then it seemed as if I were in a corridor, and as though I were wading in black slime.
There's primordial black ooze comes to mind. Like, that's something I've heard elsewhere, is like this primordial like black oil, but I can't remember what it's supposed to resemble. Whoa, this isn't even in ink. What the fuck? This is literally in another language. What the fuck? What? This is weird. I've never seen the search engine do this. What the fuck? Primordial black holes. What does it say? Primordial black hole. Hypothetical black holes that formed soon after the Big Bang. Extremely dense pockets of subatomic matter. Earth's early oceans that led to the origin of life. Yeah, see, this is like basically what he's describing. So he's talking about going to like the deepest layer of his conscious or subconscious. And so the primordial soup, the black ooze, is the origin that is said to led to the origin of life. So the origin is the start. So that could be represented as like the deepest layer of his subconscious, maybe.
Unquote. In the Red Book, there is an entry for December 12th, 1913, which describes one of these visionary meditation sessions with startling results. The entry is entitled, Descent into Hell in the Future. Jung writes, in the following night, the air was filled with many voices. A loud voice called, I am falling. Others cried out confused and excited during this. Where to? What do you want? Should I entrust myself to this confusion? I shuddered. It is a dreadful deep. Do you want me to leave myself to chance, to the madness of my own darkness? Whither? Whither? You fall, and I want to fall with you, whoever you are. The spirit of the depths opened my eyes, and I caught a glimpse of the inner things, the world of my soul, the many-formed and changing. I see a gray rock face along which I sink into great depths. A dwarf, clad entirely in leather, stood before it, minding the entrance. I stand in black dirt up to my ankles in a
Black
dark
dirt.
cave.
A cave.
Shadows sweep over me. I am seized by fear, but I know I must go in. I crawl through a narrow crack in the rock and reach an inner cave whose bottom is covered with black water.
Black water?
But
What the
beyond
fuck?
this,
It's
I catch a
crazy.
glimpse of a luminous red stone, which I must reach. It is a six-sided crystal which gives off a cold, reddish light. I wade through the muddy water. The cave is full of the frightful noise of shrieking voices. I take the stone. It covers a dark opening in the rock. I hold the stone in my hand, peering around inquiringly. I do not want to listen to the voices. They keep me away. This dark hole, I want to know where it leads and what it says. An oracle? Is this the place of Pythia? Here, something wants to be uttered. I place my ear to the opening. I hear the flow of underground waters. I see.
That's crazy. Yeah, water. So like this is like basically describing this primordial soup. Other building blocks formed in water, eventually leading to the first single-celled organisms. Biofilm-like structures rather than simple liquid soup. That's crazy that he's literally like completely describing primordial black ooze. That's crazy.
The bloody head of a man on the dark stream. Someone wounded, someone slain floats there. I take in this image for a long time, shuddering. I see a large black scarab floating past on the dark stream. In the deepest reach of the stream shines a red sun, radiating through the dark water.
Oh, that's like Gnosis. He's now describing Gnosticism.
There I see, and a terror seizes me. Small serpents on the dark rock walls, driving towards the depths where the sun shines.
Yeah, that's like Gnosis. It's like Gnosticism. The hidden spark. That's basically the hidden spark. He's describing multiple philosophies and religions.
1,000 serpents crowd around, veiling the sun. Deep night falls. A red stream of blood, thick red blood springs up, surging for a long time, then ebbing. I am seized by fear. What did I see? It seems that this vision left such a deep and strong impression on Jung's mind that it left him in a state of awe. It reaches a point of reverence in the passage of writing that follows. Following the recounting of the vision, he continues, "Heal the wound that doubt inflicts on me, my soul. That too is to be overcome, so that I..."
Supreme meaning. This is like literally Gnosticism. No way. Young entered the shadow network through active imagination, descending into symbolic unconscious material, then attempting to integrate it into the higher self model. Jung called this period his confrontation with the unconscious, and Liber Novus was built from those self experiments. Yeah, the soul trapped in illusion, seeking gnosis through confrontation with hidden reality to return to self, the one.
I can recognize your supreme meaning, how far away everything is, and how I have turned back. My spirit is a spirit of torment. It tears asunder my contemplation. It would dismantle everything and rip it apart. I am still a victim of my thinking. When can I order my thinking to be quiet, so that my thoughts, those unruly hounds, will crawl to my feet? How can I ever hope to hear your voice louder, to see your face clearer, when all my thoughts howl? I am stunned, but I want to be stunned, since I have won to you, my soul, to trust
Walk under
you
your
even if you
sun.
lead me through madness. How shall I ever walk under your sun if I do not drink the bitter draught of slumber to the lees? Help me so that I do not choke on my own knowledge. The fullness of my knowledge threatens to fall in on me. My knowledge has 1,000 voices.
Roaring like lions.
An army roaring like lions. The air trembles when they speak, and
prison.
I am their defenseless sacrifice. Keep it far from me.
This is
Silence
very
that
Gnostic
clever
and
knower,
Neoplatonist.
that bad prison master who binds the soul.
An army roaring like lions. Knowledge, gnosis. Keep it far from me. Silence that clever knower. That bad prison master who binds the soul and imprisons it in a lightless cell. That is Gnosticism, dude. Holy shit, this is fascinating. Red. Here it is. Let me see if I can download the book.
And imprisons it in a lightless cell. But above all, protect me from the serpent of judgment, who only appears to be a healing serpent, yet in the depths is infernal poison and agonizing death. I want to go down cleansed. On this episode, we are.
Okay, what timestamp is that on? 2914. Delphic Oracle. Jung is not inventing active imagination from nowhere. He sees parallels with Greek mystery traditions, oracles. Yeah, he's reviving older traditions rather than inventing something completely new. This is where Neoplatonism becomes obvious. Jung encounters desire, spirit, mastery, insight, and blindness. He expects good and evil. Finds my wisdom and my daughter are opposites emerge from a deeper union. Let's see here. Why isn't it working? Which one? Oh, this one. This one. Okay, yeah. Some research. So yeah, the key Delphi mystery religions, Mithraism, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, alchemy, and Jung modernizes this project. The structure itself is ancient. It's about psychology more than systemic dissent. Gnosticism descends into matter illusion, descent from unity into multiplicity, descent into dark matter that goes into the primordial ooze, cave initiation, catacomb, underground temple, false surface self, ego persona, professional identity, archonic identity, trapped in a false world that goes into matrix, lower self bound to appearances, impure metals, and refined self, social simulation, threshold, cave entrance, crack in rock, oracle hole, boundary between ignorance and gnosis. There's also the dragon, which is Gnosticism as well.
Knowledge. The fullness of my knowledge threatens to fall in on me. My knowledge has 1,000 voices.
Yeah, so like if I go Gnosticism. Yeah, So you got the moon and the sun, just like it was in the video, and then you have the bigger sun, which it represents gnosis. So you have the lion and the serpent. It's literally Gnosticism. Holy shit. So hypostasis, that's right, that goes into hyposanity, literally that which stands beneath. So hypo means lesser, hyper means more. Like you can see this in like hyperglycemic or hypoglycemic or hyperthyroidism or hypothyroidism, known to physics in a reality. So this is like a level of the subconscious hypostasis. Supports all of reality, is not the same concept of some. In Neoplatonism, the hypostasis of the soul, the intellect nous one, is addressed by Plotinus. The Holy Trinity consists of three hypostases, that of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Beneath the surface phenomena, which is like the cave that he used, present themselves to our senses are three higher spiritual principles, each one more sublime than the preceding. Understanding of the writings of Plato, soul, the intellect, and the one. Separated hypostasis, people that hold this effect produce three gods. Stressing is one hypostasis. So yeah, this goes into Gnosticism. There's three demiurges. There's three forms of hypostasis. And like maybe it could also be perceived in like subconscious, like three levels of your subconscious, which explains like why he got to a bottom and then went horizontally in his book. Three personas, or prosper, eventually move saying three. One substance, three persons. Yeah, one substance, three persons. That goes into the demiurge. Oh, no way! A lion-faced serpentine deity found on a Gnostic gem. A Gnostic gem, which is exactly the gem that he's describing. There's Gnosis. See, right here. This is like the gem. No fucking way. The similarities are striking. There are two gods, but rather they're two persons. Is the grace of the Holy Spirit? Yes, Gnosis. Face or mask would imply three essences and beings. Tritheism? Oh god, I love learning. This shit's like addictive. Rather than there being a single god, all three eternally consubs persons. This could also be seen as like multiple personalities in one body. Oh, this goes into Gnosticism as well, such as the Macedonians accepted the Son as fully divine, but not the Holy Spirit. That's like the demiurge is like the false god. Oh, here we go. Father, Son, and then Spirit are three distinct minds. So yeah, this is basically in a secular definition. This would be three levels of your subconscious. So I was right. Three implies distinct minds. So translate mind into like different levels of consciousness, subconscious. Maybe like consciousness, subconsciousness, and then a third one. His will is connected indissoluble union with the Father. Yeah, that goes into like the subconscious is attached to the conscious. Three distinct hypostases in the Godhead. They are also identified as a single being. Yeah, three in one. The underlying soul. See that the ego and the soul are seemingly different, as well as the same thing for the ego is not without the soul. Always says what these kinds of rocks. Level of presence and creative force that differentiates one oisa from another, like has been said earlier, may be shared by various hypostases or instances. Is not the same as type or part. A hypostasis holds all nature described by its osa. That's like the regular conscious. Your consciousness is and then it's subconsciousness, and then whatever after that. All of them hold the same osa. Yeah. God or the ultimate reality or hyper-sanity. Interesting. Wow, this is going to keep me busy for a while. Hidden light, the red sun beneath the... So, Vincent mentions gym. Take a picture of this. Where was that gym that I saw? Oh yeah, the gym. So let's see here. Do a cross comparison. Hidden centers discovered through descent. Hidden ruler or cosmic principle. Emits inner light, which is like gnosis. Descent, discovery, and transformation. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, descent, discovery, and transformation. Three levels of hypostasis. pattern that appears repeatedly across Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, Jung, and mysticism generally. So like these are the same concept between multiple religions and philosophies. It's the same thing across cultures. Matter, mind, spirit, body, soul, intellect, persona, ego, self. Surface awareness, reflective awareness, and integrated awareness. Like I was saying, like consciousness. Plotinus gives us roughly level 1, the many material existence, multiplicity, appearances. Appearance goes into the masks that it was talking about on the Wikipedia, different faces and masks. They could be appearances, nous, intellect, recognition of patterns, higher understanding. Level 3, which is the one, unity, source, ground of being. The journey goes from multiplicity, which is like the 3 levels of hypostasis, maybe, nous, and then the one. So this goes back into hypostasis, 3, and then 1. Okay, it says, yeah, it says right here, hypostasis is the same as that between the general and the particular, as for instance, between the animal and the particular man. Fascinating. So Jungian's version is persona, ego, self. The self is not the ego. The self is the organizing center discovered after the descent. So this could be converted to narrative, investigation, integration, or persona, contradiction analysis to hyper-sane self. Your idea, ego, will, mind is actually close to several ancient systems, so I was right. You can model it as level 1 is ego, identity, preferences, defenses, narratives, I am this. And then there's will, the force that moves consciousness, the decision to investigate, the capacity to descend deeper into your subconscious. Is often the overlooked layer. Most people have awareness. Few have the will to confront contradiction. So this goes into, this is basically metacognition. The observing faculty, capacity to recognize patterns beyond identity, the capacity to integrate. Interestingly, Jung's cave sequence fits this. At first, the ego is exhausted. He admits he literally defeats his ego in the first part. Then and that's what starts the descent. And then he discovers the mind discovers the crystal. The crystal as hypostasis. If we use Neoplatonic framework, the crystal may not represent the highest hypostasis. It may represent the second, meaning not the one itself, but nous. Because the crystal is structured, geometric, intelligible, and illuminating. Those are classic attributes of the nous. The one is usually beyond form. The crystal has form. Therefore, it represents intellect more than absolute unity. Oh, sweet. Cross comparison. So, yeah, the fallen world is like the illusionary world. This in Matrix, that would be like the blue pill reality simulation. Material multiplicity, persona, descent cave, return inward, gnosis quest, investigation. So if anyone's actually watching and is interested, this is gnosis and Gnosticism. That's the sun behind the demiurge. Let's see if there's a picture here. So like if I go to gnosis. So this is gnosis, which means knowledge or awareness. So like again, this is why in a lot of different religions and spiritual practices, there'll be like a deity with a sun behind the head that represents gnosis. And in Gnosticism, it means knowledge, wisdom, or intellect. And then that goes back into what I was talking about here, the three: ego, will, mind, often describing the same phenomenological process. Ordinary identity breaks down. This is like how the term ego death, like people talk about the term ego death. Consciousness descends beneath assumptions. A deeper organizing principle is encountered. Person returns transformed. Didn't was it Da Vinci? Yeah, I remember hearing about this. Leonardo da Vinci also encountered a dark cave in the Tuscan countryside. Fear and desire conflicted in him, but his unstoppable curiosity triumphed, leading him to enter the cavern. Inside, he discovered a fossil whale embedded in the wall, which sparked his lifelong interest in paleontology and geomorphology, triggered a profound existential dread and visions of an apocalyptic deluge. This is literally the exact same thing that he's describing. He had like this apocalyptic, like, red blood. Whoa, this is so crazy. There's so many comparisons. Like, poetic or metaphorical evidence of fossilized sports likelihood of his real world encounter. Interesting. Uh, Yes, that is the same archetypal pattern, and it may be one of the best real world parallels to Jung's cave descent. So you have threshold, fear, desire, descent, discovery, existential shock, and then transformation, coming out enlightened or something. The factual basis is plausible but should be phrased carefully. Connection comes from interpretations of passage, Codex Aranual. Scholars have argued that the marine monster may have been a fossil whale, may describe a real encounter with fossil whale, and whether literal, poetic, or both follows the same initiatory descent pattern as Jung's Red Book. Fear blocks the threshold, desire crosses it, and evidence transforms the self. So this is like trying to think what's the term I'm looking for. This is like a form of investigation. Threshold, desire crosses it, evidence transforms the self. So, like, new evidence transforms the self in the sense that, like, when you learn something new, you sometimes you discover something new about yourself, and thus, like, it transforms the self. It like transforms your consciousness, because your consciousness is not necessarily fixed. It's like constantly changing, and you are your experiences. So, like, depending on what happens to you and what you experience, to an extent, can determine your consciousness. Higher order model of reality, existential destabilization. This is the same recursive structure: persona, fear of unknown; investigation, threshold; descent into the cave; the hidden truth, which would be the gem, the cube; existential destabilization; higher order model of reality. It matches empiricism. That's what it matches. It matches empiricism. That's exactly what it matches. From a secular perspective, it matches, yes, empiricism part of it. Pattern fear blocks the threshold, desire crosses it, and evidence transforms the self. It isn't just empiricism, it's closer to epistemic courage, the willingness to investigate despite uncertainty, fear, or possibility of being wrong. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people aren't interested in learning or the truth. They don't like their ego prevents them from being wrong. So that's why, like, cognitive dissonance and Dunning-Kruger and stuff like that basically, like, psychologically exists, is one, ego, pride, and the inability to admit wrong when proven wrong, when science proves them wrong. Leonardo enters the cave, Jung enters the unconscious, Socrates questions assumptions, the empiricist performs the experiment. The common element is that truth is valued more than comfort. Yeah, that's basically it. Truth is valued more than comfort. A simpler word, the archetypal movement is unknown. Investigation, discovery, transformation. This is the foundation. Yeah, this is why I've said it's empiricism. So investigation, discovery, and transformation is empiricism. It's the foundation of science, philosophy, exploration, and hypersanity. Anamnesis, yes, partial match Neoplatonism is a recollection of remembering hidden truth, sort of like Gnosticism or Gnosis. Leonardo isn't remembering, he's discovering, so it's related but not exact. Ketabasis is probably the strongest mythological term. Literally means a descent into the underworld, which matches Odysseus, Orpheus, Aeneas, Dante, and Jung. Leonardo's cave follows the same structure. You descend into darkness, you encounter something hidden, and you return transformed. If you're looking for the empirical scientific term, epistemic exploration or inquiry under uncertainty. Both captures fear of being wrong, curious, whether you're curious enough to know if you're wrong, which is then leads to investigation, and then through investigation you get evidence. From evidence you are transformed, metaphorically speaking. They've actually discovered one of your own framework primitives: investigative courage, the willingness to cross the investigation threshold despite fear, uncertainty, social pressure, or potential ego death. Yeah, see, look, ego death in pursuit of evidence and truth. That's why I say, like, a lot of people aren't interested in actually learning or studying philosophy or science because their ego prevents them from ever being incapable of admitting they're wrong or the possibility of being wrong. Like, ego is the one hindrance to learning ethics and philosophy. Leonardo entering the cave, Jung descending into the unconscious, leaving Plato's allegory of the cave, questioning one's religion, examining one's biases, and following evidence where it leads. So this is again empiricism. Notice how all of these share the same structure: fear, curiosity, investigation, evidence, transformation. The structure appears in mythology, philosophy, science, psychology, and my HyperSanity framework. It may be one of the deeper, reoccurring human patterns underlying all of them. Interesting.
Serpents crowd around, veiling the sun. Deep night.
Yeah, and see how there's serpents and the sun, that's literally Gnosticism. So you got the serpents right here. And you get the sun. He also had a dragon, so the demiurge is also referred to as like a dragon, Yaldabaoth.
Night falls, and agonizing soccer process. We see that.
Oh, hey, that's the divine spark. That's the divine spark in Gnosticism. Man, I've come a long way. I actually understand all this shit. That's crazy.
That clever knower, that bad.
Yeah, fullness of my knowledge threatens to fall in on me. My knowledge has 1,000 voices, an army roaring like the lions, and air trembles when they speak, and I am their defenseless sacrifice. Science, that clever knower, that bad prison master who binds the soul and imprisons it in a lightless cell. So this is literally the same thing as Gnosticism and Neoplatonism. Um, so the prison is like the Matrix in another word. In other words, like the Matrix is a prison for like your mind, and which binds the soul and imprisons it in a lightless cell. A lightless cell is basically the cave, the subconscious.
Bad prison master who binds the soul and imprisons it in a lightless cell. But above all, protect me from the
Serpent of judgment. Healing serpent. Yet in your depths, the infernal poison and agonizing death. This is ego death. So, like, that's literally describing ego death. Keep seizing whatever I can and feeling restless. This is fascinating. I need this book so bad. I need to buy this. Oh, I wish I could afford it.
Judgment, who only appears to be a healing serpent, yet in the depths is infernal poison and agonizing death. I want to go down cleansed into your depths with white.
Yeah, so see, it's a healing serpent, but then there's the infernal poison and agonizing death. So that literally describes ego death. That's literally ego death.
Garments and not rush in like some thief, seizing whatever I can and fleeing breathlessly. Let me persist in divine astonishment, so that I am ready to behold your wonders. Let me lay my head on a stone before your door.
Receive your light. Light could be perceived as knowledge or enlightenment or gnosis.
So that I am prepared to receive your light. This is no longer the Jung that the world knew from his analytical psychology work. This writing resembles the words of a mad saint or a visionary monk. This reminds me of the mystical poem Dark Night of the Soul from the 1500s by St. John of the Cross. It honestly sounds like a love letter that Jung is writing to his own soul, taking a position of reverence and humility.
Exactly, that's what ego death is. It's humility. It's
This is what makes the Red Book so strange and unique. We are watching.
well, it's actually not. Well, it kind of is unique, but at the same time, it's not. Like it mirrors literally like the same story across multiple religions and philosophies. It's the same story, just different names of the things. So it's like the same characters but different names.
The inner workings of a mind struggling through an existential crisis.
Yeah, that is the divine spark. So let's see. Yep, divine spark. See, leading to the deliverance of the divine spark within humanity and the constraints of earthly existence. So the divine spark within humanity could be considered within humanity could be considered in your subconscious. So new knowledge in your subconscious. And 2 Peter is referring to an epignosis of Jesus Christ, larger and more thorough knowledge. So larger and more thorough knowledge. This would be like a higher order knowledge. Yeah, it'd be higher order knowledge. Yeah, higher order knowledge.
And through that process, we see that mind reaching spiritual insights and self-knowledge, a kind of divine madness.
A divine madness. Literally. Like describing like Gnosticism. This is so cool.
Witnessing an alchemical process taking place. Jung mentions when the desert...
And then we have, these look like serpents, maybe?
begins to bloom, it brings forth strange
Upside down?
plants. You will consider yourself mad.
Yep, here's the dragons again. Consider yourself mad. That's like Hyper-Sanity. Yeah, that's the original definition of Hyper-Sanity. It looks like Sophia, maybe? Someone slaying the dragon?
And in a certain sense, you will in fact be mad.
Yeah, slaying the dragon, see?
Quote.
You will in
A
fact be
footnote
mad.
on the bottom of that page sheds further light on this phenomenon. It is footnote number 89, and it states, Socrates distinguished
Divine madness. Hyper-Sanity would refine Plato's divine madness rather than simply accept it. 4 forms of divine madness: mania, prophetic madness, which is he's prophetic hallucination or whatever, ritual madness, poetic madness, and erotic madness. Desire pulling the soul toward beauty and truth. Some forms of madness are superior to ordinary reason. That was Plato's argument. Okay, so yeah, Plato's argument was that some forms of madness are superior to ordinary reason. Superior according to what evidence? History is full of people claiming visions, revelations, prophecies, and divine messages. Many were wrong, some were delusional, some discovered genuine insights. So Hyper-Sanity cannot simply say madness is truth. Jung gets closer. His descent resembles divine madness. He willingly enters visions, dialogues, symbolic encounters, and impossible imagery. Yet he never completely loses observational awareness. He documents it. Fascinating. It's almost like a form of conscious madness. Interesting. Studies it, reflects it, and analyzes it. This is very different from uncontrolled psychosis. Structured divine recursive divine madness. A liminal state. This goes into what the dude was talking about earlier in the video. A liminal state in which ordinary assumptions are suspended, allowing novel insights, symbolic cognition, and hidden contradictions to emerge while maintaining sufficient self-awareness to critically evaluate the experience. So this is like using philosophy in like an imagination sense, and like you're not saying that all these symbols mean like something is religious or something like that. You're just like theorizing, you're just hypothesizing. You're just using your imagination without like saying that any of it is like real, right? It's just like metaphor, basically like a metaphor. So here are the comparisons. Leonardo was fear, there may be monsters, and then the curiosity, I must know. He enters, the result is he gains geology, paleontology, and a deeper understanding, aka the transformation of self. And then Young was fear, I may be going insane. The curiosity was I must descend into the cave or whatever. He enters, the result is archetypes, active imagination, and analytical psychology. And Plato was ordinary life is illusion. This is the matrix. And that, like, oh, you're not really, this isn't really reality. It's a simulation of reality. And then the curiosity is what's beyond the cave. The philosopher leaves. The result is philosophy, epistemology, and self knowledge, which goes into sort of like a metacognition. So, ordinary madness is fear, fantasy, belief. Divine madness is fear, exploration, insight. Hyper-sane divine madness would be fear, exploration, insight, verification, and integration. The added step is verification. What's fascinating is that all the examples you've brought up are Plato's cave, Mithraic cave, Jung's cave, Leonardo's cave, Gnostic descent, and Neoplatonic return. All share the exact same structure: known world, threshold, descent, chaos, hidden light, return, transformation. Crazy. That's what years of studying philosophy will do. You have like such good pattern recognition.
4 types of divine madness. 1. Inspired divination, such as by the prophetess at Delphi. 2. Instances in which individuals, when ancient sins had given rise to troubles, have prophesied and incited to prayer and worship. 3. Possession by the muses, since the technically skilled, untouched by the madness of the muses, will never be a good poet. And 4. The lover. Unquote. In the coming months, Jung struggled to understand this vision of the red crystal and the scarab, and he would retell it in his lectures for many years to come. In the Red Book, he gives us his analysis of the symbols. The following passage was written in autumn of 1914, almost a year after he...
That could also be like the philosopher's stone. That's what that could also be the philosopher's stone in alchemy, which is a stone that allows transformation. And again, like what is like what is the final step in all of these? Transformation. This is basically the philosopher's stone. And the more we compare the symbols, the more the red crystal starts looking less like Yaldabaoth and more like a philosopher's stone analogy. Not necessarily the philosopher's stone in a literal alchemical sense, but structurally it occupies the same position in the journey. Amazing. Prima Materia, Black Water, Chaos Dissolution, Red Crystal is the Philosopher's Stone, Red Sun is Rubedo, Death Imagery is Putrefaction, Scarab is Rebirth, and New Sun is Transformation. The sequence is almost textbook alchemical symbolism. The Philosopher's Stone is often misunderstood. Popular belief is that a magic rock makes gold. However, the esoteric meaning is a completed state produced through transformation. So this is basically another word for like psychology, analytical like psychology and transformation. Like the ego death is a form of transformation. So in alchemy, it's not like a literal transformation in the sense of like a physical transformation. It's more of a metaphorical psychological transformation. So the stone represents integration, ego death, wholeness, illumination, perfected understanding, and union of opposites. Jung himself spent decades studying alchemy because he believed alchemical imagery was a symbolic language of psychic transformation. It's crazy. I'm actually understanding this. This is awesome. The red color is important. Blackness, death, chaos, disintegration. Albedo is whitening, purification, insight. Redness, completion, integration, rebirth. Notice Jung's vision: black cave, black water, black scarab, red crystal, red sun, blood. This is remarkably close to the Rubedo symbolism. The first stable of truth discovered after descending beneath narrative identity. Before the stone, there's confusion, contradiction, fear, and uncertainty. After the stone, there's orientation, structure, meaning, not certainty, structure. Why Leonardo fits too is cave, fear, discovery, and then transformation. And then Jung is cave, fear, crystal, transformation. And then alchemy is that word, stone, rubedo. And then Plato is cave, light, knowledge. And then Neoplatonism is multiplicity, nous, and unity. They're all variations of the same pattern. The red crystal may simultaneously function as philosopher's stone, nous, hidden sun, hermeticism, divine spark from Gnosticism, the self, which is Jung, and then empirical integration, hyper-sanity. Not because these traditions are identical, but because they all needed a symbol for the organizing principle discovered after descending into chaos. That is exactly why Jung encounters the crystal. The crystal sits in the narrative where the philosopher's stone normally sits in alchemy, hidden in darkness, surrounded by death symbolism, ego death, revealed through descent, discovery, and serving as the catalyst for transformation, knowledge.
He first had this vision, and after World War I had erupted. Blood shone at me from the red light of the crystal, and when I picked it up to discover its mystery, there lay the horror uncovered before me. In the depths of what is to come lay murder, the blonde hero slain. The black beetle is the death that is necessary for renewal.
Yep.
And so
Ego
thereafter,
death.
a new sun glowed.
Yeah, because after ego death, you're able to learn a higher truth, so to speak. Hidden knowledge.
Son of the depths, full of
There's
riddles,
the divine spark.
a son of the night. And as the rising sun of spring quickens the dead earth, so the son of the depths.
Exactly. For transformation, you need death and then rebirth. That's one analogy, metaphor of transformation is death and rebirth. And that goes again into ego death. And then after the ego death, you're able to learn past the ego into like a real empirical truth.
Quickened the dead. And thus began the terrible struggle between light and darkness. Out of that burst the powerful and ever unvanquished source of blood. This was what was to come, which you now experience in your life, and it is even more than that. I had this vision on the night of 12th December 1913. I would not have been able to see what was to come if I could not have seen it in myself. Therefore, I take part in that murder. The sun of the depths also shines in me after the murder has been accomplished. The 1,000 serpents that want to devour the sun are also in me. I myself am a murderer, and
this could be seen as like the not just ego death, but killing the old you for a new you. So this could resemble like how when you're a child and then you get older, your young self metaphorically dies to become your adult self. This is like analogous with like losing your childish imagination and giving away childish things for adult things. You're transforming from child to adult.
murdered, sacrificer, and sacrificed. The upwelling blood streams out of me. You all have share in the murder. In you, the reborn one will come to be.
Yeah, the reborn one, the new you, so to speak.
And the son of the depths will.
So this probably describes ego death, the pain from the confrontation of setting aside your ego, because essentially, like, especially in American culture, like, we are like 90% ego, which is why a lot of people don't live by rationality.
Will rise, and 1,000 serpents will develop from your dead matter and fall on the sun to choke it. Your blood will stream forth. The people demonstrate this at the present time in unforgettable acts that will be written with blood in unforgettable books for eternal memory. Jung unmistakably talks like a mystic in these passages. That dreaded term that the colleagues of Freud tried to denigrate him with. The entire Red Book flows like this. There are passages that retell a vision he experienced, followed by prosaic rumination on the subject, or a dialogue with his soul, pleading for answers. And all of this is written in an old...
A dialogue with his subconscious.
Calligraphy style with accompanying paintings. What does one make of this? It is certainly more than a journal. It has the spirit of a dramatic, visionary work. What can one even compare it to?
This is clear. This is hilarious because I've made connections that no one else has. Like, I've made these connections that no one has. This guy has no idea. Like, this guy doesn't understand that he's describing like 6 different mythos, 6 different mythologies and like religious philosophies. That's crazy. So like I did something that like they haven't done. That's crazy.
Are no modern.
Oh, and this is like the cave, Mithra's cave, the maze with the Minotaur or whatever. This is like the maze with the Minotaur.
Modern equivalents. This is
D for Demiurge.
Perhaps why Jung chose to officially call the Red Book by the enigmatic title Liber Novus, Liber-Novus, which is Latin for the new book. It is a...
That's also like Gnosticism that goes into like gnosis, hidden knowledge, new gnosis.
Kind of new document, and yet the use of Latin in the title and throughout its text is an acknowledgement that it is something rooted in ancient traditions.
Exactly, it's something rooted in ancient traditions. Everything that I described. I can't. This is amazing. Like, this is actually amazing. I might have made a discovery that no one else has.
Latin is a dead language. There are no countries that speak and write in Latin. There is a moment in the Red Book that Jung's soul tells him that he must bring the dead to life. Perhaps this is part of the fruition of that sentiment.
Yeah, the dead back to life. Latin as a dead language. But he doesn't understand that he's talking about the whole transformation process, the alchemical process.
We breathe life into the old ways by making them new again.
Yeah, see, transformation. Yeah, this is what I was talking about, yeah. Holy shit, is that that's the boat with the mirror on it. What was that myth that has a giant mirror on it that starts a fire on other boats? I think that's what that is. I think it was Greek. Yeah, I think that was a Greek mythology.
Could Jung's deep descent into his own unconscious itself be a revival of an ancient tradition? Was he inspired to take this journey through his knowledge of similar practices in ancient cultures? I am pretty certain that he was. He never says it outright, but there is a telling phrase he mentions in passing during the red crystal vision. I take the
This is like kind of like the ego speaking to the ego. The like, well, I don't want to be wrong, or like the information is wrong, I'm right. Sort of like cognitive dissonance, how, or Dunning-Kruger syndrome, how you can't accept that you are wrong when provided with new empirical evidence. So like you deny the evidence, you don't listen to the new evidence, the voices.
stone. It covers a dark opening in the rock. I hold the stone in my hand, peering around inquiringly. I do not want to listen to the voices. They keep me away. This dark hole. I want to know where it leads.
Pythia. He mentions Pythia. See, he's mentioning some of exactly like I've done, except I've connected Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, Hermeticism. He also mentioned Mithraic cult. So he mentioned Mithraic cult and Pythia. Let me double check what Pythia. Yeah, this is in a cave. Greek high priestess, temple of Apollo at Delphi. Okay, Delphi, yeah. The oracle, and was known as the Oracle of Delphi. Interesting. This was before Christ, so it predates Christianity. Aristotle, Diogenes, Plato. Vapors rising from an opening in the rock. That's literally what he's saying. Like almost verbatim what he's saying. She spoke gibberish. Priests interpreted her utterances as enigmatic prophecies and recomposed them into verse as daclectic hexameter. Epic poems such as Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. Could it be like a higher level of consciousness? That looks like it could be like the gym almost.
And what it says. An oracle? Is it the place of Pythia? Unquote. There was a fascinating tradition in ancient Greece. If you were seeking guidance of any kind, you would visit an oracle. An oracle is a person who acts as a medium between the world of the gods.
Yeah, this is the vapors that I was just reading about. This is the vapors.
World of humans. These oracles.
So this could be seen as like maybe like DMT or ayahuasca. Just like in other cultures, like there's also Native Americans where they go in the like the sweat tents or whatever with hallucinogen, and they come out with like stories of people shapeshifting into animals and stuff like that. Basically tripping balls.
Would often practice rituals of purification and enter a trance-like meditative state, during which it was believed they communed with the gods. The most esteemed oracle in all of Greece was the Oracle of Delphi, whose name was Pythia. This is who Jung is referring to in that passing comment. To better understand the nature of such a tradition, let's travel back to ancient Greece, 2,400 years ago, to visit the Temple of Apollo at Delphi and meet Pythia herself. BC, and we are standing on Mount Parnassus, overlooking the lush surrounding landscape, hills and valleys covered with dark pine trees and olive tree groves. Just a soul-stirring view with the mountains and valleys around us, and what a perfectly clear blue sky. The Temple of Apollo is just up this way. It'll be a few minutes' walk. You know, to the Greeks, Delphi is considered the center of the world. The story goes that at dawn on a certain day, Zeus sent 2 eagles flying, one from the easternmost part of the world and one from the westernmost part. And they met right over Delphi.
That's where like Christianity got the thing with like the doves, the white doves.
Seeing what it looks like, you can imagine why the Greeks felt that way. There is just a special aura to this place. The symbol of Delphi is actually the navel, and a large ornamental egg-like stone adorns the center of the temple, representing the absolute center of the world. If you look down there, at the foot of the mountain, you can see crowds of people. They are trying to make their way up to the temple, in the hopes that they can see Pythia today and seek her counsel. There's this strange rule. The oracle only sees visitors on one day of each month, the 7th day, and only for 9 months out of every year. So you can imagine the anxiety of some of these people who likely traveled a few days, 100 miles, just for the unlikely chance they will meet Pythia. Regardless of the demand, she accepts all who come to seek her counsel, from nobles to peasants, and even emperors. Here comes a procession now. A woman dressed in maiden's robes and a laurel in her hair leads the way. She must be one of the priestesses of the temple. Behind her are 3 nobles, each carrying a small gift.
3 nobles.
Walking with a sacrificial offering, 2 sheep, and a black ram. Let's join behind them. Pythia's prophecies are known throughout Greece, and dignitaries from other countries even make the trip just to seek her wise counsel. In 403 BC, Lysander, the Spartan victor of the Peloponnesian War, was warned by Pythia with these words: "Beware the dragon serpent, earthborn."
Beware the dragon serpent. That's the demiurge from Gnosticism. The dragon serpent. Look, that's literally the demiurge right here, the dragon serpent. They also mentioned 3 people. Well, the demiurge is formed by 3. Yaldabaoth, Samael, and Soklas. 3.
In craftiness coming behind thee. 8 years later, he was slain from behind by Neocorus, who had a serpent painted upon his shield. And there are countless examples actually recorded and written by historians and authors of the time, which we can trace back and actually see how they compare to real events at the time. Oh, we are nearing the temple. There's another priestess who is inspecting the animal offerings the 3 noblemen have brought. She points to the black ram. A guard takes the animal, and the priestess motions for the nobleman to follow her. Seems the 2 other men were unworthy. She's leading him to the Catalian spring, where he must first bathe and purify himself before being able to seek counsel with the oracle. And here are the 2 main entrances to the temple, with their famous inscriptions chiseled in stone above the doorways. nothing in excess, and know thyself. That reminds me, according to Plato, when Pythia was asked who was the wisest person in Greece, she responded, "The wisest is Socrates, because he knows that he knows nothing."
Exactly. That is like the ego death, essentially. And also like that's also a part of empiricism in science, is that you know that you don't know so that you can know, right? You don't It's basically not making an assumption, holding holding your belief for room of evidence instead of trying to affirm your own confirmation, like confirmation bias.
Let's head on in.
This is crazy. I can't believe I've like basically solved this.
Whoa, it's dark in here.
I literally invented a whole new philosophy.
Someone playing the harp down the corridor. This part of the temple is lit only by candles. Every wall is painted with elaborate frescoes or adorned with tapestries depicting scenes with the god Apollo, god of truth, music,
God of truth,
poetry,
empiricism,
the sun, and prophecy. Down the corridor, you can see the center of the temple, which is lit by the natural light of the sun and sky.
That's again the what we saw pictures of in the cave, the light. That's also gnosis, Gnosticism, knowledge. So truth. First he said truth, and now we have a representation of knowledge, because not all knowledge itself isn't technically true. Like such as like misinformation, disinformation, assumptions, beliefs.
Through a dome-like opening above, there's the heavy smell of myrrh in the air. We must be close to the entrance of Pythia's chamber. This way. You know, the tradition of the Oracle of Delphi is a strange one with very few parallels in our time. Pythia is the name given to the high priestess who performs the oracle work, but it is also the name of that position. It is similar to the Dalai Lama. The person assumes the full responsibility of the position, and when they die, the next Pythia is found. This is what has kept this tradition alive for centuries. The Pythia has tremendous influence. Her messages have changed the course of history in countless ways. In many instances, she serves the role of an advisor to emperors who seek to know what the gods think of their plans.
That's basically the hermetic teacher to student role. The teacher to student role.
In 359 BC, Philip II of Macedon consulted Pythia and was told, "With silver spears you may conquer the world," unquote. He proceeded to gain control of the silver mines in Thrace and the Illyrian kingdom, using them to bribe his way to early victories, playing Greek states against each other. Philip also had a notoriously unruly black colt horse, which no one could tame. The Oracle of Delphi told him that whoever could ride his horse would conquer the world. Despite valiant efforts, neither Philip nor his generals could tame the horse. Then his son, Alexander, succeeded when he realized that the horse was actually afraid of his own shadow. Philip then gifted the horse, who was named Bucephalus, to Alexander, who earned the title Alexander the Great when he conquered Asia. When it is time to choose a new Pythia, a woman must volunteer who is worthy and exceptionally knowledgeable on matters of ritual. So most Pythia are former priestesses of the temple here. But there have been cases of Pythia who were peasants or even noblewomen who had outstanding talents in communing with the gods in this way. It is no overstatement to say that the woman serving as Pythia is the most powerful woman in Greece.
This also goes into like Sophia. So in Gnosticism, this is like Sophia, which is divine feminine. And throughout countless cultures, knowledge itself is represented as a woman character. So I can show you. We have Sophia, and then we have Saraswati. So, goddess of knowledge, education, learning, speech, arts, music, poetry, purification. Oh, it's right there, purification. Holy shit. It's all connected. Purification, language of culture. And then we have Sophia, which is a goddess of knowledge. Knowledge, see? Among many Christian knowledge theologies. Yeah, it's crazy. It's all the same thing.
Let's take these stairs to the lower chamber. Here, we will need these torches. The temple was built around this entrance, which leads into
Like
this
a cave.
cavern.
Exactly, a cavern, a cave. Dude, it's all fucking connected. It's crazy. It's almost like a unifying philosophy. It's like the same philosophy, just through different cultures at different periods of time and at different locations. That's interesting. Holy shit. The same thing, the same philosophy under different cultures, regions. That's crazy.
Soon see why. Do you now see why Jung asks, is this the place of Pythia during his red crystal vision? He may be referring to the physical cavern in which she had.
He's talking about like the descent, like he's describing all these other philosophies, just no one had put it together yet, except for me. I put it together. Like it's all of these different, it's Philosopher's Stone, it's Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, Jung's, and then my philosophy, which is Hyper-Sanity.
As her visions, or through his prose, he may be referring to the mental place she must be inhabiting, where she receives these visions. There she is, at the center of the cavern. Her head is shrouded in shadow by a robe that wraps loosely around her body, creating a hood over her head. She is elevated 2 feet off the ground, sitting on a 3-legged golden seat.
3.
The chair is positioned over a deep chasm in the cavern floor. Smoke perpetually rises from this hole and is wafting over Pythia's hooded face. The temple was built around this chasm. The location is uniquely situated above 2 tectonic plates. The vapors and smoke that naturally rise from the chasm are likely from deep within the earth. She is a woman of about 50, dressed symbolically as a virgin maiden, and she routinely chews on oleander leaves. Part of the obligation of being a Pythia includes renouncing all worldly ties and possessions. This includes separating from your husband and family, which explains the symbolic dress of a virgin. It seems like she is in the middle of delivering her oracle message to a visitor. There are priests and priestesses that surround this space, forming a circle. Some of them are softly chanting, and some are awaiting Pythia's words, which they will transcribe on a parchment. Pythia speaks from this abnormal state, often in poetic verse. Some accounts describe her speaking
Yeah, incoherent. That's what I was reading. Not hypostasis. Fuck, where was it? Yeah, this is also known in different like religions. So like speaking in tongues and stuff like that. Interesting.
Coherently, and the accompanying priests will decipher the message. Other accounts describe her speaking eloquently in verse. The oracle messages she delivers are believed to come from underworld powers.
Subconscious. So the underworld is basically like subconscious, essentially.
Perhaps in her deeply contemplative state, the
Yeah,
messages
deeply contemplative state.
arrive to her in the form of imagery and visions, like Jung was experiencing.
Yeah, it's the same story between all of them. It's like a single unifying story. It's the same story across vastly different periods of times in different cultures in different regions. How crazy is that? Like people disconnected through entire timelines, different places and different cultures are literally explaining the exact same philosophy. That's fucking crazy.
Could it be that the place that Jung's mind inhabits during the Red Book sessions is the same place that Pythia's mind
Or
inhabits?
Platonism's
State
cave?
that places one in communication with a deep and imaginative center of the unconscious mind. It becomes clear that humans have been exploring the depths of their unconscious in a multitude of ways throughout time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we have the Philosopher's Stone and then Neoplatonism, Hermeticism, Gnosticism. It's crazy. Like it's the single unifying like method right here. This is amazing. That's crazy. Fear, curiosity, investigation, evidence, transformation. It's the exact same pattern. Fear, fantasy, belief, fear, exploration, insight, fear, exploration, insight, verification, integration. So the known world, the threshold, descent, chaos, hidden light, return, transformation, as is the Philosopher's Stone is a symbolic transformation, obviously. Like people always get it mixed up and think that alchemy is like turning rocks into gold or something, but that's not true. And then we have Descent into the Cave, the Black Slime, the Black Water, the Red Crystal, the Red Sun, Death Imagery, which is ego death. And then there's the Scarab, which is rebirth. So death and then rebirth, which is a central theme across religions and philosophies. And then the new sun is basically gnosis, or from Gnosticism. What gnosis is divine knowledge, or which could be seen as higher order knowledge. And then there's integration, wholeness, illumination, perfected understanding, and then the union of opposites, like the masculine and feminine. This could be seen as what was their name, Ardesh Venara. Yep, so Ardesh Venara, which is also a symbol for intersex, trans. You got the feminine and the male combined, the feminine and male energies combined, which is another sort of thing.
I think it's safe to assume that these things are on Jung's mind when he begins his confrontation with the unconscious. He may have even been using this opportunity to test the veracity of the claims of these methods. Contrary to what our first reaction is when reading the Red Book, Jung isn't doing something new and pioneering. He is reviving something ancient.
Exactly, reviving something ancient. Oh my god, just like I'm doing with Hyper-Sanity. This is amazing.
Dead. back
a
to life.
secular philosophy that is empirical fact that connects through different regions, cultures, and timelines. But it's not spiritual mumbo jumbo, it's pure science, empiricism.
Life. Part 3. Elijah and Salome. Throughout the Red Book, Jung has meaningful encounters with mythic figures. In these visions, he carries on conversations with them, oftentimes even arguing with them. It creates a sense of drama and tension, and when
Oh, this is interesting. This could be like today and like how you can debate with AI, where you can have AI debate itself. So you can literally have AI debate itself through three different personalities. Or this could be seen as the movie Split. There's multiple personalities in the same body, and they literally all fight for the light. Like that's literally in Split the movie. So like is a term used to describe the state of control over Kevin Wendell's Crumb's physical body, his 23 distinct personalities or alters. Um, yeah, only one personality can be in the light at any given time, meaning they are the one acting out and controlling Kevin's physical form. So, like in a psychological term, it can be used to describe multiple personalities disorders.
when reading it, one must assume that Jung is confronting deep-seated parts of his own being. These are profoundly personal experiences we are witnessing. This passage is dated December 21st, 1913. On the night when I considered the essence of God, I became aware of an image.
Old man stood before me, looked like one of the old man. That could be ego death, right? The old him is dying for the newer him, and enlightened, so to speak, him.
I lay in a dark depth. An old man stood before me. He looked like one of the old prophets. A black serpent lay at his feet.
Just like a demiurge.
Distance away, I saw a house with columns. A beautiful maiden steps out of the door.
That's like Sophia from Gnosticism.
She walks uncertainly, and I see.
Dude, that's it. Like that's literally Gnosticism. You have Sophia who brings the light against the serpent, the demiurge serpent. See, we have Sophia right there. See, there's the sun. This is the same image. Look at that. This part right here is the same image. No fucking way. Dude, it's the exact same image. No fucking way. Holy shit, that's crazy. See, did I take a picture of it? Okay, so let me find, where was that image? That's at 49 minutes. This is literally the same image that's in Gnosticism. The exact same. It's like an upside down crescent. Here's the dragon.
He was utterly cynical. He was frequently conscious. Your friendship in which I...
Where was it? It's gonna drive me crazy if I don't find it, because now that I've made the connection. See, there's the
are a mixture of German, Latin, and Greek. All throughout the book, there are beautiful and intricate paintings, some of them in the text. Looking at this book, you would have to assume this is an ancient religious manuscript, maybe a work of medieval literature from 1,000 years ago. This is no ordinary book.
There's the dove, the white dove.
Do yourself a favor, HIV, and visit archive.org. That's ARCHIVE.
Like right there.
Archive.org. That's ARCHIVE.
Right there, that symbol. This symbol right here. This symbol right here. And it was also in another part. I can't remember where it was, though. But it's literally the exact same symbol. It's like an upside down. It's going to drive me crazy if I can't find it.
Insights and self-knowledge, a kind of divine madness. We are witnessing an alchemical process taking place. Jung mentions.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. That's literally maybe kind of. Maybe not. Very similar, though. Hey, wait, that's the same. This little water, this thing with the water. That's what we were just on.
Black serpent lay at his feet. Some distance away, I saw a house with columns. A beautiful maiden steps out of the. We are witnessing.
Right here.
This passage is dated December.
That's like this right here. It's got a cross on it. Flower.
December 21st, 1913.
The similarities are
On the
just
night
like
when I
crazy.
considered the essence of God, I became
The
aware
essence of God. That's gnosis.
of an image.
Divine
I lay
knowledge.
in a dark depth. An old man stood before me. He looked like one of the old prophets. A black serpent lay at his feet. Some distance away, I saw a house with columns. A beautiful maiden steps out of the door.
Sophia
She
or
walks
Saraswati.
uncertainly, and I see that she is blind. The old man waves to me, and I follow him to the house at the foot of the sheer rock wall. The serpent creeps behind us. Darkness reigns inside the house. We are in a high hall with glittering walls. A bright stone, the color of water, lies in the background. As I look into its reflection, the images of Eve, the tree, and the serpent appear to me. After
The
this,
tree and the serpent.
I catch sight of Odysseus and his journey on the high seas. Suddenly, a door opens on the right onto a garden full of bright sunshine. We step outside, and the old man says to me, "Do you know where you are?" I say, "I am a stranger here, and everything seems strange to me, anxious as in a dream. Who are you?" The old man responds, "I am Elijah, and this is my daughter Salome." I respond, the daughter of
Salome,
Herod?
Sophia.
The bloodthirsty woman? Elijah asks, why do you judge so? You see that she is blind. She is my daughter, the daughter of the prophet. I say, what?
The daughter of the prophet. That is literally Sophia. So Sophia brings knowledge to people out of ignorance. She saves people from the demiurge's false world, which is like in Matrix, is the oracle in Matrix, giving knowledge to the one Neo. Yeah, crazy.
Miracle has united you. Elijah answers, it is no miracle. It was so from the beginning. My wisdom and my daughter are one. I am shocked.
My wisdom and my daughter are one. Oh my god. That's literally, dude. Sophia Wisdom. Look. It's literally the same thing. Is a central idea in Hellenistic philosophy and religion, Platonism, and Gnosticism. Crazy. This is the Hagia Sophia, the what he just said, the Hagoi or whatever. Fuck, I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm incapable of grasping it. Elijah continues, consider this. Her blindness and my sight have made us companions through eternity. I say, forgive my astonishment. Am I truly in the underworld? Salome interrupts, do you love me? I respond, how can I love you? How do you come to this question? I see only one thing. You are Salome, a tiger. Your hands are stained with the blood of the Holy One. How should I love you? Salome answers, you will love me. I say, I?
This is the whole philosophy behind wisdom. So Sophia represents wisdom, and it's all about the same thing. Learning and seeking knowledge and then transforming yourself with knowledge. So Sophia literally represents the love of knowledge. Philosophy, love of wisdom. See right here, and was significantly shaped by the term philosophia, love of wisdom. It's literally the exact same thing. Crazy. That's where philosophy comes from. Philosophy comes from the whole idea of love for wisdom. Philosophy, philosophia, philosophy.
Love you? Who gives you the right to such thoughts? Salome proclaims, I love you. I say, leave me be, I dread you, you beast. Salome continues, you do me wrong. Elijah is my father, and he knows the deepest mysteries. The walls of this house are made of precious stones. His wells hold healing water, and his eyes See the things of the future, and what wouldn't you give for a single look into the infinite unfolding of what is to come? Are these not worth a sin for you? I respond, your temptation is devilish. I long to be back in the upper world. It is dreadful here. How oppressive and how heavy is the air. Elijah asks, what do you want? The choice is yours. I say, but I do not belong to the dead. I live in the light of day. Why should I torment myself here with Salome? Do I not have enough of my own life to deal with? Elijah says, you heard what Salome said. I respond, I cannot believe that you, the prophet, can recognize her as a daughter and a companion. Is she not engendered from heinous seed? Was she not vain greed and criminal lust?
Oh, from heinous seed. This also goes into Sophia Gnosticism. So she gave birth to the demiurge. Oops. The creation of the demiurge. Yeah, so causes confusion and longing to return to it. Because of these longings, matter and the soul uh, accidentally came into existence. The creation of the demiurge, also known as Yaldabaoth, is also a mistake made during this exile. The demiurge proceeds to create the physical world in which we live, ignorant of Sophia, who nonetheless manages to infuse some spiritual spark or pneuma into his creation.
Elijah answers, but she loved a holy man.
Criminal lust. That's what that refers to. Criminal lust. That's literally this right here. That's crazy. Oh my god, this is amazing.
I say, and shamefully shed his precious blood. Elijah continues, she loved the prophet who announced the new God to the world. She loved him. Do you understand that? For she is my daughter. I respond, do you think that because she is your daughter, she loved the prophet in John, the Father? Elijah answers, by her love shall you know her. I ask, but how did she love him? Do you call that love? Elijah says, what else was it? I respond, I am horrified. Who wouldn't be horrified if Salome loved him? Elijah responds, are you cowardly? Consider this. I and my daughter have been one since eternity. I say, you pose dreadful riddles. How could it be that this unholy woman and you, the prophet of your God, could be one?
Yeah, exactly. Sophia was kind of like the daughter of Pleroma, which is like the highest realm of existence, sort of like heaven or the highest point of heaven, zenith, so to speak. So like the highest point of heaven. Um, yeah, how could you be one exactly?
Elijah asks,
Sophia.
why are you amazed? But you see it. We are together. I say, what my eyes see is exactly what I cannot grasp. You, Elijah, who are a prophet, the mouth of God, and she, a bloodthirsty horror. You are the symbol of the most extreme contradiction. Elijah states, we are real and not symbols. I see how the black serpent writhes up the tree and hides in the branches. Everything becomes gloomy and doubtful. Elijah rises. I follow and we go silently back through the hall. Doubt tears me apart. It is all so unreal, and yet a part of my longing remains behind. Will I come again? Salome loves me. Do I love her? I hear wild music, a tambourine, a sultry moonlit night, the bloody staring head of a holy one. Fear seizes me. I rush out. I am surrounded by the dark night. It is pitch black all around me. Who murdered the hero? Is this why Salome loves me? Do I love her, and did I therefore murder the hero? She is one with the prophet, one with John, but also one with me? Was she the hand of God? I do not love her, I fear her. Then the spirit of the depths spoke to me and said, therein you acknowledge her divine power. Must I love Salome? So, what is going on here with Jung meeting Elijah and Salome in his vision? It's helpful to have some context to these two characters. Elijah is a religious prophet who is said to have lived in northern Israel during the 9th century BC.
Hey, there's the symbol with the sun. That's the see, there's the halo in the background there, and then there's also let's see, where is it? And then there's the sun right there.
He appears in all the Abrahamic religions as a key figure and is said to have performed miracles.
See, cave.
Comparable to Jesus, including raising the dead, bringing fire down from the sky, entering heaven alive by fire, and being a leader of a school of prophets. Salome, on the other hand, has a much more controversial history. She lived in the 1st century AD, and infamously, she danced before Herod, the ruler of Galilee, during his birthday banquet, and her dancing was so pleasing to Herod that he told her, whatever you ask me for, I will give it to you, up to half my kingdom. Unquote. Salome consulted with her mother and answered Herod, I want you to give me the head of John the Baptist on a platter. Herod was not happy with this request, but he felt strongly that he had to uphold his oath. So he sent guards to the prison and asked them to bring back John the Baptist's head. And on that same night, they did, presenting the platter to Salome. During the Middle Ages, her biblical story took on new life in art and literature. Her dance took on an erotic interpretation and became known as the Dance of the Seven Veils. Salome became a symbol of the temptress, a symbol of unbridled desire, luring away those who are on the road to salvation. It is with these connotations that Elijah and Salome...
It's crazy that he doesn't understand, like, how is he this, like, blind and ignorant that's, like, wrong, though? Like, everything points to her being Sophia and giving birth to the demiurge. That's crazy. Like, it literally connects more to Gnosticism, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism than this. Like, ontologically, it makes no sense.
Appear in Jung's mind. But rather than assuming that Jung is witnessing some kind of biblical narrative unfold before his inner vision, I think it is more accurate to say that Elijah and Salome are symbols, in a sense, manifestations of aspects of Jung's own mind. Elijah...
But see, that's what's wild, is that it's not of his own mind. It's all these other religions. Like, it literally matches several philosophies and, like, religions. Like, verbatim matches everything.
Representing the path of spiritual knowledge, virtue...
Spiritual knowledge. Gnosis. Spiritual knowledge. That's crazy. Yeah, spiritual knowledge. It says right here, which signifies a spiritual knowledge. So, like, it matches Gnosticism more than whatever he's describing here. I don't understand how someone that supposedly knows philosophy doesn't understand Gnosticism. Like, I feel like a lot of people know that Gnosticism is about knowledge. It's in the word, know, G-N-O-K-N-O, know, sis, as in know this.
And mystical experience, Salome, representing the path of earthly pleasure, vice, and ignorance.
Ego.
It's curious to note that Jung sees Salome blinded, that she's without vision. This could be seen as symbolic of the idea that one who is led only by desire,
ego,
and search for animal impulses and pleasure
is blind.
In some ways, blind, right?
Yes, that goes into the demiurge. So the demiurge is blind. The blind god. See right here, blind god. So like the blindness is not a literal blindness; it's an ignorance, which is ironic because he's blind. That he's describing Gnosticism and has no idea he's describing Gnosticism. Like, that is so fascinating. How's no one else made this connection before? Am I the only one making it like this? Like, what the fuck?
They aren't functioning through reason. The struggle between these two ways of living, Elijah and Salome.
Yeah, exactly. Between rational living and living by belief. Ego, pleasure, senseless pleasures. You know, which is like most Americans, like they live purely on belief and not rationality.
Puts Jung in the center of an existential conundrum. Ultimately, in the writing that follows, Jung arrives at an understanding that implies that the way of Elijah and the way of Salome are not exclusive, but actually mutually dependent. They are not opposites, but instead form a duality of living.
Dude, what was I saying? Duality of living. This is the integration between the masculine and the feminine in other ways. What do we have here? A duality, Ardash Vinara, combined form of Shiva and Parvati, and this predates everything that he's talked about. This predates that. Ardash Vinara predates all of this. So this is like the oldest recorded form of philosophy. This is basically where it all started, was Vedic tradition. So you have the right half is usually the male Shiva. And then you have the other form, like crazy.
And one must learn to navigate it. In that context, Elijah's words make sense when he says,
That's also like the conscious and the subconscious, integrating both the subconscious and the consciousness, which you can only get from hypothetically through ego death.
I and my daughter have been one since eternity. Jung later writes, the way of life,
yeah, also knowledge and
like
ignorance,
the serpent, from right to left, and from left.
Knowledge and ignorance have existed since humankind, right?
To right, from thinking to pleasure, and
exactly.
from pleasure to thinking. Thus the serpent is an adversary and a symbol of enmity, but also a wise bridge that connects right and left through longing, much needed by our life.
Ego death.
Unquote. The symbols of Elijah and Salome, they reappear in several of Jung's visions. Let's explore what I feel is the most startling one, which
this is crazy, dude. This guy has no idea, like, essentially completely what he's talking about. Like, not fully. He doesn't have the full picture. Like, I feel like anyone that seriously studied philosophy should have made this connection by now. How am I the only one making this connection? Like, I'm the only one that's seeing all these religions combined are the same thing throughout centuries. It's the exact same goddesses and gods, the exact same alchemical transformation of ego death and rebirth into a rational, logical self through knowledge, like the scientific method, basically, empiricism.
Occurred December 25th. 1913.
Yeah, Jesus' birthday. Yeah, and see, that's what a lot of people don't realize is that Christianity, like, it's so crazy that people don't understand that there are religions that predate Christianity. Christianity chose the 25th of December based on other beliefs.
Curiously, on Christmas. On the third night, deep longing to continue experiencing the mysteries seized me. The struggle between doubt and desire was great in me, but suddenly I saw that I stood before a steep ridge in a wasteland,
voice.
It is a dazzling bright day. I catch sight of the prophet high above me. His hand makes an averting movement, and I abandon my decision to climb up. I wait below, gazing upward. I look. To the right, it is dark night.
Oh, what is this? What is this again? Moon and the sun? It's literally the same thing. The sun and the moon. Look, it's the same. That's crazy. How's no one made this connection before? Like, I've connected Gnosticism, Hermeticism, Neoplatonism, and alchemical transformation into Jung's Red Book, and I don't think anyone else has done this before. Like, this is wild. Like, it's all the same thing. The sun and the moon. The blind god, and then Sophia. Like, it's crazy. I can't believe no one's made this connection before.
To the left, it is bright day. The rock separates day and night. On the dark side lies a big black serpent.
That could also be seen as the divide between knowledge and ignorance.
And on the bright side, a white serpent. They thrust their heads toward each other, eager for battle. Elijah stands on the heights above them.
It's like the fight
The serpents
between
pounce
knowledge
on
and
one
ignorance.
another, and a terrible wrestling ensues. The black serpent seems to be stronger. The white serpent draws back. Great billows of dust rise from the place of struggle, but then I see the black serpent pulls itself back again. The front part of its body,
The black serpent could be ego,
has become white. Both serpents curl about themselves.
and this talks about the duality, like R-Fanar, the male and feminine combined. Also, it's important to note that there's like the ox or whatever, which is the same thing with Mithra, and then you have the lion, which also goes back into Gnosticism. The lion, the serpent, the sun, the moon, and then Gnosis, the knowledge and ignorance, and Yaldabaoth and Samael and Soklas are the blind gods.
One in light, the other in darkness.
Yep.
Elijah says, "What did you see?"
So light symbolizes knowledge and wisdom, and then darkness symbolizes ignorance. That's why in Gnosticism and on these other religions and philosophies, which are basically all the same thing, connected through different time periods and regions, you're blind as ignorant. That could also be seen as ego. Like, a lot of people live by ego instead of like empiricism, like the scientific, like logical, rational method.
I respond, "I saw the fight of two formidable serpents. It seemed to me as if the black would overcome the white serpent. But behold, the black one withdrew, and its head and the top part of its body had turned white." Elijah says.
Yeah, that is ignorance being that's the transformation between knowledge and ignorance. Like, when you're presented with new knowledge and your ego is not associated with the new knowledge, you defeat the ignorance, the black, with the white knowledge.
"Do you understand that?" I respond, "I have thought it over, but I cannot understand it. Should it mean that the power of the good light will become so great that even the darkness that resists it will be illuminated by it?" Elijah climbs before me into the heights, to a very high summit. I follow. On the peak, we come to some masonry made of huge blocks. It is a round embankment on the summit. Inside lies a large courtyard, and there is a mighty boulder in the middle, like an altar. The prophet stands on this stone and says, "This is the temple of the sun. This place is a vessel that collects the light of the sun."
That's like gnosis. It's basically gnosis, the spark, I
As he
guess.
climbs down from the stone, his form becomes smaller in descending, and finally
There's the cave.
Becomes dwarf-like, unlike himself. I ask, "Who are you?" "I am Mime, and I will show you the well springs." The collected light becomes water and flows in many springs from the summit into the valleys of the earth. He then dives down into a crevice. I follow him down into a dark cave. I hear the rippling of a spring.
Yeah, so then it reconnects all again. So like this is all connected. So it's the same story. It's Plato's cave, the Mithraic cave, Jung's cave, Leonardo da Vinci's cave, the Gnostic descent, and then the Neoplatonic return. It goes from known world, threshold, descent, chaos, hidden light, return, and transformation. So it's all the same archetypes. Like it's literally the same thing. I don't know how no one's realized it, but it's literally the same exact story across cultures and times. However, the one thing that most people didn't make is that the first oldest recorded religion and philosophy is Vedic in Sanskrit. It's the oldest recorded philosophy and religion, and that's basically where everything is derived from. Essentially, it's just is people retelling the same story in from different regions perspectives, from the perspective of different cultures. And so like right here you have the lion and the ox, and you have the feminine and the masculine. So that's like the Gnostic demiurge, the serpent, the lion, the blind god, and then Ardesh Vinar. See how it has the light around here at the head? It's literally the same thing. I don't know how no one's like figured this out yet. That's crazy.
I hear the voice of the dwarf from far below. Here are my wells. Whoever drinks from them becomes wise.
Yeah, and if we're doing it through a psychological analytical, we'll have the map right here. So it talks about ego death and transformation. Like a lot of people think that alchemy is about like turning material from one material, transforming it into another, but alchemy is actually like transformation in a metaphorical sense. So like when you learn something new, you can transform into like a new you. This could also be seen as like the death of the child into being an adult. Like, the child in you dies, so to speak. Yeah, it's crazy. Even Leonardo da Vinci has the same retelling of the cave. It's crazy.
But I cannot reach down. I lose courage. I leave the cave and, doubting, pace back and forth in the square of the courtyard. Everything appears to me strange and incomprehensible. It is solitary and deathly silent here. The air is clear and cool, as on the remotest heights, a wonderful flood of sunlight all around. The great wall surrounds me. A serpent crawls over the stone. It is the serpent of the prophet. How did it come out of the underworld into the world above? I follow it and see how it crawls into the wall. I feel weird all over. A little house stands there with a portico, minuscula, snuggling against the rock. The serpents become infinitely small. I feel as if I too am shrinking. The walls enlarge into a huge mountain, and I see that I am below on the foundation of the crater in the underworld. And I stand before the house of the prophet. He steps out of the door of the house. I say, I notice, Elijah, that you have shown me and let me experience all sorts of strange things, and allowed me to come before you today, but I confess that it is all dark to me. Your world appears to me today in a new light. Just now...
See, that's what he's talking about, like a new light. That's like when you learn significant new knowledge, you see things in a new light, a new perspective, a new understanding. That's just like when you learn some new field or something new in a new field, like a science, like evolution or history or something like that, it causes you to see things in a new light. So light has always been a representation of wisdom and knowledge.
It was as if I were separated by a starry distance from your place.
This starry distance is the distance between understanding and knowing. Just because you know something doesn't mean you understand it. Um like it's also the distinction that a lot of people fail to see, is that like just because you memorize something doesn't mean you understand it, and intelligence isn't memorization, it's understanding. It's the ability to understand something when you see it. So just because you like memorize a mathematical formula doesn't mean you actually understand it or how to apply it.
Place, which I still wanted to reach today, but behold, it seems to be one and the same place. Elijah says, "You wanted to come here far too much. I did not deceive you, you deceived yourself." He sees badly who wants to see.
This is okay, this is literally confirmation bias. Like seeing what you want to see. This is literally like 95% of everyone. Like they don't want to be proven wrong, but like the whole point of like empiricism and empirical living, logic rational living, is that you want to be proven wrong, because only when you're proven wrong can you understand something from a new perspective. But most people just want to be confirmed in understanding, so they look for whatever corroborates their own already existing belief, confirmation bias. And this is all about knowledge. He sees badly who wants
See,
to
you have
see.
overreached yourself. I say, it is true. I eagerly longed to reach you, to hear more. Salome startled me and led me into bewilderment. I felt dizzy, because what she said seemed to me to be so monstrous and like madness. Where is Salome? Elijah says, "How impetuous you are. What is up with you? Step over to the crystal and prepare yourself in its light." A wreath of fire shines around the stone.
Yeah, this is like the metaphorical philosopher's stone.
I am seized with fear at what I see. The coarse peasant's boot, the foot of a giant that crushes an entire city. I see the cross, the removal of the cross, the mourning. How agonizing this sight is. No longer do I yearn. I see the divine child with the white serpent in his right hand and the black serpent in his left hand. I see the green mountain, the cross of Christ on it, and a stream of blood flowing from the summit of the mountain. I can look no longer. It is unbearable. I see the cross and
That's kind of like how when you come across knowledge that shakes you down to the very foundation of your being. This could be seen as like a religious person who goes secular and they understand that everything they believe is like a lie, like Christianity, right? Because like it's through empiricism, empirical science proves that Christianity is a new religion, and Christianity is literally copied from like Gnosticism and other pre-existing philosophies and religions. And so like when someone that has lived their entire life in belief, not reality, sees reality for the first time, it shakes them down to the core. And this again goes back into like the Matrix and Neoplatonism, of when you leave the cave of ignorance, that dark cave of ignorance, and through knowledge, and you leave the cave, your eyes hurt because you haven't really used your eyes before. You never saw things in the light as they really were. You saw things as you wanted them to be, which is again what they just talked about a minute ago. Seeing what you want to see, not what really is, not reality.
Christ on it in his last hour and torment. At the foot of the cross, the black serpent coils itself. It has wound itself around my feet. I am held fast, and I spread my arms.
Oh, that's also goes right back into Gnosticism. So, where is it? Where was it that I saw that? Yeah, so you got two serpents here, or wrapped around his legs. It's literally the exact same thing.
Arms wide. Salome draws near. The serpent has wound itself around my whole body, and my countenance is that of a lion.
A lion! Oh my god, that's literally what this is. That's literally Gnosticism. That's the demiurge. What do we have here? A lion serpent. With the starry night and then the sun, which is knowledge. And then you have, like, right here, gnosis. This is literally, like, objectively Gnosticism.
Salome says, Mary was the mother of Christ.
And also, not only that, but, Saraswati, but, where is it? Fuck, did I close it? Oh yeah, Ardash Fanara, we have the lion. Look how the lion is, like, wrapped around her waist as well.
Do you understand? I say, I see that a terrible and incomprehensible power forces me to imitate the Lord in his final torment.
Exactly, imitate the Lord in his final moment. So this is like talking about, like, how you live in belief, and you're basically repeating the same philosophies, the same religions that are, it's the same thing throughout generations, throughout centuries. It's the exact same thing with just different names of the figures, essentially. But the whole story, everything, the premise, the archetypes, it's all exactly the same. And this goes into perennial philosophy, which is that all philosophy, all religions are basically the same thing.
But how can I presume to call Mary my mother? Salome says, you are Christ. I stand with outstretched arms like someone crucified, my body taut and horribly entwined by the serpent. You, Salome, say that I am Christ? It is as if I stood alone on a high mountain, with stiff, outstretched arms. The serpent squeezes my body in its terrible coils, and the blood streams from my body, spilling down the mountainside. Salome bends down to my feet and wraps her black hair round them. She lies thus for a long time, and she cries, I see light. Truly.
And then again, this is literally,
and she cries.
So like the sun, and he's wrapped in the that's literally like Gnosticism. It's like the demiurge in a way.
I see light.
The starry night, the night with the sun, the circular sun behind, like, above his head.
Sees, her eyes are open. The serpent falls from my body and lies languidly on the ground. I stride over it and kneel at the feet of the prophet, whose form shines like a flame. Elijah says, your work is fulfilled here. Other things will come. Seek untiringly, and above all, write exactly what you see.
This is literally the definition of empiricism, of hyper-sanity, my philosophy. So, like, we go to empiricism, and empiricism is like the philosophy of rationalism and empirical evidence. So it's like, as you see factual knowledge, write it down. This is literally empiricism. See, empirical evidence. It's one of the several competing views within epistemology, along with rationalism and skepticism, relying purely. Empiricists argue that empiricism is a more reliable method of finding the truth than relying purely on logical reasoning, because humans have cognitive biases and limitations which lead to errors and judgments.
Salome looks in rapture at the light that streams from the prophet. Elijah transforms into a huge flame of white light. The serpent wraps itself around her foot as if paralyzed. Salome kneels before the light in wonder-struck devotion. Tears fall from my eyes, and I hurry out into the night like one who has no part in the glory of the mystery. My feet do not touch the ground of this earth, and it is as if I were melting into air.
See, then we have the sun, Like, I can't get over this. This is literally, it's all connected. It's almost like a unifying, like, not theory, but like, yes, you have the sun and then the moon right here. That's crazy. And just like in Christianity, there's like the tree of knowledge or whatever, and like knowledge was forbidden and stuff like that. And that's what the core idea is that, you know, pursuit of knowledge and the truth is like the highest form of living, is like the highest form of life, is the pursuit of knowledge, of wisdom, not belief, but like logical, rational living. That's basically like the philosophy of it. That's like the underlying message between them all. And that's why Christianity is so devious, is because Christianity punishes learning. Christianity literally teaches people to be ignorant because it punishes those who want to see the truth. And that's also kind of like Ouroboros in a way. Philosopher's Stone. Damn, it's all connected. I figured it out. That's crazy. That is fucking amazing. Can't believe it was like all connected too. And then there's also let's see. Where is Spanish perennials? Take some pictures here. Let's see. Wait, did I go too far?
You see. Salome looks in rapture at the light that streams from the prophet.
Now we go with so we can compare, and then Ardash for Nara. It's literally the exact same thing. It's crazy. And then Saraswati is also the original formation of Sophia wisdom, because it predates 1,500 years before Christ entered. That's why if you want to start in philosophy, you start with the oldest recorded instance, and then you go forward. You do it like chronologically. And Vedic is if there was a real religion, then it's going to be Vedic because it's the oldest recorded, and everything else is based off of it essentially. And then right here we have ignorance and knowledge, truth from belief. Okay, so the black snake could also be ego. So the black snake, ego has to die in order to really learn something without bias. You have to have ego death in some sense. Let me get some more. This is crazy. I can't wait to turn this into a video. So I don't understand how he doesn't understand. I don't understand how the uploader here doesn't understand like how it's all connected. Like he completely misses everything. Like he misses the bigger picture completely.
Appears in all the Abrahamic religions as a key figure and is
Yeah,
said
all
to have
Abrahamic.
performed miracles comparable to
Yeah,
Jesus.
so he talks about Abrahamic religions and whatnot, but he completely misses Gnosticism. The whole thing that's about knowledge. Like Jungian's like philosophy is basically like kind of like empiricism or hyper-sanity. Well, I guess you would say Jungian's is more like psychology, like subconscious psychology. Oh, what is that right there? See? Yep, that's like the ox or whatever right here. And then later on they mention the lion. I literally saw fucking Jung's red book. I don't know if anyone's actually done this like to this extent before. That's crazy. I like learned so fucking much. I connected like so many different philosophies together. And then right here we have like the old forbidden knowledge.
To write, from thinking to pleasure and
Yep. Oops.
and from pleasure to thinking. Thus the serpent is an adversary and a symbol of
Exactly. The black serpent is an adversary. And so like black is ignorance and belief, and then the white serpent is fact and truth. Because not that just because something's knowledge doesn't necessarily mean it's correct or true. And so it's about the battle between belief and fact, between ego and truth, between what's belief, aka religion, and what's fact, reality, truth, knowledge, wisdom. I can't believe this guy did this whole video. Like, he must not really be into philosophy. Because it's like Gnosticism is like one of the obvious philosophies between learning, between like knowledge. It's literally in the word itself. Gnosis, know this, know as in GNO and then KNO. It's literally the same thing. It's a philosophy about knowledge. And then Sophia is the literal representation of knowledge. Philosophy comes from Neoplatonism, um, like right here, see, shaped by the term philosophia, love of wisdom. Philosophy is the literal epistemic ontological definition of Sophia, love of wisdom. Philosophy literally means love of wisdom. That's what these philosophies all have in common. It's about the love for wisdom over ignorance. Because what is the antithesis of wisdom? Belief, ignorance. A blind God that is an ignorant God being defeated by knowledge, by gnosis, or the divine spark. So, and then there's also, let's see, Saraswati, Adishvanara, Mithraic. Do I have that here? We got a serpent here in the stone. Here's the lion with the serpent. Oh my god. This is literally the exact scene. He's being covered up in snakes with the lion. Literally exactly the same. Like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Like, look, it's literally the... What the fuck? It's literally the same thing. That... You're touching on something that many scholars of comparative religion, Jung, and philosophy have noticed. The symbols are often different, but the underlying structure keeps repeating. So we have conscious versus unconscious. Alchemy is soul versus Luna. So in alchemy, the soul and the Luna is basically so soul is like the sun, and then Luna is like night star. So that's like literally the symbol here. And then we have Taoism, yin and yang, light and dark, knowledge and wisdom. And then Ardashvanara, we have the incorporation of Shiva and Shakti, which is the feminine and the male combined into one. We also have the lion there with the ox, just like, or whatever, like in Mithra, kind of. Then we have Neoplatonism, unity and multiplicity, like the simulation, and then we have Hyper-Sanity, which is my philosophy, investigation, and then the opposite of that, the polar opposite is contradiction. Because once you notice a contradiction and you try to solve the contradiction, you end up with knowledge, with new understanding. And then in psychology, you have order and chaos. The important thing is not which side wins. The important thing is what emerges from the conflict. This is, again, transformation. That's where, like, the Philosopher's Stone comes from. Like, the Philosopher's Stone was metaphorical. Like, all philosophy is metaphor. It's not literal. There's no such thing as religion or anything like that. And, yeah, like, so knowledge, it transforms. It can transform you. It transforms your brain, your understanding. Image may actually be one of the strongest parallels Adashvanara literally combines male, female, Shiva, Shakti, consciousness, energy, transcendence, and manifestation into one being, and not just good versus evil, not truth or lies, but complementary opposites united. This is literally what he was talking about, the combination of the duality, the the marriage of duality. This is extremely close to Jung's self. And then here we have the lion-headed serpent. It's fascinating because it sits exactly at the intersection of Gnosticism, Mithraism, Neoplatonism, and Hermeticism. It often represents time, fate, cosmic order, and transformation. Notice the pattern: serpent plus solar symbolism repeated. You have the solar symbolism, serpent, lion. Because the serpent often represents transformation, cyclical renewal, hidden wisdom, and movement between worlds. This goes into like Ouroboros, like the snake eating its tail. That's like this cyclical renewal. While the sun represents illumination, consciousness, and intelligibility. This also goes even into like modern movies and philosophies. Like in the movie The Split, only one personality can be in the light at any given time, meaning they are one acting out and controlling Kevin's physical form. Each switch in personality often results in invisible physiological changes. Physiological changes also connects to Adash Vanara. Uh, Together, they form transformation through illumination. If I translate the recurring pattern into hypersanity terms, not belief versus true, but model A versus model B, then it's conflict, investigation, integration. Higher order model. The old model dies, the new model emerges. This is literal recursive. This is recursion. See, applying ethics to itself, it's philosophical and cybernetic approach, structural and systems theory, recursive sciences, frames recursive ethics as a scientific discipline defining lawful recursion and symbolic containment. Here, ethics serves as a structural boundary condition that preserves identity and coherence in symbolic systems, including AI, after collapse, distinct from mere feedback loops or generative mimicry. That's what this is. The old model dies, the new model emerges. That's what the whole thing about the ego death is. In order, like, the old you dies for the new you, the ignorant part of you before you understood higher order reasoning and knowledge, gnosis. The old you, the ignorant you, the formerly religious you or whatever dies, and then a new rational logical version of yourself is born, is transformed. And also it's the same pattern. So Leonardo da Vinci's cave, Plato's allegory of the cave, Mithric cave, Jung's cave, the Gnostic descent, Ardashvanara, two serpents, philosopher's stone, and divine child. The same structure keeps repeat appearing. Ordinary life, descent into uncertainty, encounter with opposites, knowledge, belief versus fact, and then conflict between the principles, discovery of hidden order, integration, and return transformed. That's why Jung became obsessed with alchemy. He wasn't interested in turning lead into gold. He thought alchemists accidentally preserved a symbolic map of psychological transformation. The deepest common denominator may be love of wisdom over attachment to certainty. This is like religion versus science. This is fundamental religion versus science. So, like, religion is a belief system. Belief isn't fact by ontological epistemic definition. So, belief is not fact. That's why it's called a belief system and not a fact system. That's fundamentally like why religion is called a belief system, because it's not fact. There's no scientific evidence for it. So yeah, the love of wisdom over attachment to certainty. This goes back into what he was talking about, confirmation bias, the internal conflict of seeing what you want to see versus seeing like what the evidence points to, or more formally, the willingness to enter uncertainty in pursuit of a more complete understanding of reality that fits Socrates, Plato, Leonardo, Jung, Neoplatonism, Hermeticists, mystics, and scientists. The cave, serpent, stone, divine child, and the union of opposite symbols may all be different mythological languages pointing towards the same underlying process. Fear, for your fear of the unknown, ignorance, and then investigation, afraid of what you might learn, that goes into like the forbidden knowledge, like the apple, and then transformation from investigation, and then greater integration, and that could be seen as like integrating new empirical evidence into your life, and then like applying higher order reasoning in like your everyday sort of life, just like you would like new science you find out. That is probably closer to the recurring pattern than simply truth defeating belief. In many of these systems, growth occurs because the opposites are confronted and integrated, not because one side is completely eliminated. This actually fits, because as he was saying, the snakes didn't actually defeat each other. The black snake withdrew from the white snake, so that's literally what this is, confronted and integrated, instead of being not really necessarily defeated.
And wraps her black hair round them. She lies thus for a long time, and she cries, "I see light." Truly, she sees, her eyes are open. The serpent falls from my body and lies languidly on the ground. I stride over it and kneel at the feet of the prophet, whose form shines like a flame. Elijah says, "Your work is fulfilled here. Other things will come. Seek untiringly, and above all, write exactly what you see."
And again, that is empiricism, that's science. See, it's like the love of wisdom philosophy. It's the constant battle of wanting to learn and better yourself, and how you can incorporate wisdom and knowledge into your life. Empirical science.
Salome looks in rapture at the light that streams from the prophet. Elijah transforms into a huge flame of white light,
Which is like represents knowledge essentially, or enlightenment, quasi enlightenment.
The serpent wraps itself around her foot as if paralyzed.
And I guess really what you could consider the secular version of enlightenment would be higher form of understanding, higher order reasoning, knowledge in its purest form.
He kneels before the light in wonder-struck devotion. Tears fall from my eyes, and I hurry out into the night like one who has no part in the glory of the mystery. My feet do not touch the ground of this earth, and it is as if I were melting into air.
It's all connected. This is crazy. This is awesome. Yep. It's like Ouroboros kind of. Belief versus fact, truth versus ignorance. I fucking love philosophy. God damn, I love philosophy. Man, it's kind of hard to top that after that realization. Fuck.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this deep dive into Dr. Carl Jung's Red Book. I really personally feel this is one of the most important books of the 20th century.
Makes sense, yeah.
So, why do I feel this way? I would say 4 reasons. 1, Dr. Carl Jung engages his unconscious willingly, and then
Exactly.
documents what happens afterward in this.
Yeah, this is literally this is the practice of empiricism. The scientific method. Tested it against observations in the natural world rather than resting solely on a priori reasoning, intuition, revelation, aka belief.
Incredible, thorough, and even prosaic way. Now, that let alone is already pretty unique among literature of psychology, but I really believe in studying this work for years now that in the process.
How is it that someone that's been studying this work for years wasn't able to make the connection that I made in one night? That's fucking crazy. He didn't understand like all the connections between these religions and philosophies. He did not make the connection. What the fuck?
Jung reaches a kind of center from which religion and myth is born.
Exactly. Yeah, that's and again like cuz like most people don't even like really are interested in Vedic philosophy, but I was always drawn to it because I said, okay, hypothetically, if a religion was true, which religion would it be? And then so I went to the oldest recorded religion and philosophy, and that's Vedic, Sanskrit. You got the lion and the ox or the mule or whatever. They also have like the trident, like Poseidon and Lucifer. Because remember, like Lucifer was trying to give knowledge or something like that. Oh, also look, she has the or they have the snake around the arm too, similar to Jung's. This is also the oldest recorded record of intersex, aka trans. They're technically like a trans god or deity. So yeah, this is like the oldest recorded existence of trans of LGBTQ representation. And then right here you see you have the sun or the moon symbol, and then on this side is the sun. I can't believe he didn't make that that connection. Like I don't know if that's just because it's like kind of like an atypical American thing. So like Americans just typically only look into and are interested in things from the West.
And so that's kind of crazy profound stuff. So now, second reason, I would say that this work, the Red Book, and the work that follows, Jung's psychological research, his clinical work, and all of the
Yeah,
lectures he gives for
empiricism,
the rest of his
science,
life,
fact.
really offer a roadmap for the individual to engage with this kind of process in their own life. In analytical psychology,
Yeah, that's literally empiricism. Like how does he not know that it's empiricism? Like it's literally empiricism.
meditation that Jung does is called active imagination.
Active imagination. Yeah, this I guess this is what I do. This is how I describe philosophy is that you allow yourself to be open in an active imagination, but you never fully accept that it's real. So it's kind of like supposing this was real even though it's not. Just like in movies and games, right? You can kind of be like you can kind of like get into that world, into that setting, but you know it's not real, but you can sometimes lose yourself in it, like active imagination. So like that's how philosophy is best explored, is like through an active imagination. And this goes into like I guess the themes of like the death of the child into the adult. You lose that active imagination part of you when you get older typically. unless like maybe you're autistic or something.
It continues to be kind of an essential tool of analytical psychology and when you're in psychoanalysis with someone who's a Jungian analyst. So it's super fascinating stuff. And this tool, in a sense, that he's provided us with through the Red Book allows us to heal our traumas and untangle our complexes. Number 3, the work, it offers confirmation to all of Jung's later theories. We have to remember this Red Book happens at a time when he hasn't really developed his theories yet. It's early on in his career. And so it confirms the archetypes, the collective unconscious, the idea of the shadow, and this idea of using active imagination in this profound, personal, and transformative way.
Transformative
And number
way.
4, it's honestly just a great work of literature. In its original form, it's a mixture of German, Latin, and Greek. Add to that all these wonderful paintings and illustrations that are featured in it that
I want this
Jung
book
created
so bad.
himself,
I want this
which
book so
we
bad.
showed
And
and
then again we have the dragon, which is like literally the demiurge. It's like Jesus defeating the dragon in some texts.
covered in the first about 20 to 30 minutes of this episode. So, if you're interested in engaging with this work and reading the Red Book, you have 2 options. 1, the facsimile edition, and 2, the reader's edition. The facsimile copy is rather large, and it's meant to be a reproduction of Jung's original. So you have full page prints of his artworks and his calligraphy text.
Oh, I want it
The
so
reader's
bad.
edition, on the other hand, is just the text alone.
Oh, I don't
And
want
it's
that one.
really perfect, really ideal for anyone who wants to read these visions, study them, figure them out. And it's full of just profound footnotes from the
Yeah, and
editor,
that's like
Sonu
another thing. Where
Shamdasani.
was it?
And the reader's
So
edition.
like right here, I made this connection early on. This is like the cave, like with the Taurus, the maze or whatever versus the Minotaur. And then right here we have oh, look, this is the exact same symbol. So like you have light and dark, and then you have the overall knowledge. This literally matches Sophia right here. I don't know if there's another better picture. Maybe not. But yeah, it's literally like this. You have the left, the right, and then the higher. It's also the pillars of Yakin and Boaz. So I learned this a long time ago when I was like into Freemason mythology and stuff. So like Yakin and Boaz, you have the 2 pillars here. So you have dark and light, and then you have a figure with the high priestess. So Sophia is essentially the high priestess. They even have a cross here. And then you have this sun right here. So it's literally the exact same thing. I don't know if I can zoom in. I guess not. But yeah, it's literally the exact same thing. So you have the 2 pillars, and this is also seen in like the duality of the snakes, and this is also seen as the duality of Ardash Vanara. So they're all representations for duality, and like that can mean like multiple things. So that can mean the duality between ignorance and knowledge, science and belief, um uh the male aspect and the female aspect, and like integrating those.
On the other hand, is just the text alone. And it's really perfect, really ideal for anyone who wants to read these visions, study them, figure them out. And it's full of just profound footnotes from the editor, Sonu Shamdasani. And profuse and profound footnotes. There's a lot. Some of these pages, the footnote covers up more than half the page.
That's awesome.
But it's a remarkable work in many ways, even just in the translation alone. So you have that to do homework on for yourself.
I literally solved it. I literally solved it in one night. That's crazy.
Furthermore, if you'd like to try the meditation that Jung devised for this
Oh,
experience yourself, in this YouTube channel, you'll find a guided meditation I've created, simply titled Guided Meditation Jung's Digging Method.
huh. I'll have to bookmark that. That makes me want to get into it. Awesome. Meditation. Guided meditation. Okay. Apocalyptic 1913. Yeah, there's two here. Also, I might have to get back into meditation again. That's so fascinating. I love philosophy. Love, like, learning is so amazing. Whoops.
Many people have tried it already, as you can see in the comments of that video. I still practice it practically every month, if not more than once a month. And it's really a really fascinating experience. Beyond
Yeah,
that, if
because
you'd like to support
it's
the
like
vision
I
of
get it because
creating
it's like digging into your unconscious, going layers and layers deeper into your subconscious.
Codex and what we do on this channel, head over to my Patreon at patreon.com/MJ.
Man, it's kind of hard to top that. Fuck. I feel like I like solved the enigma code or something. The Hermetic Alchemist, Jung's Hermeticism and alchemical psychology. This is perfect. This is right up my alley.
Well,
Oh my
it
god.
is a small group, and this was my intent. By focusing on the Hermetic corpus and alchemy.
Yeah, so like right here we have the cave. I have an arrow up and an arrow down. As above, so below. And then the central. This was also shown in his previous video. There are three women, three priestesses that were led into a cave. It's literally the exact same thing.
I've just gotten tired of talking about psychedelic drugs and always saying the same things over and over again. Nevertheless, it's a challenge to go outside my own bailiwick. I mean, I've had an interest in Hermeticism and alchemy since I was about 14 and read Jung's Psychology and Alchemy. And it opened for me the fact of the existence of this vast literature, a literature that is very little read or understood in the modern context. The Jungians have made much of it, but to their own purposes, and perhaps not always with a complete fidelity to the intent of the tradition. We'll talk a lot about the Jungian approach, but there are other approaches, even within.
Yeah, and see they have the little halo above their heads as well.
In the 20th century, I believe, since I don't have the catalog, I'm not absolutely certain, but I believe the catalog urged you to read Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition by Dame Frances Yates. And this is, though Frances Yates' scholarship is very controversial, I think to get an overview of the human body.
Oh yeah, this is like the rod of a Acephalus. You'll see this on like on ambulances, and you'll see this symbol in like doctors and various places like that. Interesting. This symbol was the same that was in Jungians. This exact symbol. Oh, you know what? I know where I saw this. I think this exact symbol. Where was it? Oh, no, not that one. No. Where is... Okay, so let's see. I think it was down here. Yeah, that's the exact same symbol. See, look. Right there. Wait. Yeah, that's the exact same symbol. If I go back down here really quick, I can do like a comparison. Mm. Yeah, that's the same. Yeah, that's the same exact symbol. Crazy. And this is Sophia Gnosticism. So that's comparing Hermeticism and Gnosticism. Like I'm saying, like everything is like essentially the same. It's fascinating.
So that it is an image freely commanded in the imagination. Imagination. I think this is the first time I've used this word this evening. The imagination is central to the alchemical opus because it is literally
That's what Jung's was, his active imagination.
a process which goes on in the realm of the imagination taken to be a physical dimension. And I think that
we also have the white dove here that's seen in many religions, but most people associate with Christianity.
Not understand the history that lies ahead of us unless we think in terms of a journey into the imagination. We have exhausted the world of three-dimensional space. We are polluting it. We are overpopulating it. We are using it up. Somehow the redemption of the human enterprise lies in the dimension of the imagination. And to do that, we have to transcend the categories that we inherit from 1,000 years of science and Christianity and rationalism, and we have to re-empower and re-encounter the mind. And we can do this psychedelically, we can do it yogically, or we can do it alchemically and hermetically. Now, there is present in the world at the moment, or at least I like to think so, an impulse which I have named the archaic revival. It's what happens is that whenever a society really gets in trouble, and you can use this in your own life, when you really get in trouble, what you should do is say, what did I believe in the last sane moment that I experienced? And then go back to that moment and act from it, even if you no longer believe it. Now, in the Renaissance, this happened. The scholastic universe dissolved. New classes, new forms of wealth, new systems of navigation, new scientific tools made it impossible to maintain the fiction.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons like philosophy is so amazing is that you can combine it with psychology, any form of science. You can like a lot of people right now are combining philosophy with quantum mechanics, wave function theory or whatever. And like so if we look at like Oppenheimer or whatever his name was, he wasn't actually that good at math. What he was good at was philosophy. And through philosophy he was able to make like the atom bomb or whatever. So it's like philosophy has so many different practical applications besides just psychology or this or that. It's amazing. Like philosophy makes learning fun. Like if you apply philosophy to anything you want to learn, it can make it that much easier to learn because if it's boring, you're not going to be that interested in it. It's not going to stick to you because it's proven that memories are tied to emotion. That's why like a lot of psychopaths, they since they don't feel emotion, their memory is different. Since they don't have emotion as an anchor point in their memory, they're it's different. But that's also why like the most like traumatic and like the most like, first time you have a kid or, whatever, like those memories are really solidified in your brain is because memories are tied to emotion. So if you can make like learning fun, then you're more likely to remember and you're able to get more like out of life from that knowledge.
of the medieval cosmology. And there was a sense that the world was dissolving. Good alchemical word, dissolving. And in that moment, the movers and shakers of that civilization reached backwards in time to the last sane moment they had ever known, and they discovered that it was classical Greece. And they invented classicism in the 15th and 16th century. The texts which had lain in monasteries in Syria and Asia Minor, forgotten and untranslated for centuries, were brought to the Florentine Council by people like Gemistus Pletho and others, and translated, and classicism was born. Its laws, its philosophy.
Classicism? Is that what this is? It sounded like he might have been saying something else. Neoclassicism? I thought maybe he was talking about classes, like different, like hierarchy, like different classes of society. Age of Enlightenment. Yeah, this is what he's talking about. Classical ideals than others, particularly the Age of Enlightenment, when neoclassicism was an important movement in the visual arts. Yeah, that was a great period of time for art. Polytheism, paganism, and the juxtaposition of ancient and modern Renaissance, liberal arts. Yeah, a lot came out from that period. Interesting. Apollonian and Dionysian. That is a preference for rationality, or at least rationally guided catharsis over emotionalism. And this again goes right back into this. We're right back where we started in Jung's, and that is the battle of ego, of pleasure, of emotions over rationality. It's like everywhere.
Philosophy, it's aesthetics, and we are the inheritors of that tradition. But it is now once again exhausted, and our cultural crisis is much greater. It is global, it is total, it involves every man, woman, and child on this planet. Every bug, bird, and tree is caught up in the cultural crisis that we have engendered. Our ideas are exhausted, the ideas that we inherit out of Christianity and its half brother science, or its bastard child science. So what I'm suggesting is that an archaic revival needs to take place, and it seems to be well in hand in the form of the revival of goddess worship and shamanism and partnership. But notice that these things are old, 10,000 years or more old. But there was an unbroken thread that, however thinly drawn, persists right up to the present. So the idea of this weekend is to show the way back to the high magic of the late Paleolithic, to show that there were intellectual traditions, there were minority points of view that...
Well, so again, like Vedic is the oldest. Like everyone kind of naturally goes towards like Western philosophy and tradition. But like again, it all comes from Vedic philosophy and tradition and religion. Like that's the oldest recorded religion ever, and philosophy is Vedic.
With its 7 spheres and the gods visible in starry forms with all their constellations, and heaven revolved and began to run its circling course, riding upon the divine air. And each god, by his several power, set forth that which he was bidden to put forth, and there came forth four-footed beasts, and creeping things, and fishes, and winged birds, and grass.
Psychology and Alchemy by Carl G. Jung.
I don't know. That might be copywritten. I don't know. Where's that one guy? I need to find that one guy's video or channel. This is a pretty cool channel. I like this channel. The Hell Panel. Digging meditation.
Shoving a bouquet of flowers into another man's butt. Also, an enormous bird feeding berries to a crowd of people, and a man being skewered.
That's the part I had to skip to.
What in the hell is going on here? How can Bosch's artwork exist during the same timeline as Leonardo's and Michelangelo's? It looks so thoroughly modern, as if it was created in the 20th century, not the 16th. How do we reconcile that? In looking at his most famous artwork, The Garden of Earthly Delights, we are faced with this challenging question. Why did Bosch paint these images? And what did the people of his time have to say about them? But most importantly, what is Bosch trying to say?
Maybe he's just tripping balls.
The Garden of Earthly Delights is a visual metaphor, something which, to our eyes today, is a very modern invention. Artists during his time period of the 15th and 16th centuries just weren't thinking of art in this way. These aren't the doodlings of a madman. Far from it. This is the first time that we see an artist take something psychological and represent it through a visual metaphor on the grandest scale. But to truly understand this masterpiece, we need to rewind a little bit and first understand who Hieronymus Bosch really was. This will give us the keys to unlock the secrets to the garden.
You understand the man, then you understand the psychology.
Bosch wasn't some tortured artist shunned by the public for his strange works, off painting his inspirations on the edge of town. No, it's the complete opposite. He lived a very comfortable life, and he was well respected in his time. The man we know as Hieronymus Bosch was born Hieronymus van Aken in the city of 's-Hertogenbosch in the Netherlands. 's-Hertogenbosch in Dutch translates as the Duke's Wood or Wilderness. It's known to locals simply as Den Bosch, and that's what we'll call it in this episode. Hieronymus was born around 1450. An exact date of birth isn't clear because we only have a handful of existing records from Bosch's life, but scholars agree that it was likely around 1450. He was born to the Aken family name, hence Hieronymus van Aken would mean Hieronymus of the Aken clan. His father was Antonius van Aken, and his mother was Elide van der Menen.
Who comes up with these names?
An elder sister, a younger sister, and 2 elder brothers. Now, all that seems pretty normal for a Dutch family of the mid-1400s. But this surprised me. Hieronymus wasn't the first painter of his family. Far from it. His father, Antonius, was also a painter. And Antonius's father, Jan Thomassen, was also a painter. And his father before him, Thomas van Aken, was also a painter. And Thomas van Aken's father before him was a car mechanic. Just kidding. We don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised if art was the family business well into the medieval period. That's 4 generations of the Aken family that we know of who practiced fine art painting as their profession. That's incredible and rare. According to scholars, there are no other examples of such a fixed arts profession, family tradition in the Netherlands at that time. It means that Hieronymus was raised around art. He knew the ins and outs of its business. He knew who to speak to in town to acquire paints. He knew what brushes to use, knew how to hold a palette, all through being around art from his earliest childhood. Hieronymus held a brush before he could walk, and he had 4 generations of knowledge imparted to him through his father's, grandfather's, and great-grandfather's trial and error, specifically in painting. Art was the family business, and in the 1400s, the business was going well. The Von Auken workshop would receive commissions, largely from cathedrals and church officials, for religious work, but occasionally from wealthy patrons as well. If you lived in Den Bosch and you needed a fancy centerpiece painting of your family's coat of arms, well, you would head over to the Von Auken workshop and write up a commission. Bosch's family would have been considered middle to upper middle class during this time. Unlike many of the creative geniuses, which we cover on Creative Codex, we have no surviving letters, journals, or notebooks from Bosch or any members of his family, which is a real shame. It would be priceless to be able to read some of Bosch's thoughts on his paintings or his choices with symbolism. Like, why did he paint a hooded duck creature on the bottom of the Garden of Eden panel in his painting, The Garden of Earthly Delights? What was he thinking there? But historians have located roughly 50 legal documents, such as the sale of certain properties or commissions for certain works, which mention him or his relatives in various capacities. And that helps us piece together a story about his life. For example, we don't have a marriage document related to him, but we know he married a woman named Alide van de Meervin sometime before July 1481, because after this date, we see the two of them appearing on legal documents together in their city of Den Bosch. And likewise, we can assume that Bosch never attended a university like the one in Cologne, because no documents record his attendance there.
It almost looks like a poor versus rich. Like there's food hanging here, and then you have people in the lower deck pushed down. It looks like it might be like a representation, and then you got someone down here reaching up.
Like the one in Cologne, because no documents record his attendance there, and he would have earned a title when graduating that later legal documents would refer to him with. We do know that his marriage to Alide was a fortuitous one. She was from an upper middle class family, was likely a little older than Bosch, and had inherited several properties through her family. The book, Hieronymus Bosch, Visions and Nightmares, by the author Niels Buettner, gives us more details. By 1483, Bosch and his wife had moved into
because like the people down here, they don't even have clothes. So it's got and this person up here down here is reaching up with a bowl. Like, please, sir, may I have another? And then so right here we see two religious figures, like almost like what do you call it, Catholic. And historically, like the Catholic religion, like there's like a pope, which is basically like a king. Like even today, like Catholic, like they have like literal mansions and stuff, while other people are like starving and homeless and stuff, but the church lives it up. So maybe that's what this could be a representation of. The differentiation between classes of like civilians, like lower class, middle class, higher class.
House on the marketplace that had been rented out earlier, situated only a stone's throw from Bosch's family home. The house, called In del Salvatore, at the sign of Our Savior, had a frontage of 19 feet wide, with a stepped gable. Its 4 stories had a total surface area of 465 square meters. An additional rear building also provided living and working areas, giving the family 650 square meters of space in total. A painting from around 1530, which is a view of Laeken Market, the cloth market, shows Bosch's impressive property, the 7th house from the right. In 1553, by which time it had been occupied by other people for a good while, it had 5 fireplaces, a baking oven, a brewery, and even a bath.
Sounds like they were rich.
Although these conveniences might have been installed at a later date, the house nevertheless provided enough room for a workshop and a household befitting their social standing. They would also have had a number of staff, such as the employees.
Whoa, that person's killing this person, it looks like. What the hell? Looks like this person's feeding this person. One reoccurring like symbolism I'm noticing is like there's a lot of food involved. almost like it's trying to depict like some people have their excess in food while others are like dying without food.
His workshop, his assistants, who, according to a document from 1503, received 6 stuivers for producing 3 small coats of arms. 5 stuivers was a quarter of a guilder and was about the daily rate for a master craftsman. The family's domestic work would also have been assisted. The records speak of the servants in the kitchen and the maids, who were paid extra for festive banquets. Now, why does any of this matter?
Yeah, so you have like all these people reaching up there, and then we have like a representation of higher class sort of divinity. So like they're living it up, playing instruments. The people down here are like fighting, trying to get up there, trying to like reach up to that class, like out of desperation.
Well, it means that Bosch lived comfortably. It's
Exactly.
stated that at one point in his life, he made enough money from his workshop and the rental of his wife's properties that he didn't need to rely on commissions for his livelihood. This afforded him the luxury of doing paintings in his own style. He could bend the rules and expectations. He could experiment a little bit. It afforded him the luxury of being weird. At the end of the day, if someone didn't like it, it wasn't life or death. His residual income could still put food on the table. Which brings us to his artist's name. Why did he change it to Hieronymus Bosch rather than keep the family name of Hieronymus von Aachen? Certainly, coming from a noteworthy artist family had its benefits, so why change it? The word itself, Bosch, B-O-S-C-H, means forest or wilderness in Dutch. It is contained in the name of Bosch's city, Zertikenbosch, or Den Bosch, as the locals call it. It might be that Bosch was thinking bigger. We know that in the latter half of his life, once he was in his 50s, his artwork begins to get the attention of royalty and even kings in neighboring countries. I suspect this is the kind of work he wanted. It afforded him the greatest prestige, combined with the greatest artistic freedom. Creating a painting for a king who is well-versed in the arts was much different than creating a painting for a cathedral, in which the rules of iconography and a rigid Catholic aesthetic come into play.
Yeah, Catholic
Although
aesthetic.
we do have every reason to believe that Bosch was a devout Catholic, and
Oh,
according to
wow,
the
I
consistent
literally called it. No fucking way. I literally called it.
subject matter in his works, he was highly critical of the secular world. In a sense, works like The Garden of Earthly Delights and other triptychs like Haywain depict to us Bosch's personal view of material reality. That it is an illusion filled with pleasurable distractions which lead
Right.
one to a hellish damnation.
Food.
We will explore this more in the next chapter. Concerning Bosch's name change, there is one document from a prestigious Catholic fraternity which Bosch belonged to, called the Illustrious Brotherhood of Our Blessed Lady. Bosch is mentioned in their documents several times, and he was frequently commissioned by them as the resident artist, even creating several altarpieces for their cathedral. In this one document, dating 1509, when Bosch would have been 69 years old, it is written, Hieronymus von Aachen, painter, who signs himself Hieronymus Bosch, unquote. This tells us that by 1500, his alias was commonly known in the city, but legally, he retained his von Aachen name. And so, I suspect for art, Bosch preferred the association to his city name rather than his family name. Bosch, the wilderness, the forest. It also had a more mysterious ring to it. But one other important point to make. When you see something like The Garden of Earthly Delights, or one of Bosch's other triptychs, like the Haywain, you can see he is pushing the envelope, especially for his time period. And we can assume this is the type of work that excites him, that he finds most meaning in. During the early 1500s, Hieronymus Bosch was modern art, with all the sensationalism and controversy that goes along with that label. The Bosch scholar Stefan Fischer writes this about him in the book Hieronymus Bosch, The Complete Works. In an era described as late Gothic by some and as early Renaissance by others, in which art strove increasingly towards harmony and brilliance, illusionism and monumentality, the Netherlandish artist Hieronymus Bosch followed a very different path. With his innovative pictures, often populated by grotesque figures of a religious nature, the artist from Bosch properly falls neither into the Flemish panel painting of the 15th century, nor into the Renaissance style that spread north of the Alps in the course of the 16th century. Albrecht Dürer held the emphatically Renaissance view that an artist should take care that he does not make something impossible, does not distort nature, unless it be his task to make a picture of a dream. In such a picture, he may mix all things together. In Dürer's book, in Otherwise, Bosch, who was not concerned with the idealized portrait of nature, fell into the category of a painter of dreams. And this was exactly how Bosch would be seen for centuries, right up to the present, as a fantastical visionary, a visual chronicler of dreams and nightmares, and the painter par excellence of hell and its demons, subjects frequently connoted in negative ways as unnatural. So, there's a very real functional reason why Bosch would have chosen to be Bosch. He knew where his artistic interests were leading, and changing his name protected his family name and their family business from being possibly tarnished through association with his artwork. Legally, he was still Hieronymus von Aachen, but artistically, he was his own creation,
Pseudonym.
Hieronymus Bosch. Chapter 2: Secrets of the Garden.
He uses a lot of owls. Almost Freemasonry-like.
The oldest description of the Garden of Earthly Delights comes from an unlikely source. Not from the missing journals of Bosch or from his correspondences, but rather from the travel journal of a man named Antonio de Beatis. Beatis was an assistant to a wealthy Italian cardinal named Luigi d'Aragona. Cardinal d'Aragona was a bastard son of a marquis from southern Italy, who himself was a bastard son of Ferdinand I, King of Naples. Being wealthy and coming from such a distinguished family, the cardinal thought it appropriate to take a pleasure trip through Europe to introduce himself to all the kings of the lands, from Italy through Germany and to the Netherlands. The cardinal and his assistant, Antonio de Beatis, covered a distance of 39 kilometers a day in decorated carriages drawn by up to 35 horses. The Journal of Beatis traces their voyage over the course of a year, from 1517 to 1518. It includes famous entries, such as the one in which Beatis describes meeting Leonardo da Vinci in Amboise, France. And, as we mentioned, in the Leonardo's Notebooks series, it is Beatis who writes down one of the only descriptions of Leonardo's notebooks which we have from that time period, in which he mentions the countless pages of anatomical studies and other wonders. Beatis also notes that he and Monsignor Cardinal met with King Francis, writing, King Francis was cheerful and most engaging, though he has a large nose, and, in the opinion of many, including Monsignor Cardinal, his legs are too thin for so big a body. Unquote. In their travels, Beatis, documenting things for the cardinal, makes note of many details that give Renaissance historians precious information about the time period, such as that the women in Germany are good-looking and pleasant, the women in Lyons are some of the most beautiful in France, the women in Normandy and Picardy are ugly, and that the women in the Riviera are plain as can be. You know, all the vital details that a cardinal would like to recall about his trip. Editors of the modern translations of the journal mention that there was nothing professionally celibate about the cardinal's visits and likewise his personal life. For example, in November 1517, they attend a public banquet in Avignon. Beatis writes, many beautiful ladies were present, and after dinner, there was dancing until midnight.
That's usually a symbolism of higher class is the masks. Like you see those commonly in like high-end balls and places like that. higher class. Yeah, we can see here they got like luxurious robes.
Night with unconstrained merrymaking and diversions. Unquote. Ah, to be a rich cardinal during the Renaissance, huh?
Yep.
That would be the life. And so it is thanks to Beatis.
I don't know, that might actually be really bad. Like, imagine there's probably like a lot of STDs going on in those balls.
Monsignor Cardinal, that we also have the first written account of Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights. On July 30th, 1517, the Cardinal's tour of indulgence brought them to the palace of Henry III, Count of Nassau in Brussels. Henry III was known for his enthusiastic support of the Renaissance, both as an intellectual and artistic revival. He was a frequent patron of the arts and a collector of many wondrous artworks, which he would fill the guest rooms of his palace with. When Beatis and Cardinal d'Aragona meet with Henry III, they are given a tour of the estate and its galleries. They would have seen exquisite and rare jewels in Henry's collection, the meteorite on the lush garden grounds, countless paintings of nude figures from modern Renaissance artists, including a notable depiction of Heracles and Deianira. They would also have been shown the guest room, where dinner guests, too drunk to leave the grounds, could spend the night on an enormous bed, big enough for...
It's crazy that like how even throughout all this time, like if you're an average person now, it's like hard to imagine being in such like a rich man's mansion, even though it was like so long ago. It's like still like extravagant. Oh, this is a snake. This is like Ouroboros right here. We got like the snake eating its tail. Then we have like some divinity characters. Fascinating.
50 people. No doubt a moment for some passing wit from the Cardinal. And this is where you sleep, Your Excellence. Only on Saturdays, Your Grace. Henry would have then shown them his prized painting, a triptych altarpiece by the infamous Netherlands painter, Hieronymus Bosch. This was the piece de resistance, a work so massive it towered over the Cardinal and his assistant, the work itself being 7 feet tall and 12 feet wide. It stood on a raised platform meant to emulate an altar, making it appear even more enormous to the viewers present. The triptych is painted on 3 oak wood panels, attached with hinges, so the work can be open or closed. Traditionally, triptych altarpieces would remain closed, except for holidays and saint days, meaning that the opening of such a massive work is a spectacle in itself. At this moment, the panels were closed. On the exterior shutters, Bosch painted a depiction of God creating the earth. The scene is depicted in a limited color range of black, white, grays, and browns. During the Renaissance, this style of painting...
Yeah, back then, like a lot of people thought like the earth was flat. So that makes sense that this was his interpretation of the world. Is that it's just like this flat and that like, yeah, okay.
Is known as grisaille, and it is meant to evoke this ancient look, something that looks like sculpture. The painting on the exterior of the triptych is known as the creation of the world. It shows a large glass-like orb in which clouds and a landscape of vegetation can be seen. In the foreground of the landscape, on the left panel, you can see strange structures which look like claws or spines, and there are some other objects behind it on the left which have stems. These are these odd, fantastical elements common in Bosch's landscapes. They are abstractions of nature's forms. Aside from the vegetation, the landscape looks lifeless, an effect further enhanced by the foggy grayness of it all. It is assumed that we are seeing the creation of Earth on the 3rd day, the moment God introduces water. It looks as though the bottom half of the orb, under the land, is filled with water. If you look closely, on the upper left in the corner, you'll see a figure of God the Father, with a beard, a golden crown on his head, and an open book in his lap. According to the art historian Hans Belting, God appears hesitant and morose, not majestic and all-powerful, as though the world he created was already slipping beyond his control. Unquote. Above God, Bosch has inscribed a verse from Psalm 33 in Latin. It says, "For he spake, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast." This representation of the world as a glass orb can be seen in medieval and Renaissance paintings. Often, it is held in Jesus' left hand. It is a symbol of the earth. Bosch's painting of the third day of creation is beautiful alone and would have left a unique impression on the cardinal and his assistant. But at this moment, Henry III would have said, "Just wait until you see the inside," and signaled to his servants to open the panels. As they did so, the effect would be like watching a massive flower blooming. The anticipation of what could be inside, paired with the explosion of rich colors, gradually revealing the interior and stretching outward for 12 feet. A moment of strange awe and wonder. Beatis writes about it in his notes, saying, "Then there are various panels with diverse fancies where there are represented seas, skies, woods, and fields, with many other things. Some who come out of a seashell, others who defecate cranes, men and women, both white and black, in various actions and positions, birds and animals of every kind, and executed with much truth to nature. Things so pleasing and fantastic that it is quite impossible to describe them to those who have not seen them." Unquote.
There's another
The
owl.
panels, forming an open doorway, invite you in. A visual feast of greens, blues, and pinks washes over you. The oil paint itself has an otherworldly radiance due to its bright colors and its application on oak wood. The experience of the Garden of Earthly Delights is divided into 3 sections. A left
Oh, we
panel
have
of the Garden of Earthly Delights
as above, so below imagery right here, pointing up and then down.
is divided into 3 sections. A left panel, a central panel, and a right panel. When standing before this work, people of the late medieval period
It's almost like a timeline. Like there's not like this is like the start. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, this is a timeline piece basically. So right here you have 2 people like Adam and Eve, and then like a divinity figure with just the animals, and that's like essentially all there is. There's even a tree here. And then as we go, there's multiplicity. There's wild growth. But then as we get near the end, it gets really, really dark. Fascinating.
would expect a triptych like this to depict Christ's crucifixion in the central panel and representations of donors or saints in the side panels. But here is Bosch's first innovation. Rather than meeting you with a dramatic crucifixion, you are met with a scene of decadent splendor. Countless naked men and women embracing, feeding each other, and even bathing. Not only that,
There's another
there are also
owl.
animals, many of which appear in strange proportions to their human counterparts. An oversized owl, a gigantic duck, a clamshell the size of a man. Then your eyes dart across the piece to the right panel, where your
Yeah,
attention is
dark.
drawn to an immense blackness, severed ears with a knife emerging from between them, a nude man being stabbed by a demonic animal, a knight being eaten alive by strange rats.
Hellhounds.
What in the hell is going on here? In your confusion, if you zoom your attention out again, you will see that the 3 panels are meant to be seen from left to right.
I
They
called
tell a
it.
story of sorts.
I called
or
it. No
convey a
way.
lesson.
I'm on a roll
In the
tonight.
leftmost panel, we see the Garden of Eden.
Exactly.
Paradise, with the commanding image of God standing between Adam and Eve. In the central panel, we see the Garden of Earthly Delights. And in the rightmost panel, we see hell. This is arguably the most inspired and creative vision of hell which has ever been painted.
It's so beautiful. Like, it's dark, but it's like so beautiful. It's hard to explain. It almost looks like a cave. Like, I love the light. Like, the light is like such different colors. The light's not all like one color. It's like varying different shades of light. It almost has like sort of like a starry aspect to it.
As a priest gave a sermon, he could point to a specific painting or altarpiece, and its imagery would help the congregation visualize the story being conveyed. And to internalize it, art served a very real function. It wasn't just
Yeah, that's just like the Egyptians, right? Like their hieroglyphs and stuff like that were a part of like ways of telling stories and symbols. What is that? It looks like a penguin ice skating.
just aesthetics. And this is the tradition which Hieronymus Bosch was born into.
There's literally a flute up this guy's butt. The fuck?
This is how his father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather viewed art. And there were no art galleries. The local
They're kind of perverted a little bit. I'm just saying.
We need to view the Garden of Earthly Delights.
They're pretty freaky
from
for
this perspective
some religious
to
folk.
truly appreciate its genius. All the seemingly bizarre symbolism begins to make sense when we understand the time, place, and purpose of its creation. A churchgoer of the 1500s would understand that this type of triptych is meant to be viewed from left to right. Instead of showing Christ's crucifixion, it presents the viewer with a narrative that communicates a moral lesson. We'll begin our deeper dive into the...
That, basically, I'm guessing the moral lesson is that pleasure leads to hell. Because, like, the pleasure is in excess, right? So it's like the lesson is that like excess leads to hell. That like just chasing earthly desires leads to eternal condemnation, I guess.
The garden by exploring each panel in order. Panel 1, the Garden of Eden. In the first panel, Bosch shows us a scene from the Garden of Eden, the moments after Eve has been created from Adam's rib, and God is presenting her to Adam. Adam is on the left. He is nude and reclining on the grass, with his right arm propping himself up, looking in God's direction. God is in the center between them, with his right hand in a symbol of benediction. This is a traditional Catholic gesture denoting a blessing being made. God is shown here in a light red flowing robe, and his youthfulness seems to imply not God the Father, who we see represented on the exterior panels, but God the Son, in his Jesus role. This is a deliberate choice made by Bosch. But why? We see the God the Son figure holding Eve's right wrist, with his left hand. She is nude, like Adam, but she appears to be floating in midair, as if she has just been created. There is this elegance and grace to her pose. Her eyes are downcast, denoting a submissiveness or introspection. Notice her long and flowing hair, which has a beautiful golden shimmer and which extends all the way down past her hips. There's no doubt that Bosch has painted Eve to fit within the beauty ideals of Netherlands during the late 1400s.
Kinda racist.
Bosch has made sure she is beautiful, because what happens next in the story needs to be believable. The viewers of this painting in Bosch's time need to see Eve as desirable. Why? Because Adam sees Eve as desirable. Look closely at Adam's face. specifically his gaze. Despite God's presence before him,
He's
Adam's
just
line
like,
of
oh
sight
my
is
god.
focused on Eve. He looks
He's just like
directly
staring at her
downcast
at her
eyes
breasts.
with a certain excitement. Notice the subtle red flush on his cheeks, which is absent from Eve's. Adam has found the object of his desire. We are seeing depicted the origin of lust. Adam is turning his attention.
See, that's like something I never understood about like Western religion and Christianity and Catholicism, is that like God is omnipotent and knows everything that's going to happen. So God basically chooses to send people to hell over lust that he gave them. So he knows that they're going to be lustful and that it's going to enact the way according to his plan. So essentially, he condemns people to hell. Like, there is no such thing as free will. If you're creating something and then you know how it's going to end and it's by design, then there is no such thing as free will. And also, he like programmed the lust into him. So he's like basically spawning these two sexual beings, knowing they're going to intermingle, and then punishes them for intermingling. It's crazy.
Away from God and fixing it on Eve. This is the original sin, which will cast Adam and Eve out of paradise. Bosch has given us several details to drive this message home. Notice to the right of Eve, near her feet, are two bunnies, near their rabbit hole. Now, we all know what bunnies do in rabbit holes. Next, notice the incredible tree to the left of Adam, with these beautifully rendered grapevines climbing up. It's a distinctly exotic-looking tree.
We even
Not
see
like
some
any tree one would
apples.
find in Den Bosch during Bosch's lifetime. After doing some digging, I found out that this is called a dragon blood tree, and it's local to Yemen near the Arabian Sea. It was around this time, in the late 1400s, that travelers began to document and even bring back plant life from other regions of the world. And this is likely how Bosch came to know this tree. But why does he feel inclined to paint it here, depicted with such great care near this pivotal scene? It turns out that the dragon blood tree gets its name from what happens when you cut its bark. It bleeds, and the liquid it bleeds is blood red. Bosch has placed the dragon blood tree in this scene as a symbol, a foreshadowing of what's to come. As the Christian myth tells us, the Son of God has to be crucified for the sins of man. It's Jesus' blood which will have to be spilled, which is also here represented by the grapevine climbing its way up the dragon blood tree. Notice how the leaves of this vine are carefully painted by Bosch to resemble discs. The play of light on these discs is really exquisite. Scholars theorize that they represent communion wafers.
I was just about to say that,
This
yeah.
vine stretches up the dragon blood tree to its branches, whose leaves, at their peak, resemble crowns. And this is likely the reason why Bosch chose to represent God.
There's
in
also
his Jesus
one
form,
single apple
as a
at the very
foreshadowing
top.
of the sacrifice that will be made. One final detail to notice in Bosch's portrayal of this scene is the way Adam's legs extend to touch God's right foot, and how God's left hand clasps
I've noticed
Eve's
that
right
he's giving
wrist,
like
all
footsies.
creating a kind of metaphysical circuit that connects all three.
Right.
Although the rest of this panel depicts the Garden of Eden, there are already signs that all is not well in paradise. At the base of this panel, right near Eve and God's feet, is a dark pool of water, a pond, which is filled by a black shadow. The shadow seems to come from beneath the water, an odd effect, and from which dark animals are emerging. Large birds, a rooster, a seal, frogs, and odd chimera-like creatures. In the medieval period, chimeras were often seen as symbols of evil, unnatural creatures, fused from multiple parts.
Yeah, and we see this one right here is holding a book. I wonder if that's basically like how Western religion like programs you subliminally even, that knowledge is dark and forbidden, that truth is forbidden. So like it programs and wires people to be anti-science because you can't fully completely believe in science and be religious. Like that they're like mutually exclusive. Yeah, that must be what it is. Like, yeah, knowledge. A book is knowledge. There's information in a book, and then you have like this half humanoid figure, half emerged, half below and half above, maybe representing the transition.
So, what are they doing here? In paradise? You see swimming in this black pool a fish with a platypus head, another with a black unicorn's head, a fish with wings, another with a rooster's head, all in these startling, dark, colorless forms. They create such a contrast to the lively greens and blues in the rest of the panel. This confused the hell out of me. I stared and stared, and then I realized
It's kind of obvious.
Black in the first panel, it appears
Yeah.
elsewhere. It's echoing the last panel.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
dominant color of hell is black. The heaviest and densest black.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is like as far as I can tell, like logically it's basically telling them that like knowledge is evil, like in a lot of western religions, like knowledge is evil because if you question religion then it ceases to make any actual logical sense. So naturally they wire into people to not question, because then it's based like original or religion's always been used as a tool to control people, like control society, basically like a control mechanism, a manipulation mechanism. So that's one of the reasons why like it punishes smart people that question.
In the first panel, it appears elsewhere. It's echoing the last panel. The dominant color of hell is black, the heaviest and densest black possible. Of course, it makes sense. Adam and Eve are symbolically standing on the precipice of hell, right at their feet. It felt like this insight was getting me closer to the answer. But something about all these animals still made no sense. Then I was staring at one in particular, this elegant three-headed bird with brownish gold feathers, resembling something like a peacock phoenix. 3 heads.
It's almost like a dragon, like a hydra. It's kind of like a hydra. Is this supposed to be like Lucifer or some shit? Like, look at its legs. It almost looks like kind of dragon-like. But yeah, if you look at the spine right here, it looks like a dragon.
Heads. Is Bosch referencing the Trinity? It looks like
Ah.
this peacock phoenix is fighting or arguing with the other animals. His beaks are open, as
Okay,
if
I
ready to
see.
snap, and 2 of the heads are directed down into the shadow pool. One snapping at the black unicorn fish, and the other at the black platypus fish. What the hell is going on here? Are any other animals fighting? On the bottom left corner of the panel, a fantastical bird with its tail feathers up is snapping at a black shadow creature, which resembles a similar bird with a reptile tail. Then I notice, just above them, you see a tiger cub carrying off some kind of black reptile in its jaw. Then it hit me. Of course, the animals, which are predominantly black, are not from the garden.
Right, the brown ones are attacking the black ones, which sounds kind of racist. Yeah, see, that's the commonality is that the brown ones are attacking the black ones.
They don't belong in paradise. They have emerged from the black pool, whose shadow is hell's doorway. I haven't seen or heard anyone discuss this aspect of the animal symbolism, but it seems so obvious now. All the animals which are in color and not black belong in paradise. The rest are shadow creatures, upsetting the balance. Following this thread of insight, the bunnies near
I can't I can't get over this one with the book. Like, that's so specific.
Eve's feet begin to make more sense as well. They are not white or brown or gold. They are black bunnies, whose home is a shadowy hole in the ground. It's a deeply symbolic scene. We are witnessing the crack in the pearl, the moment a corruption enters the Garden of Eden. The question is, does Adam's lust invite the corruption, or does the corruption cause Adam's lust?
Sort of like which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Looking further up in the panel, directly above and behind God, we see a pool of blue water with an ornate pink fountain. According to historical documents, Bosch likely modeled this fountain after a baptismal font that was installed in his local
It almost looks like a female sexual organ.
St. John's Cathedral in
It's
1490.
it's literally the only thing that is pink.
Shortly before he began working on this painting. This was a cathedral in which he attended Mass often, and in which the fraternity he was a member in, called the Illustrious Brotherhood of Our Blessed Lady, had their own chapel. In Genesis 2:10, it reads, "A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and from there it parted and became red flowing robe." And his youthfulness seems to imply not God the Father, who we see represented on the exterior panels, a dark cave, which enters into the barren rocks. Growing atop these sandy-colored rocks is a fruit-bearing tree, with a black serpent wrapped around it. Is this the serpent that will soon tempt Eve, after it has just slithered out of hell's shadowy abyss? One can make the argument that this paradoxical corner is the beginning of surrealism. Let me explain. Notice how the sharp, protruding angle of the rock face forms a nose. The coiling serpent underneath forms the lips. The black and blue shelled beetle forms the eye, with its 7 legs being the eyelashes. Bosch has made a literal rock face. He has painted something fit for a Salvador Dali painting, 500 years ahead of his time. Out of this rock face, a symbolic tree of knowledge grows from its forehead. Does that mean the dark cavern is the ear of man, into which hell's shadow creatures enter as whispers? Heavy stuff. The animals behind and above the fountain seem to be oblivious to the corruption. It has not reached them yet. Some drink from the water's edge on the left, including white heron, cattle, deer, and a white unicorn. But on the far right, slightly above the serpent-entwined tree, a black boar with her young marches onto the scene, baring her teeth and threatening a mongoose-like creature that escapes from the boar, hissing back at it with an open jaw. In the background, in the topmost section of the panel, we see a blue landscape, decorated with the features that we saw on the exterior panels. These aren't natural hills or rock formations that someone like Leonardo da Vinci would paint. These are abstractions of nature, a signature Boschian landscape. One final indication that all is not well in paradise. occurs at the exact center of the first panel. It is positioned so precisely that one must assume Bosch measured the height and width and planned his composition around it. If we look again at the pink life-giving fountain,
Yeah, it both represents the male phallus and then like the woman's sexual organ, and that it's like elongated. It goes vertically, and then there's also an orifice and entrance. So it represents both, which is like it talks about like is basically sex is at the center of. So what it's saying is that sex is the root of all evil. That makes sense. It's saying that sex is the root of all evil because at the base of their metaphorical sexual organs is a dark um is like this like dark, it's built on a dark foundation, and this is the exact same kind of dark that's used in his depiction of hell. So what he's saying is that lust leads to hell.
there is a shadowy hole in the center of the circular base of the fountain. Perched right inside of that hole is an owl with piercing yellow and black eyes. He seems to be gazing intensely at something outside of our view. Either he gazes into the dark depths of the water, or tracing his line of sight, he seems to be gazing at Adam, or the dragon blood tree. Or is he gazing at us?
That could be an indication that it is connected in the way that I hypothesize. Is that the owl is staring at them. They're all connected. There's the symbolism with the sex between the rabbits, and then you have like a literal pink phallus sort of structure, and at the bottom of this pink phallus structure is the depiction of hell. Like, so it's basically, and it's like the roots. So it's like saying that like sex is the root of all evil, that their sin um came first, and then that was the root of all evil.
This ominous owl is a recurring symbol in Bosch's paintings. It is nearly always hiding somewhere in the shadows, ominously watching the events unfold. Is it the eye of God, always watching? Or is it the presence of evil, Satan himself? Whatever the case, Bosch has taken great care to place this owl, encircled in black, in the exact center of the Paradise panel, inside of the baptismal font, as if to say, here is the cause of the corruption. And in a stroke of sheer genius, or an accident approximating a miraculous coincidence, the owl appears perched on a crescent moon. This effect is achieved by the perspective we are viewing the opening of the fountain from, on which the owl is perched. As the circle hole slightly reveals its inner wall, the effect of a crescent moon is created. If this was intentional, it's a stroke of symbolic genius. The crescent moon is a symbol Bosch includes in other paintings, especially on flags, such as in his painting Ecce Homo, in which context it is synonymous with man's evil doings. Is it a coincidence that the ominous owl is perched on the crescent here, as a kind of Easter egg? Considering Bosch's clear mastery of symbolism, I think he knew exactly what he was doing. Panel 2, The Garden of Earthly Delights. The central panel of Bosch's triptych is known as The Garden of Earthly Delights, and although we don't know what Bosch named it, in the centuries following his death, art historians settled on this title for it, And due to the central panel's reputation and the countless debates that followed, the name ended up referring to the entire triptych itself. Any casual attempt to make sense of this masterpiece fails miserably. And it's not just you. This thing has baffled scholars and historians for centuries.
Yeah, and you're like, I think I figured it out. Yeah. So again, at the center of the painting, yeah, the direct center of the painting is a dark pit. The same sort of dark that the original, the left side, was in. So if you look at the left side, it's exactly the same. So like we have this right here that's protruded up, and then right here we have this, and we have a bunch of women. So we all of these are women. So this is like one of the like the sexist connotations that's like embedded in Christianity and Western religion, is that it's saying that women are the root of evil. So we have the literal pitch black circle that we've already established is like hell, and then hell is filled with women. So it's literally saying that women are the root of evil. Not only that, but we have apples on top of their heads, which goes back to the left part of the image of like the fruit of the Garden of Eden or whatever, right? So it's again, it's not just saying that sex was the root of all evil. It was saying that women are the root of all evil, that temptation is the root of all evil. This is like one of the many problems I have with fucking religion. It's like deeply fucking sexist.
Every new generation casts its own interpretation on it. Part of the reason for this is the sheer quantity of forms and scenes and symbols that Bosch is using. In even letting your eyes wander through it for 5 minutes, you begin to feel overwhelmed. There's just so much going on. On examining it my first time, I remember my eye darting from scene to scene, from one group of humans to another, from animal to animal and fruit to fruit, in this never-ending cycle of fascination. I felt like a hummingbird just checking every flower. It's as if your mind is looking for a key of some kind, something that will give it the context you are looking for, the missing piece that will bring it all together. Part of what gives this central panel its overwhelming busyness is the sheer number of bodies. They seem to never end. That is, until you count them all, which I did, of course. It sounds improbable, but after Googling how many people are in the Garden of Earthly Delights, nothing came up. So I had to count them myself. So how many people do you think are in the central panel of the Garden of Earthly Delights?
69.
In the central panel alone, there are over 500 people.
Whoa.
Yeah, I know. And that's why it's so overwhelming. Our vision is so tuned to seeing people and quickly forming an insight about them based on their facial expression, their body position, and their relationship to people.
And like blue is like a masculine symbol, and then you have like another pink phallus, which could be representing, you know, sex between them or something.
People around them, that in letting your eyes wander this painting, your mind goes into overdrive, trying to understand what 500 people in their countless groups and subgroups are up to. But as much as it's baffled everyone else for centuries, we are going to make sense of it, to get a better grasp on it.
So like one of the things I'm thinking here is that this could be resembling like another metaphor or allegory for sex. So we have a cave, which is like an orifice, symbolizing penetration or something. We also have the same thing right here in the center. There's this little hole here and people inside. And again, like this connects to here, and that also connects to the left end where there was only one phallic symbol.
Let's first think of this painting as divided into 4 planes of action. The foreground, the mid-foreground, the middle ground, and the background. The foreground includes the tallest figures at the base of the painting. The mid-foreground includes the figures just above them, who seem 2/3 their size. This area roughly starts with the couple in the orb on the left-hand side and goes across the middle with its upper limit defined by the first bushes that run across the middle. The middle ground is largely made up of the procession of animals and people around the pool, and the background includes the monolith structures and everything behind them. So what's happening here? Well, in the most general sense, each plane of action shows people engaging in different behaviors, all being performed by naked humans. In the foreground and mid-foreground, we see nude humans playfully interacting with one another in small groups. The groups range from 2 people to 6 people to 15 people and everything in between.
Resemble like
Most
orgies.
of them are smiling, laughing, and generally having a good time. This is the party of the century, and everyone's invited. There's even 2 who are seemingly dancing, forming the shape of some...
Yeah, with another owl. That could resemble, what do you call it, like gay sex or something, which, you know, fucking Christianity hates.
pagan godhead with 4 legs, 4 arms,
Godhead.
a flower bud body, and an owl for a head. In their hands, they hold big ripe red cherries, and this forms a primary theme of these naughty revelers.
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
all interacting with fruit.
That's, dude, I called it. Like, I'm getting really good at philosophy and understanding some symbolisms.
From red cherries and red strawberries.
Yeah, all which can represent, you know, a woman's reproductive organ, right?
To blue grapes and fruit-like shells, which the people are playing in and around. Some are climbing into them. Some are breaking out of them. And some are... I don't know what this one's doing. Drowning himself upside down in the water while balancing a red fruit shell on his perineum. Yeah. A majority of these revelers are eating the fruit or feeding the fruit to someone. And there is a certain intimacy in the way they are often touching each other. For some, their desire isn't the food, but the other person. It gives the impression that the theme of these 2 first planes of action in the painting is appetite. The desire to eat, to partake, to fulfill,
also sex,
to satiate,
pleasure,
and be satisfied.
desire,
Among
lust.
these revelers are animals, but aside from 2 big fish and a butterfly, all the animals in the foreground and mid-foreground are birds. There are roughly 16. Many of them are enormous and out of proportion from their natural size. 3 of these are feeding humans, who are seemingly entranced or in a state of submission. One interpretation put forward by some writers is that the central panel represents an idyllic world, one free from sin, free from judgment, where man is one with nature. In the 1960s, this central panel was interpreted as capturing the free love spirit of the 60s. This is the first Woodstock, and the surrealist quality was explained by the possibility of Bosch partaking in hallucinogenic drugs. After all, the people in the painting certainly look to be having a good time. Other art historians argue that Bosch is representing what happened after Adam and Eve were kicked out of paradise, as in the first panel, but just before the Great Flood occurred. During Bosch's time, this time period was considered a very real historical period of human history. Is Bosch showing us his visualization of humanity before the biblical Great Flood? Referencing the Bible, we find this passage in Genesis 6:1. Now it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves, of all whom they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not strive with man forever, for he is indeed flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were old, men of renown. Then the Lord saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every intent of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually." Unquote. Then, in Matthew 24:37, we further read, "But as the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be." Unquote. There is no doubt that Bosch studied the Bible and knew these verses well. When we explore his other paintings, we notice he often creates visualizations of passing phrases from the Bible. Is that what he is doing here? The impression that this central panel has on me, now that I've stared at it for hours, is that these revelers have given in to their animal impulses. The impulses have grown larger than the human virtues, and in a sense, they are without sin, because they have entered into a kind of primal state. The passing pleasures have driven them to a point where they have lost their higher thought and self-control. Is there any evidence of this in the painting? Or perhaps any indication that things are not what they seem? Some of the symbolism seems to indicate that the order of the world is out of balance. For example, the man upside down in the water, on the left, balancing a fruit shell between his legs. Is he drowning in lust? Perhaps a visual metaphor of the phrase, "the world on its head." Then animals feeding humans, as if they were their pets. Of course, the argument can be made that this is symbolic of man's harm.
Right. So like oh, okay, I get it. So they're slaves to their impulses. Maybe.
Harmony with nature, and I can see that interpretation working as well. But in the most disturbing display, which is located in the leftmost pool of water, we see a man restraining a woman's wrist with his right arm, while embracing her and drawing her closer with his left arm, which is around her back. She doesn't seem
Something to note here are the three like lifeless looking corpses are completely out of place from everything else. It almost looks like he's protecting her from them. These three people are all eating the same fruit. They look like they could all be men. And maybe that's like depicting like, oh, homosexuality is evil or something. It almost looks like he's looking at the viewer. Kind of creepy.
in distress, but the man is turning his attention away from her, as if momentarily distracted, as if he is peering back at us with a look of concern. Have we walked in on something which we were not supposed to see? A hint, perhaps, that all is not well here.
That is so creepy. Holy fuck.
Behind him, we see an enormous bird feeding grapes to three humans who are contorting themselves to reach them. The bird is a European goldfinch. Bosch has painted these three men in strange, sickly gray tones.
Yeah, exactly.
As if they're half dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's got to be representing like, you know, homosexuality as evil, as like homosexuality as like inhuman or demon-like, as a lot of religions paint it. It's fucking stupid.
They give the impression of addicts in withdrawal. Some scholars say these grapes and these sickly figures represent the corruptions of the church, as grapes are associated with Jesus and the blood of Christ.
Well, isn't everything associated with Christ at this point? Jesus Christ.
One thing is for sure, though. This contrast between the man restraining the woman, who seems to stare blankly at the enormous bird behind them, and the discolored, panicked men, lends an unsettling feeling. The world has run amok. Immediately to the left of this, there is a kingfisher bird, which Bosch has rendered to beautiful effect. From all the humongous birds, it's perched closest to us and sits on the back of a male mallard duck. It's interesting to note that the kingfisher is a bird known for one incredible talent.
Whoa, there's
It hunts
more
fish
like
right out of the
lifeless, like. What the fuck? So is this painting like interracial sex as evil? Because I think I did see a picture earlier that looked like they had servants. Like it wouldn't surprise me if like since they were higher up, if they had like slaves and stuff like that, hired help as some might call it. So this could be like saying that it's bad for some reason to have interracial sex and she's having a kid. A lot of people, like, even still to this day, think that for some reason, but like a lot of people in religion back then thought that interracial relationships were immoral for some reason.
It waits in the trees and, when it sees its moment, swoops down with intense speed and pierces a fish with its beak, then flies back out and eats it. It's interesting to note that Jesus' symbol is the fish. So not only are these larger-than-life birds symbolizing the sway of our animal impulses and the subservience of lustful man to nature, but also, in this case, the symbolic death of Christ, a theme which Bosch takes great care in foreshadowing in panel 1, which we discussed earlier. Directly below this kingfisher, we again see Bosch's favorite recurring symbol.
The owl. There's like someone hugging the owl. The fuck?
The owl. Here, it stares back at us with pitch-black eyes as a man embraces it, extending his hands, looking at us as if to say, "Here he is, our favorite pal." A second owl appears on a perfect horizontal axis across this panel on the
Maybe it's saying that like lust and sex is a byproduct of like the devil or something. And like right here we see like two, it looks like they're the same sex and they're contorted into an animal, an owl. Yeah, that owl with the fucking black eyes, that is super fucking creepy. That does look like something demonic, like staring at you, even though demonic's not real, but yeah.
right side.
Maybe it's saying this is the fruit of Lucifer. That would make sense. So, like, if the owl is Lucifer, then it's saying, like, this is the fruit of Lucifer. Like, this is what Lucifer brings. And then we see, like, in the next panel, it's like, like hell and condemnation and all that.
The two owls acting like columns, enclosing the painting. Recall that in panel 1, it's the ominous owl perched in the shadowy hole of the baptismal fountain, which may be the cause of the corruption. Nearby, there is one of the most beautiful scenes from the entire triptych. A man and a woman in close intimacy, with their hands on each other's thighs. The man is leaning in to kiss the woman, whose hair is as long as Eve's from the first panel. I haven't seen any books discuss this next point. They're seemingly floating in an orb, formed from some transparent membrane, and its color and shape seems to be a visual echo of the orb on the exterior panels, of God's creation of the world on the third day. As if to say, each act of sex contains within it some remnant of that first creation of the world. We have to give Bosch the benefit of the doubt here, that this was his intention. He has proven time and again to us already that he is a master of symbolism. But even here, notice something is ever so slightly off. This gorgeous orb is connected by a curved stem to a hollow fruit shell, in which a man is peeking out, looking through a glass tube. At the entrance of the glass tube, there is a black rat, perhaps planning to make his way into the fruit to eat it. It's important to note that Bosch was born around 1450, roughly 100 years after the Black Plague, a bubonic plague which decimated Europe and Africa in the mid-1300s, killing millions of people in less than a decade. It was a catastrophic event of human history. The plague leveled societies without regard to wealth or nobility, age, or royal status. It even killed those who were most aligned with God, the priests, with particular cruelty. As many priests and monks would attempt to care for the sick, they would quickly catch the Black Plague and die equally torturous deaths. Humans of the time didn't know anything about bacteria, but the association between rats and the Black Plague did form an impression about rats being filthy or disease-ridden animals. And this impression continues to echo in our collective unconscious centuries later. Although animal lovers will tell you the contrary is true, and that rats clean themselves even more frequently and thoroughly than cats. But ideas and superstitions have a life of their own, just as wolves are thought to be the most dangerous beasts of the wilderness, according to folk tales we tell, yet in truth, they just want to be left alone. Rats have a specific association in symbolism. Bosch would have definitely learned about the horrors of the Black Plague, and to include even this singular black rat attempting to enter the fruit of lust is meaningful. He is here to spoil the party, bringing with him the symbolic association of uncleanliness and the plague, which undoubtedly many Christians saw as God's wrath for humanity's sinful ways. Let's return to the riddle of the garden. Is this an innocent paradise or a sinful, false paradise? With that question in mind, I'd like to call your attention to something surprising I noticed in the painting. Something which, in any other context in the highly religious atmosphere of the late 1400s, would have been completely controversial. Homoerotic love.
I called
There
it.
are at least 3.
I fucking called it. I fucking called it. Man, I'm on a roll. What the fuck? I fucking called it, dude. Like, it was, like, even today, like, fucking religious connotations, like, say that homosexuality is bad. It's so fucking stupid. It makes no sense. That's why the, where was it? Yeah, see, because, like, if we go back here, so we see blue with pink, and then we see pink with blue. So it could be symbolizing, and then there are people inside the blue, which could resemble, like, homoerotica. Strangely enough, he didn't even mention the fact that there's, like, this griffin up here in the top left. That looks like a lion. It looks like a flying lion. The fuck? Yeah, because, like, blue is, like, masculine and pink is feminine. And if you look at the pink, there's, like, kind of fruits, which also resembles, like, a female reproductive organ. Like this, that has, like, a fruit blossoming out right there.
Of the large fruit shell. Now, I haven't seen any historians thoroughly analyze this next part, which I noticed. Still at this large pink shell, directly above the man who's lying down, 2 men are about to kiss.
Right.
One is emerging from an opening in the top of the shell.
Exactly.
With his fingers gently reaching out.
Orifice and phallus.
And this other man is bending down at his waist to meet him. And right next to them, standing behind the pink shell, 3 men are gathered intimately close to one another, making eye contact with each other. The man who is lowest holds a blue flower to his heart.
Yeah.
The man behind him rests his left hand on this man's shoulder, and the one in front of them, with his back to us, is grabbing the thorny stem of a plant with his left hand, which is emerging from the opening of the pink shell.
Right.
And he carries this massive strawberry on his back, the spiny stem of which curves downward and appears to be entering his butt cheeks with a blue flower on its end. It's hard to say that this arrangement of symbolism is purely coincidental, as this stem-gripping man...
Yeah, it's like,
it's
using, like, multiple symbols of, like, color and shapes to tie two different entities or objects together. It's like the most roundabout way of saying these two people are having sex.
Is positioned as part of the group that includes a man about to kiss another man. The second example of homoeroticism is less overt, but equally suggestive, and again, no one talks about it. It occurs at the bottom of the painting, just right of center, in the foreground. A man is on his knees, bending over.
Yeah, that looks like it could be like a fellatio. Well, look at this guy. Yeah, look at this guy. He's like, it's actually kind of like weirdly funny in a way, like the way he's looking. Like, almost like a dog. Like, you know, when a dog shits and like they happen to look back at you and they're like, why are you looking at me? That's what it looks like.
In front of another man, who is reclining against a massive strawberry. The man in front, who is bending over, is leaning with his forearm against a large fruit which has burst open, and from which little blue and red
Right,
fruits spill out.
explosion.
He
Yeah.
seems to watch them with fascination. The man who is reclining is looking out at us, about to take a bite of a ripe red cherry in his left hand. Interestingly,
Right.
the first man, who's in
Phallus
front
to
of him,
mouth.
is positioned in such a way that
So
his
like
overlap-
that's the commonality. He's like, he's bending over here where his phallus would be, and then he's putting the symbol of a phallus in his mouth. So it's like it's doing like the reverse, so that like he can explain the story without displaying like actual homoerotica, because like who fucking knows.
Laps with this reclining man's crotch, and it is like his attention is implied to be directing in that direction. But Bosch has overlaid this large fruit.
And then this guy over here is literally biting down into like a giant red cherry, like which couldn't be more of a giveaway.
Not be too overt. And to add to it, the large red strawberry, which the cherry-eating man is reclining against, is being greedily hugged by another man behind him. The third example, making homoerotic commentary, is directly above these three men. This third example has only two men, both on their knees. One is standing on his knees, holding red flowers up in his right hand by the stem. His attention is directed downward, to the right, where another man is on his knees and elbows, presenting his butt into the air, into which the first man seems to have placed two flowers, a blue and a red one. If we follow the thread of symbolism here, concerning the flowers, the two men,
Masculine,
and the willing insertion
feminine.
of the flowers into
Yeah.
this man's rear end, when viewed in the context of the rest of the garden's activities, this must allude to sodomy, right?
Yeah, everything is in blue or blue and pink or red, which is like everyone knows like blue is masculine and pink is feminine and all of this and that.
There's a Latin phrase known in the medieval period, which says peccatum contra naturam, meaning a sin against nature. During
Exactly, like that's so fucked up, a sin against nature. So like you know what's ironic is that homosexuality is common in nature. So like how is it a sin against nature if homosexuality is in nature itself? Even animals can be gay. Like it makes no fucking sense.
that time, homosexuality was argued as a sin against natural.
And this is why religion is the root of all evil. Not gay, not homosexuality, not race, not knowledge, not science. Religion is the root of all evil.
Law, and this phrase was referenced in such arguments. This may be the explanation for Bosch's choice of flowers as symbols of nature to create a visualization of that Latin phrase. One final thing to mention about these three scenes of homoeroticism. I hesitate to say that the first two are negative depictions, because aside from the thorny stem in the first one, they have no negative symbolism. And the third one, I would say, is more satirical than it is negative. It's unclear whether Bosch intended these scenes as a criticism, but they remain significant either way. Because outside of depictions of Saint Sebastian, These 3 miniature scenes in the Garden of Earthly Delights may be the only representations of deliberate homoeroticism in medieval and Renaissance art, which were not at some point destroyed. Let's now shift our attention to the middle ground and background, and see if we might find an answer to our problem there. Is this a depiction of true paradise or a false paradise? In looking at the middle ground and background, we should point out something which ties panels 1 and 2 together. If we zoom out and look at the 3 panels the way we would see them in person, we notice that panel 1 and 2 are nearly identical in Bosch's color choice.
Yeah, so I swear I'm dead on with this. So right here we have one phallus object with a hole and like an extension of a phallus representing like the male and the female. And then because we only have 2 people that are having sex. At the base of it is like hell, which is essentially saying like one of the root sins of evil is sex. And then also in the center of this one, we have a pool that is the same color. But now there are multiple ones over here, and they each are like different colored. So like a mixture of the colors symbolizing the mixture of men and women. And then like in this blue one, we have a hole, like an orifice, and it's a blue phallus, sort of symbolizing, I guess, homosexuality or something.
Choices. The dominant colors are this muted green of the grass, the cerulean blue of the sky, water, and distant landscape, and the unique fleshy pink of the fountains and monuments. But even more than that, Bosch has created a relationship between panel 1 and 2 through the background of the landscape.
How does he not put the 2 and 2 together? Like the base of this is the same color. This one's protruding up and this one's protruding down. Like it's obvious. Like he's saying in his art that sex is the root of all evil, right? Because they have sex and then it spawns the next image. Then from that spawns hell. And it's literally in a it's a timeline. That's the only thing that logically makes sense, like philosophically, of what the artist is saying. Not that it actually makes sense. But yeah, because you have basically a dick, and then you have the hole, and this is circular, which represents a woman's, and at the bottom of this is the dark black that you see in the hole here. So this one protrudes up, this one protrudes down, and it's like symbolizing, okay, so it's symbolizing intercourse leads to that intercourse is the root of all evil.
The distant blue horizon and the green hill in front of it fuse perfectly across the panels, as if they are one and the same landscape. The intention seems clear. This is the same place, but at a later date. We can even associate the 4 rivers of the background with the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden. Genesis 2:10 states, "A river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and there it divided and became 4 rivers." Unquote. The middle plane of the painting is centered around a circular pool of water.
Okay, now he's getting there. In
which naked women are bathing.
Yeah, they're all women. Exactly. It's saying that women are the root of all evil, and that's not like something that's like by all means a new interpretation of Christianity and Catholicism. It's always represented women as for somehow the root of all evil, as like temptation and lust, and right, it's always the woman's fault and blah blah blah.
Some with birds
They
and
have
fruits
apples,
on their
fruit, yeah.
Circling around this blue pool is a procession of animals of every kind being ridden by humans. We see horses, deer, donkeys, goats, griffins, unicorns, camels, boars, bears, and cattle. The sheer variety of these four-legged animals is just incredible. On many of these groups of riders, we also see various birds perched on people's heads or on animal backs or horns. I believe this is another instance.
Okay, I think I understand. The animals on their hand or on their head is basically saying like animal lust or animal instinct or something is controlling their mind. Like they're thinking like animals is what it's saying. It's saying that they're thinking like animals, that like their minds have fully given in to animal instinct and to lust. Right? They're just everyone's just like debauchery, like having sex with one another. They're like crazy. And crazy enough, look at this woman peeking. And this woman looks like she's longing. Like resembles like sort of like temptation or desire. It's resembling desire. And these are two women. So, and it's a fruit. Again, we know which is a symbol for intercourse or something. So you have two women on a horse. So it's saying like these women, like these people are having like are no better than animals or something, or they're giving into their animal desires, and that like these are two women having sex. I think this is more subtle than the depiction they had with the two men. It's like a lot more subtle. But yeah, everyone knows that like a flower is like a woman's woman'shood. So yeah, you can easily tell that these are two women. And so they're riding on a horse. So they're riding uh covered in a flower. Their heads are in a flower. Like their heads are literally in a flower.
Of Bosch depicting man's animalistic impulses, of wild, untamed desire, as it parades round and round with no aim or purpose, except its own pleasure. Some of the riders seem to be flailing backward, overwhelmed in their feverish state. In another example of Bosch's incredible sense of humor, one of the riders even stands on one leg, on the back of a moving
Autofellatio.
and he's flipping upside down,
right, trying to
while his other leg is
pleasure
extended,
himself.
with his head looking back upward at his own penis. Or is he looking up at the blue bird, seemingly poking his beak into the man's butt cheeks? You can decide for yourself. Now, one of the groups on the right side shows three men riding together, holding up a large blue fish with a red fishtail hanging out of its mouth, a possible symbol of gluttony or overindulgence.
Right.
On top of this engorged blue fish sits a black bunny.
Yeah, which
Recall that
resembles
the other
sex.
time we saw black bunnies was in panel 1.
Overindulging sex.
The moment Adam had turned his eyes away from God, when lust had filled him, and the expulsion from paradise was inevitable.
It's crazy that someone so talented could be so fucking stupid. Like, seriously. Like, that's, like, religion is so fucking stupid. Like, imagine, like, you have that sort of skill, and you use it to spread, hate. That's what it is. It's hate. It's just, it's hate towards women, and it's hate towards, homosexuality. Like that's literally it. It's just It's like it's so fucking stupid. Like that's what religion does. It literally causes brain atrophy. It shrinks your brain.
Bosch keeps calling us back to that moment, as if to say, all of this.
Yeah, all of this goes right back to the start, right? The leftist start. Just like in a movie, like it starts at the left.
Ripples outward from that original sin.
Consequentialism, cause and effect.
3 final details in this procession hammer this point home. Notice that all of the riders on the animals are men. There's not a single woman. All the women are instead in the pool as the animals circle.
Yeah, and the women are
in a counterclockwise direction, perhaps another tell that things are off. There was a white unicorn in panel 1, drinking peacefully from the life-giving waters in the Garden of Eden. Notice that here, in the procession of panel 2, this white unicorn reappears, but its horn has grown 3 times in length, and jagged spikes have grown out of it. It's worth noting that this white unicorn and the one in panel 1 exist on the same horizontal axis. If you draw a straight line from left to right, the unicorns line up perfectly, as an almost before and after depiction. There's one final detail about the procession which I haven't seen scholars mention or explore, and it's one I found only when I was seriously debating the riddle of the garden. Is this an idyllic, innocent paradise, or is this a sinful, false paradise? My attention was circling the procession of horses, donkeys, camels, and bears, when my eyes stumbled on an animal that seems out of place. It doesn't have a human on it, and it's slightly out of the procession line. It's a spotted boar, located at the lower right of the procession. And at that moment, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. This spotted boar is the answer to the riddle of the garden. Look at its fleshy pink skin. This is the exact color of the fleshy pink monoliths in the background, a color which resembles the color of flushed skin. Then, I noticed the engorged sex organ under...
Yeah, exactly. I called it. I fucking predicted. God damn, I'm getting hyper-sane as shit. So yeah, the blue and the pink.
The boar's tail. It might be its testicles, or it might be a vulva, but in either case, Bosch has painted this aroused organ cerulean blue, the exact blue of the spherical monument